This is Audible.
Simon & Schuster Audio presents The Answer. Grow any business, achieve financial freedom, and live an extraordinary life. By John Assaraf and Murray Smith. Read by the authors with Steve Vicario.
Close your eyes for a moment and think about the greatest rewards you can imagine as you step into absolutely extraordinary levels of success. Whether it's an amazing lifestyle, the home of your dreams, financial freedom, charitable giving, or philanthropic work, whatever that dream looks like to you, picture yourself basking in it right now. Thank the pilot of your personal jet for waiting an extra few minutes while your family joins you on an exotic vacation. Run your hands over the exquisite cabinetry in your vast, sunlit kitchen. Savor the feeling of knowing you'll always have enough money to pay the bills, no matter their size. Graciously accept the gratitude of the International Relief Agency to which you have just contributed a gift of historic proportions. Ah, that's the dream. Then there's the reality. Eyes back open now. What does your day-to-day life really look like? If what you see is worry, stress, or uncertainty, or if it just isn't everything you want it to be, then this book is for you. Maybe you're a small business owner who started a few years ago with bigger goals and bigger dreams, but now things seem to have stalled. Are you working harder and harder but not really seeing the results you want? If so, you're not the only one. In North America alone, there are more than 25 million small business owners just like you, most of them facing a predicament just like yours. Or perhaps you're an executive, department head, or manager for a corporation or nonprofit company, looking for ways to grow your business unit out of a slump, to set yourself apart from the internal competition, or to just take your own income to the next level. Perhaps you're that business's CEO or CFO, looking to make a major impact on the company's future. Or you might be one of the 73% of Americans who want to start their own business, but hesitate to take the plunge. And you've probably heard that 95% of new businesses close their doors within 5 years, and I'm sure you don't want to be another statistic. You're worried that you don't have what it takes, that the competition's too stiff and the risks too high, that you'll run out of money, that you'll find yourself in over your head. Still, you don't want to let go of that dream of finally watching your business take off, of being your own boss, of changing lives for the better while generating big profits. In other words, doing well for yourself by doing good for others. There's the dream, and then there's the reality. And for millions of people, the two just don't look like they'll ever match up. But they should, and they can, and that's why we wrote The Answer. Through the 2006 movie and book The Secret, millions of people were introduced to the concept of the law of attraction, the idea that by focusing our thoughts, we can actually attract those things we want most from life, turning even our wildest dreams into realities. I was fortunate enough to be a teacher in The Secret. Since its release, many people have asked us, how do I apply that idea, practically and specifically, to create success in my work and business life? Having worked with thousands of business people over the last few decades, we know the hopes and fears, aspirations, and anguish that lie behind those words. We hear the question behind the question. How can I access unlimited abundance? The answer does not come from experts with advanced degrees. Neither Murray or I had one of those, or an entrepreneurial upbringing, which neither one of us has had either. We never went to college, we didn't come from money, and we didn't have successful business owner parents to show us the ropes. In fact, growing up, we both seemed pretty clearly destined to fail. As an immigrant from the Middle East living in a poor neighborhood in Canada, I spent most of my teen years running with a group of kids who always got in trouble. In high school, I managed to find a way out of that directionless life to a promising career as a professional athlete. But that promise was soon cut short in a freak car accident that ended my prospects for a pro basketball career forever. Murray Smith was labeled as learning disabled at a very young age, pulled away from his classmates, and placed in a school on a vocational tech track headed for a life of factory work. His first job out of school had him cleaning sewers 100 feet below ground in Toronto, Canada. Yet for some reason, we both found our way to success. How? Through trial and error, buoyed by sheer determination, we each happened to learn the fundamental laws that regulate the creation of business success, and we honed them into an approach that has worked again and again. For the past 3 decades, we have each been busy applying the answer to building businesses, successful businesses, from scratch, 18 of them between the two of us. Yet all around us, we saw people failing. One thing we learned is that success tastes much sweeter when you have people to share it with. We wanted to share our experiences and the secrets to success we'd learned along the way with others, as many others as possible. As best friends for all these years, we've built several of those successful businesses together. In 2005, we decided to come out of retirement and devote the rest of our lives to helping aspiring businesses around the world. We launched a franchise business called OneCoach, which has now become the world's fastest-growing provider of small business growth, coaching, and consulting services. Our experiences with OneCoach led us to write this book. The answer comes from a wide range of sources. In the course of this book, you'll learn about all sorts of things, from simple ways to redirect the power of your brain and how the universal laws of life can be used to succeed in business, to crafting a slam-dunk marketing message based on your company's unique value. You'll learn the 3 critical questions that are responsible for driving growth in your business revenues, what your ideal customer looks like, and which are the crucial business activities out of the hundreds of possibilities that you absolutely cannot afford to ignore. All the answers that make up the answer have come from hundreds of interviews with scientists and salespeople, business leaders and multimillionaires. They have emerged from our own experiences working with thousands of clients, including our own in-the-trenches encounters. The answer is about taking ownership of your life and your business. We'll show you how to build your dream business from the inside by creating a picture within yourself of utter clarity and certainty. Then, we'll show you how to build that business by following battle-tested strategies for growing your business's revenues as large as you want. We'll share both our stories with you as we go, showing you how we came to the insights that contributed to the answer, along with other stories of other successful business people we know who've applied these same ideas to create their own dream business. The answer has one purpose: to help you answer the question, and not just answer it, but answer it with such clear, strong, and unshakable certainty that your life will never be the same. Your dream business will not just be possible or probable, but unstoppable. How can you access unlimited abundance? You'll find the answer right here in this program.
Chapter 1. Inside the Box. John's Story.
One Tuesday morning in May 2000, my son Keenan and I opened a cardboard box that had been sealed for 5 years. What we found inside that box changed my life forever. I had no idea that this was going to happen. In fact, I didn't know exactly what we were going to see when we opened up that box. It had been 5 years, after all, and in those years we'd moved around quite a bit and seen a lot of change. I began my career in business 20 years earlier, going to work as a real estate agent fresh out of high school. My dreams of professional basketball were long gone, and I had no idea what to do with my life. Real estate was the only thing I could think of that would keep me from working at a grocery store. And so, on June 20th, 1980, this 19-year-old kid took his real estate exam and became a licensed realtor. Within a few months, seminars and workshops on goal setting and goal achieving were teaching me about some odd-sounding personal growth techniques called visualization and affirmations. I had been aware of the value of such practices long before they had formal names. In my teens, I wanted more than anything else to become a successful basketball star. I constantly imagined myself winning championship games, sinking that winning shot as the clock ran out, running that movie in my head before I ever stepped on the court. I literally went to sleep at night with a basketball next to me under the covers. And until I was injured, I was an impact player. Now, however, winning on the court was no longer an issue. Now it was all about winning in business. I started observing what the top achievers in my office were doing, watching them like a hawk, listening to them talk on the phone, even sitting in on meetings with them just to hear exactly what they said and how they said it. I started reading voraciously, absorbing everything I could get my hands on that might give me clues as to how to become successful in my new and first career. I listened to audio tapes and attended live programs, and one of these was taught by a man who I came to know as a friend, a mentor, and later on as a business partner. His name is Bob Proctor. In the early 60s, Bob had moved from his native Toronto to Chicago to work with a man named Earl Nightingale, who had launched the personal development industry a decade earlier. Nightingale's famous audio recording, The Strangest Secret, was the first recording in history outside of popular music to sell 1 million copies. Earl Nightingale, in turn, had learned his philosophy from Napoleon Hill, the author of what is probably the most well-known book in all of success literature, Think and Grow Rich. From Napoleon Hill to Earl Nightingale to Bob Proctor, one theme ran through all of their teachings. The secret to our success lies in controlling our thoughts. The only limitations on our accomplishments, these teachers were telling me, are those we place upon ourselves by our own self-limiting thoughts. What they said made complete sense to me. I didn't know how or why it worked, but to me, the truth of it seemed self-evident. I started writing affirmations and vivid word pictures of the kind of success I wanted to have, feeding my unconscious mind with the new images of my goals, playing out new movies in my mind, movies of my triumphs as a serial and successful entrepreneur. That year, my first year in real estate, I earned just over $30,000. Not bad for age 20, I thought. My second year, my earnings totaled $150,000. This goal-setting, visualizing, affirmation-repeating thing was working. After that second year, I decided to take some time off to take stock and expand my horizons. I gathered my earnings and set off to travel around the world. My trip ended up lasting more than a year. As I circled the globe, I learned about other cultures and other worldviews that expanded my sense of what was possible. In late 1984, I returned to Toronto and went back to work at my real estate office. But it was clear that I wouldn't last there long. I was hungry to know more, do more, and to have more. A few years later, in late 1986, Walter Schneider and Frank Polsler, the two guys who owned the rights to the giant realtor RE/MAX for Eastern Canada, approached me with the news that RE/MAX sub-franchising rights for the state of Indiana had become available. They knew I was hungry to grow, and they had decided to offer me a partnership if I would move to Indiana to build the business there. I knew they were offering me an opportunity that I absolutely couldn't possibly turn down. During my first week in Indiana, a reporter from the Indianapolis Business Journal came to ask me about our plans. In 5 years, I told him, We'll be the biggest real estate company in Indiana. In fact, we'll sell $1 billion in real estate." He scribbled all this down and then offhandedly asked, "So, have you talked with—" And he rattled off a few names of some of the major owners of the largest real estate companies in the area. Why?" I hedged. He grinned and said, "I guess you probably already know this, but their firm has been here for about 80 years, and they control over 75% of the real estate market in these parts." I really had no idea. I'd never even heard of the guys he was talking about. I knew nothing about Indiana real estate, and in fact, I knew nothing about how to run my own business, let alone how to build it to generate such massive sales, or how to do it in the face of such dominant, well-entrenched competition. As the reporter laughed, it was pretty clear that I had stuck my foot so far down my mouth that I might never get it out. Sure enough, a few days later, there was my picture in the paper, along with the story on me with the headline, "$1 billion in sales within 5 years." Let me tell you, I was the laughingstock of the town. That is, of course, until 5 years later where I got the last laugh. My company generated $1.2 billion in sales for the year. This visualization and affirmations thing was really working. It was still a mystery to me exactly why or how it worked, but who cared? It worked. In 1995, I started making what my mentors had called vision boards, cutting out pictures that represented the goals and dreams I aspired to achieve, and then pasting them onto bulletin boards. The idea was to create everyday reminders of my life's and business's direction. I didn't yet grasp the full power of this exercise, but that would soon change. By that time, I had run that RE/MAX region for a decade, growing it to over 75 offices and 1,000 salespeople. I'd also grown restless again. It was time to search for new and larger opportunities. I hired and trained a replacement, packed up my possessions and put them in storage, left Indiana and moved back to Canada. Over the next few years, my family and I moved around while I looked for the next big opportunity. I invested in a few companies and consulted for a few more while we kept moving and looking. In late 1998, a friend named Len McCurdy invited me down to San Francisco to look at something his son Kevin and Kevin's friend Howard had developed. "This technology is amazing," Len told me. "It lets you do a virtual tour of a car or hotel property on the internet without any downloads or plugins. You've got to see it." I flew to San Francisco, and it didn't take much imagination to appreciate that this online application Kevin and Howard had developed would have fantastic applications in real estate, car sales, hotel room advertising, all sorts of areas. Len invited me to join him as the Senior Vice President of Sales and Marketing for the new company, a position I accepted without hesitation, and then he said something that took me by total surprise. "Hey, why don't we take this thing public, and why not do it by this fall?" He wanted to do an IPO in 9 months. Even in those heady .com boom days, that was a pretty outrageous goal. But Len knew a lot about how to achieve extraordinary results. He had read the same books and studied with some of the same people I had, and he knew that we were constrained only by the limitations we placed on our own thoughts. I took a deep breath and said, "Sure, let's do it." We moved from Vancouver to Los Angeles, and I spent the next year or so flying back and forth between LA and San Francisco. My colleagues and I launched our new company in the beginning of 1999. Just 9 months later, we completed one of the most successful and fastest IPOs in NASDAQ history. We followed that by a merger of equals with another company that left our new venture with a market valuation of $2.5 billion. This whirlwind adventure had 3 results. It offered me the most vivid proof of the power of our thoughts. It left me with the financial wherewithal to retire, and it found me once again wanting to move on and search for new horizons. I wasn't at all clear what those horizons would be, but there was absolutely no doubt as to where I wanted to live. That was San Diego. Living in San Diego had been a dream of mine for nearly 20 years. Way back in 1982, while traveling around the world, I'd stopped over in San Diego and told myself, someday when I can afford to live wherever I want, I'm going to live here. Now, in the beginning of 2000, my family and I rented a house on the bluffs of San Diego and started house hunting. By April, we had closed on an amazing property, and I sent for our stuff, which had been languishing in storage back in Indiana for years. A few weeks later, all my furniture arrived, along with dozens of cartons. Which is how it happened that I was sitting in the study of my new home early one beautiful Tuesday morning in May, surrounded by still sealed boxes, catching up on my email. My 6-year-old son Keenan sat on a carton near the door of the room, swinging his legs and banging them against the box. I said, "Honey, I'm trying to get something done here. Do you mind not banging your legs like that? It's kind of distracting." "What's in the box, Dad?" he said, as he continued banging his legs. I peered at the magic marker scrawl on the box. "Those are my vision boards from Indiana. Do you remember Indiana where you were born?" Keenan had been a toddler when I packed those boxes away. "What's a vision board?" he asked. I explained as simply as I could that this was something I made out of pictures of things I wanted to acquire or achieve in my business or in my life. "Why do you do that?" I was tempted to say, "Just because," so we could close the conversation and I could get back to my email. But one glance at Keenan, who was obviously having a great time just hanging out in this exciting new home, made me change my mind. So I slit open the packing tape, opened the carton, and pulled out the first vision board. There was a picture of that Mercedes I wanted back then, which had since been purchased, driven, enjoyed, and sold. There was an image of a nice wristwatch, and next to it, a pair of alligator shoes. I gazed at the pictures for a moment, reminiscing, and then I pulled out the second board, and we were staring at a picture of a huge, stunning, gorgeous house. My first thought was, how did this get in here? Somehow, a real estate brochure must have fallen into the box when we were getting ready to move. But no, how was that possible? The box had been sealed for years. I stared at the house in the picture, and this was no brochure. The picture was glued to the board, and it was part of the board. Then I just started to cry. There on my vision board was a picture I clipped 5 years earlier from an old copy of Dream Homes magazine. It was a unique house on 6 acres with 188 windows, 320 orange trees, 2 lemon trees, and a slew of other special features. There was no mistaking it. It was a picture of the house that the two of us were sitting in at that very moment. Not like it. It was this house. When I'd cut it out of the magazine when I was living in Indiana, I hadn't even known where it was located or how much it cost. It was just a picture in a magazine. My mind raced. What were the odds of my ending up buying that actual house? How could you even begin to calculate those odds of that happening? All at once, I knew what I was going to do with the rest of my life. This event was a pivotal point in my life, an epiphany that has driven everything in my life since then, and it had everything to do with the genesis of this book. For 20 years, I'd been engaged in the careful, consistent practice of affirmations, vivid goal setting, visualization, and meditation, and I had seen plenty of proof that it all worked. But I had never really known why it worked, nor, in truth, had I ever really cared. Now I had to know. In 2000, I had just retired and had no business on the table at the moment, no immediate prospects for ones, nor any pressing need to start one. I was in the incredibly fortunate position that we want every business owner to be in. a position of complete financial freedom. I didn't have to work. So this became my work. That burning need, that burning desire to know how my house got inside that cardboard box became my full-time occupation. I began by making a list of the top scientists in every field that seemed related to this quest, and then I set out to read everything they had written. Soon I was flying around the country to hear them speak and even calling them on the phone to talk with them. Over the following months and years, I communicated with some of the best and brightest minds in quantum physics, neuroscience, philosophy, and a host of other related fields. What they told me blew my mind. It explained how I'd built one successful company after another, and it explained how we had ended up living in that dream home that lived inside that cardboard box. In the next few chapters, we want to take you inside that box and share with you some of the most amazing things these scientists have shown us.
Chapter 2. The Search for How the World Works.
In 1633, an aging Italian astronomer named Galileo was taken before the Roman Inquisition, tried, convicted of heresy, and sentenced to spend the rest of his life in prison. Galileo's crime? He endorsed the idea proposed a century earlier by the great Catholic astronomer Nicholas Copernicus that the Earth is not the center of the solar system. In fact, said Galileo, it is the other way around. The sun sits at the center, and the Earth is simply one of a handful of planets that revolve around it. This idea was judged as being diametrically opposed to the position taken by Holy Scripture. Galileo was forced to publicly recant his views, and his book containing the offending idea, Dialogue Concerning the Two Chief World Systems, was banned. The old man's sentence was later commuted to house arrest, and he lived out the rest of his days confined to his villa outside Florence, Italy, where he eventually went blind. Still, Galileo's views persisted, and the meticulous experiments and mathematical models he used in his search to understand nature set the stage for all the developments of modern science that followed. 3 centuries later, a German physicist named Albert Einstein called him the father of modern-day science. From Galileo's time onward, scientists' precise observations contributed to a picture of the world that looked very much like a massive piece of mechanical clockwork. They had little practical use for such ideas as soul, spirit, consciousness. The French philosopher and mathematician René Descartes, a contemporary of Galileo's who is today regarded as the father of modern philosophy, declared that the best way to understand how the world works would be to divide existence into 2 parts, the objective or material world, governed by the principles of science, and the subjective world of the mind and the soul, which would be the province of the church. Descartes is especially famous for the statement, "I think, therefore I am." But the truth is, the think part of that declaration puzzled Descartes, much as it has puzzled scientists for centuries since. Just how is it that we think? Where do our thoughts come from? How do the bits of physical matter that constitute our brains generate consciousness? The answers to those questions open up a tremendous new world of possibility for what we can achieve in our lives, and they form a central part of the answer. In the generations following Galileo and Descartes, Sir Isaac Newton took the idea of nature as machine much further, detailing the precise laws that govern how that machine operates. All of the classical physics, and in fact, all of the modern science, has been built upon the foundation created by Newton. His laws of motion made possible the advance of modern technology, from simple steam engines to the space probes that have analyzed soil samples on Mars. But scientists eventually reached the limits of the Newtonian worldview. As their tools grew more sophisticated, their explorations of the physical world took them deep into the heart of the atom, where the nature of reality proved to be something quite different from anything Descartes or Newton ever imagined. At the dawn of the 20th century, scientists began looking into the world within the atomic nucleus, and they were shocked to discover that on the subatomic level, the physical world did not behave at all the way Newton said it should. In fact, the atom itself turned out to be a sort of illusion. The closer scientists looked, the less it really appeared to be there. And when our vision of the atom fractured, the foundation of classical physics fractured along with it. Our view of how the world works was in for a radical transformation. When we say the name Albert Einstein, what comes to mind? Perhaps you think of his wild mane of white hair, or that famous picture of the distinguished physicist sticking out his tongue, or maybe you simply think genius. But whatever picture you have, you will also probably come up with E equals mc squared. Why on earth would a mathematical equation for a sophisticated theory be so famous that even non-scientists recognize it immediately? Because with that simple equation, energy equals mass times the speed of light squared, Albert Einstein shattered centuries of thinking and radically altered our view of how the world works. One reason Einstein's idea was so transformative was that for the first time ever, it described how energy and matter are not only related, but can be transformed back and forth into each other. Now, the elegant, clear-cut world of classical Newtonian physics would be forced to move over and make room for the fuzzy, strange, nearly unimaginable world of quantum physics. Quantum physics is the study of how the world works on the smallest scale, at a level far smaller than the atom. And as scientists studied the nature of reality on a smaller and smaller scale, something very strange began to happen. The deeper we went into reality, the more it seemed to dissolve from our view. The search for the smallest known particles of matter had instead turned up distinct yet elusive little packets of energy, which physicists now call quanta. The Einstein breakthrough comes down to this. Everything is energy. A rock, a planet, a glass of water, your hand, everything you can touch, taste, or smell. It's all made up of molecules, which are made up of atoms, which are made up of protons and electrons and neutrons, which are then made up of nothing but vibrating packets of energy. This is where quantum physics intersects with what I found inside that cardboard box. What physicists found has everything to do with how you are going to create the life of your dreams by building your dream business. For once, we know that everything is energy, that there is no absolute distinction between matter and energy. Then the boundaries between the physical world and the world of our thoughts start to disappear as well. In the decades that followed Einstein's theory of relativity, the new quantum physics began to reveal some very strange things. The tiny packets of energy known as quanta exhibited some very peculiar behaviors, including an unexplainable ability to influence one another, a property called entanglement. In his book Science in the Akashic Field, physicist Erwin Laszlo describes a series of experiments conducted by lie detector expert Cleve Baxter. Baxter took some white blood cells from the mouths of his subjects and cultured them in a test tube. He then moved the cultures to distant locations more than 7 miles away. He attached lie detectors to the cultures and then performed a series of experiments on his subjects. In one of his tests, he showed his subject a television program depicting the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941. This man was a former Navy gunner who had actually been present at Pearl Harbor during the attack. When the face of the Navy gunner appeared on the screen, the man's face betrayed an emotional reaction, and at that precise moment, the lie detector's needle 7.5 miles away jumped exactly as it would have had it been attached to the man himself, and not just to a test tube of his cultured white blood cells miles away. How is such a thing possible? In the language of quantum physics, the particles of the gunner's body are still connected or entangled with one another. No matter how far apart they are separated in space, they will always continue to influence one another. In fact, this effect appears to occur at speeds faster than the speed of light, which violates one of Einstein's basic rules. Scientists dubbed this mind-boggling capacity for instantaneous interconnection non-locality. Einstein had a somewhat less technical term for it. He called it spooky action at a distance. Within 20 years of Einstein's radical work, another revolution in worldview occurred, just as cataclysmic as Einstein's. It started with two of the early pioneers of the quantum world, the Danish physicist Niels Bohr and his protege Werner Heisenberg. Bohr and Heisenberg studied the puzzling behaviors of these tiny subatomic particles and recognized that once you look deep within the heart of atoms, these indivisible particles are something like tiny packets of possibility. Each subatomic particle appeared to exist not as a solid, stable thing, but as the potential of any one of its various possible selves. Heisenberg's uncertainty principle states that it is not possible to measure all of a subatomic particle's properties at the same time. For example, if you record information about the location of a proton, you cannot pin down its speed or trajectory. If you figure out its speed, now its precise location eludes you. Bohr's and Heisenberg's work suggests that at its most basic level, physical matter isn't anything yet. At the subatomic scale, according to this new understanding, reality was not made of solid substance, but fields of potentiality, more like a set of possible sketches or ideas of a thing than the thing itself. A particle would take on the specific character of a material thing only when it was measured or observed. What that means is that the act of observation takes energy from its most basic format and turns it from its potential to a particle. Suddenly, subjectivity, the act of consciousness upon a piece of matter, had become an essential component in the very nature of reality. As scientists continued pursuing their explorations on staggeringly small scales, they eventually found themselves staring at something truly confounding. They termed it the zero-point field, because at this most infinitesimal of levels, some sort of force appears to be present even at a temperature of absolute zero when all known forms of energy vanish. Here, beneath the level of energy itself, exists a still more basic level. The field at this level is not exactly energy anymore, nor is it a field of empty space. It is best described, physicists realized, as a field of information. To put it another way, the undifferentiated ocean out of which energy arises appears to be a sea of pure consciousness, from which matter emerges in clustered localities here and there. Consciousness is what the universe is made of. Matter and energy are just two forms that consciousness takes. Erwin Laszlo calls this field that underlies and connects all things the A field, in deference to the ancient Vedic concept of the Akashic record, a non-physical repository of all knowledge in the universe, including all human experience. The psychologist Carl Jung called it the collective unconscious. It has been intuited and described for thousands of years and in a multitude of terms and images throughout human history. Only in the last few decades has science caught up to what we always sensed but could never fully explain. Says Laszlo, the ancients knew that space is not empty. It is the origin and memory of all things that exist and have ever existed. This insight is now being rediscovered at the cutting edge of science and is emerging as a main pillar of the scientific world's picture of the 21st century. This will profoundly change our concept of ourselves and of the world. In fact, it has already profoundly changed our picture of ourselves and our world. And it will radically change how you approach your life and your business. So, what am I saying here? That everything that is made of thought? That thought creates the physical world? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Your thoughts not only matter, they create matter. Thought is where everything comes from, and your thoughts are where your business comes from. In the chapters that follow, we're going to walk you through the process, step by step, of building your dream business by first harnessing the most powerful force in the universe, your beliefs.
Chapter 3. The Law of Attraction.
We live in a universe of absolute laws, a world that operates on every level and in every detail with absolute precision. In the quantum universe, there may be random occurrences, but there are no accidents, no coincidences. Every particle and every action is accounted for. Descartes was wrong. The world of thoughts and ideas, of human ingenuity, creativity, and enterprise is not separate from the world of chemistry and gravity and fields and forests. There are no separate rules. They all come from the same rule book. The laws that govern the movement of subatomic particles and solar systems also govern our thoughts and feelings, families, and careers. This fundamental truth is all too easy to forget as we go about our daily routines, because we seem to live in two worlds, the seen and the unseen, the world we can touch, taste, and see, and the intangible world that lies hidden away behind the curtain of our senses. The events and circumstances of your business take place in the seen world, but, and this is the key, that is not where they originate. Grasp this truth now, and you will understand the reason behind the success or failure of every business ever created. As quantum physics has taught us, the unseen world is vastly more powerful than the seen world. It is the immense hidden portion of the iceberg that most of us are unaware of 99% of the time, while the tangible, material world we think of as real is only the minuscule tip that juts above the surface of our conscious awareness. What sunk the Titanic was the hidden part of the iceberg that nobody saw coming, the part beneath the surface, and that is the part that sinks every business that ends up closing its doors. As a result of the film The Secret, millions of people around the world have become aware of the principle called the Law of Attraction, which explains the creative process through which the unseen world gives birth to the circumstances and events of our lives. As a result of The Secret, thousands of people from around the world have emailed, written, and called our office at OneCoach, telling us stories about how knowing and applying this law has changed their lives and business. These stories are sometimes astonishing, often quite moving, and the range and variety of the circumstances involved is staggering. There are actually a number of distinct laws or principles at work within what is called the Law of Attraction. In this chapter, we'll look at each of them and see how they work together so that you can begin using the irresistible power of the unseen world to create your ideal life and business. As Einstein's relativity revolution revealed, everything is made up of energy. The things that seem tangible to us, including ourselves, are simply energy slowed way down to a state that we recognize as solid. Take an ice cube, for example. We can find out where it came from by speeding it up. That is, by adding energy to it to raise its vibrational state. When we apply heat to our ice cube, it soon reverts to a liquid. Continue speeding up its vibration, and that liquid soon evaporates to steam and then further into water vapor. Continue accelerating its rate of vibration, and the elements that formed the ice cube will eventually revert back to a state of pure energy, and beyond that, cross the Cartesian barrier to become what lies beyond energy, which is consciousness or information. That's where the ice cube came from. It was first an idea. In our daily lives, we often describe those rarefied, super-energized states we cannot see as spiritual, and the slowed down, more substantial states we can see as physical. But science has now shown us that this is an arbitrary distinction, just a convenience of language and perception. The truth is, water is water. It came from the idea or quantum potential of water to the states of vapor, steam, liquid, and ice. It's all water, but it starts with an idea. What in the world does all this have to do with your dream business? Everything, because everything you manifest in your life follows the precise same pathway, from idea to physical form. We create from the non-physical level, turning that which we can't see into that which we can. An important client says yes or no. A substantial investment comes through or falls through. Real estate prices rise sharply or fall unexpectedly. Markets shift. Hurricanes blow through, and new developments surprise us. We often respond to these events without realizing the role that we ourselves play in bringing them about. We see the world of tangible phenomena. What we don't see is the vastly greater world that gives rise to it. That vastly greater world is the world of cause. Every thought you form broadcasts a distinct and particular frequency, and that frequency elicits a response from the quantum universe just as surely as swinging a hammer has an impact on the surface it strikes. Things don't arbitrarily happen to you. Events in your business are the reflection of your thoughts, the echo of your own actions and thinking behind them. In the East, this truth is reflected in the idea of karma, and in the West, in the Golden Rule. The core of this principle is this: you are at cause in your life and in your business. For many, this is a challenging principle because it puts you squarely in the driver's seat. Embracing this principle means you no longer have the luxury of blaming others or external circumstances for the things that happen in your life. Here is the flip side of that equation. Embracing this principle also means you have far more capacity to create the events and circumstances in your life than you ever imagined possible. There are many things you need to know to successfully play the game of business. A great many of them you can learn as you go, and a great many skills and fields of expertise you can bring into your business by hiring or partnering with people who possess them. But there is one skill that you must have yourself, and it is the single most important skill of any successful business person, the one without which success is impossible. You must be practiced at creating the thoughts that will serve your business. Let's go back to the ice cube for a moment. We saw that it changes from ice to liquid to steam to vapor. But what exactly is the it that stays the same as it goes through all these transformations? Its form changes as its rate of vibration or energy level changes. But there's something about it that doesn't change, a basic waterness. What is that essence that stays constant even while it changes all of its physical attributes? In a word, pattern. There is an essential identity, a pattern or shape of vibrations that holds its integrity no matter how much its physical form and medium might shift. The transformation that occurs with the ice cube also happens within you from moment to moment without ceasing. Every second, about 10 million of your trillions of cells die, and another 10 million are created in the same second. Within a few months from now, hardly any of what is physically you today will still be here, but you will still be here. So what is that you? It's not what you're made of. It's the pattern that underlies your physical self. Now let's consider another phenomenon, one called resonance. Resonance, from the Latin meaning to sound again, is simply the transfer of vibration from one medium to another. Why does a singer's high note shatter glass? Here is a clue. If you were to lightly strike that specific piece of glass with a tiny hammer, it would ring out a tone with the same pitch as the singer's high note. This is the principle of the tuning fork. Hold the tuning fork tuned to A440 near any musical instrument. Play that same note and the tuning fork will vibrate. Play a different note and it won't vibrate. The piano's A string and the tuning fork share the same waveform, as do the singer's high note and the glass, which is why they resonate. The way the right note sung clearly and loudly enough can cause a tuning fork to vibrate and even shatter glass is the same way the right thought held clearly and strongly enough can cause events in the physical world to happen. A single thought held clearly and firmly can defeat an empire, as Gandhi demonstrated so beautifully. And the right thoughts held clearly and resolutely can build your dream business. The principle of resonance says that energy in a specific pattern or frequency will resonate with every other form of energy in a similar pattern. The law of attraction is simply the action of resonance together with cause and effect. Thoughts create events and circumstances that have the same shape or pattern, and are thus resonant with those thoughts. Or as James Allen put it, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Take an acorn in the palm of your hand and examine it. At this moment, where is the oak tree? Is it in the acorn? In other words, could you find it if you cracked open the acorn? No, all you'll find inside is a seed that contains the possibility of an oak tree, the idea of an oak tree. Yet if you plant that acorn in fertile soil, through the principle of resonance, those elements in its surroundings that resonate to the oak tree idea will be drawn to the seed. It will attract to itself all the nutrients, water, and sunlight that it needs to transform that invisible, immaterial idea into a fully formed oak tree. So when you first planted that acorn, where was the oak tree? It was not in the acorn. It was scattered in pieces of tree potential throughout the acorn's environment. Successful businesses are created in exactly the same way. When you form the idea of a business, the actual physical business is not inside you. But several years from now, your business will have hundreds or thousands of customers and dozens of employees. There will be thousands, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of dollars flowing through your business. Hopefully, there will also be thousands or millions more built into the substance of your business. These can be in the form of product inventory, capital goods, buildings, or intellectual property such as designs, patents, copyrighted words, or images. But where is all that stuff now? Where are the customers, the employees, the materials, the designs, the dollars? They all lie scattered in pieces throughout your environment, the water and nitrogen and sunlight of your tree. Everything you could possibly need to build your dream business, all the tools, resources, capital, people, ideas, expertise, everything, it all surrounds you today, right now. It just hasn't been gathered and assembled yet. What force could possibly find all those disparate elements, extract them from where they are now, and bring them all together? To create your successful business, you need to start with the part nobody else sees, the hidden part of the iceberg. The seed of your business is the vision. This is the groundwork for every successful business that has ever been and ever will be. It starts with the power and precision of an idea. What you have to get good at doing is creating the seed of what you want with great precision. A vaguely formed, ambiguous seed will never sprout or take root. For a seed to flourish, it must be viable. Yes, you might agree, but how? People tend to be focused on looking for the how, thinking that is where the answer lies, but it's not. Yes, you need to learn all sorts of hows, and in the second part of this book we'll show you which ones are crucial to the success of your business. But the real key to building your dream business lies in the clarity and strength of the idea, the seed. The how always comes after the vision and decision. People often believe that lack of funding is one of a new business's major problems. It's not. In the same way that air, water, and sunlight are not hard to find, financing is not hard to find either, if you have a compelling and clearly viable idea and strategic plan for growth. The world around you is absolutely flooded with money, ready to flow toward you and nourish your sprouting business. In Chapter 6, we'll walk you through forming that seed, and in Chapter 7, we'll walk you through how to plant it in nourishing soil so it will take root and grow. Ambitious business people tend to be impatient. We are ambitious. We have big appetites for achievement. We like to think big and dream bigger. We want things to happen fast. There is nothing wrong with that. In fact, a big appetite for achievement is pretty much a necessity for successful business. Dreaming big comes with the territory. But we have to be careful here. Ecclesiastes, Pete Seeger, and the birds had it right. There is a time to plant, a time to reap, a time you may embrace, a time to refrain from embracing, and when it comes to building your dream business, there is most definitely a time for patience. The law of gestation complements the law of attraction. It declares that for every seed, there is a set gestation or incubation period, a specific span of time that a particular seed needs to establish itself before it can unfold from blueprint into fully realized physical form. This is true everywhere in nature, and your life is as much a part of nature as everything else. Every one of your clearly articulated, vividly formed goals is a seed in itself, and each has a gestation period, from the moment you plant it to the point where it has fully grown into its physical form. How long is that gestation period? This is the hard part. We simply don't know. How long does it take to attract the tools, resources, capital, and partners you need for a new business? How long will it take for the world to wrap you in the right set of circumstances for you to step into that career or position you see yourself occupying? We have no idea, but what we do know is this: it will take some time. And we also know this: if you keep digging up those seeds after you've planted them, you'll stop the process cold. If you try to force an idea, it will never work. One of nature's laws is that force always negates. If you push on the process, it's going to push back. You have to allow an idea the time to germinate and grow, to take root and find its resources in its own time. Let go of impatience now. Instead, start putting your trust in your own resourcefulness and in the universe around you. Understand that this universe is ready and willing to give you everything you want once you are clear on what it is and patient enough to let the universe do its work. There is one more ingredient in this process. For the plant to grow, it's not enough to simply plant it and wait. While you're letting it do its work within the fertile soil, you have to do your work also. The millions of people who have seen The Secret have become at least somewhat familiar with the law of attraction. But here is the part that so many people seem to have missed. The law of attraction cannot work effectively unless you also follow the law of action. Unless you get off your butt and do something, it's not realistic to expect that much will happen. After you plant, you water, you weed, you take care of your garden. You can't do the seed's work for it. You don't grow the plant, but you have to do your work to ensure that it has the environment and resources available to pull in what it needs. So, what is your work? That's what we'll cover in the latter chapters of this book, where we'll walk you through what all that weeding and watering looks like in your dream business scenario. For now, the key point is to understand that these three laws work together: the law of attraction, the law of gestation, and the law of action. You might want to sum it up this way: be purposeful, be patient, and be active. Learn to put all three of these laws to work, and you will save yourself years of heartache and trial and error. Instead, you will manifest what you want in your life and business much faster than you've ever created anything before. We started this chapter by talking about the precise workings of the universe. Creating your dream business will require that you act with that same level of precision. This means your thinking and your vision for your dream business have to be clear in every detail, which brings us to the single most crucial concept that lies at the heart of the law of attraction: focus. Imagine you're outside on a beautiful sunny day, and you have in one hand a magnifying glass and in the other a dried oak leaf. Hold the magnifying glass at a certain angle that focuses the sun's rays onto the leaf. What happens? The leaf catches fire and burns. That's the power of focus. Take that same energy and focus it even further, and you have a laser that will cut effortlessly through steel. That's the power you have at your command when you learn to focus your ideas and intention. This is the crucial importance of clarity. Sunlight diffused may cause the leaf to warm slightly. That same sunlight focused with a glass will make it burn. When your thought energy takes only vague form, without a crystal clear focus, it can do no more than warm the leaf slightly. It certainly cannot cause it to catch fire and burn. You need both the clarity and focus of the magnifying glass to achieve your dream business. We will return to clarity again and again. The more clarity you create around your business in every aspect, from its largest objectives to the particulars of your everyday actions, the more you harness the mind-boggling power of the quantum field to do your bidding and bring that idea into reality.
Chapter 4: The Universe Inside Your Brain.
While physicists were delving into the depths of the atom, another group of scientists was making equally startling discoveries about the universe that exists within the human skull. During the 1980s and 1990s, scientists made amazing strides in the development of a technique called magnetic resonance imaging, or MRI, followed by newer and more precise brain scanning technologies. With increasing sophistication, these instruments were able to map the brain's electrical activity in detail. Scientists were able to actually watch the brain think in real time, and what they saw has turned the world of neuroscience upside down. We now have a much clearer scientific understanding of how the brain operates, and this has illuminated a critical error in how we use our brains, an error that most of us are making day after day. This critical error is what prevents most of us from achieving our dreams and keeps us in a prison of repeated failure. The purpose of this chapter is to explain what that error is, why we make it, and most important, how we can shift the way we approach our own brain so that we never make it again. The human brain is the most complex, powerful machine in the universe. Your brain contains a network of about 100,000 miles of blood vessels and 100 billion neurons or brain cells. These have the capacity to perform some 10 quadrillion operations per second. If you were to write out your brain's potential as expressed by the number of possible neural connections it could make, it would take you 75 years to write out all the zeros. That's the level of power and capacity you have at your disposal every moment of every day. In other words, your potential to achieve what you want is essentially without limit. The brain is made up of progressive layers, each one tracing back to a different era and different stage of human evolution, from the simplest reflexive functions designed to ensure our physical survival to the most advanced and sophisticated functions of imagination and intellectual analysis. The most primitive functions are controlled by those layers at the center of the brain, which were the earliest to develop. The most intellectually sophisticated and most recently developed functions are managed by areas toward the front and surface of the brain. Here's what is crucial to understand. These various functions and aspects all fall into two larger, basic divisions of the brain, the conscious and non-conscious brain. How these two divisions of your brain interact, both with each other and the outside world, is the central point of this chapter, and it has everything to do with creating a dream business. Once you understand how these two functions of the brain work together and support each other, you will have the key to understanding why so many people struggle in pursuit of their goals, and how we can escape that struggle and start achieving every last goal we set for ourselves. The conscious brain is the part of the brain that thinks and reasons, the part through which you exercise your free will. This is the part of the brain you use when you evaluate options and make new decisions. It's called the frontal lobe. The frontal lobe is the CEO of the brain, responsible for focus and concentration, for learning and the power of observation. It is the part of you that is comprehending these words right now, while your brainstem and other more primal centers maintain your breathing, heartbeat, and a myriad of other functions well beneath the radar of your conscious awareness. The conscious mind is an amazing thing. It's where all your thoughts and dreams and imaginings occur. And because we so strongly tend to identify with our conscious thoughts, we naturally tend to think of our conscious thoughts as me. We assume that our conscious mind is calling the shots and is at the controls, and in charge of what we actually do. But that is simply not true. And it is this mistaken belief and understanding that leads so many of us to fall prey to the grand fallacy. Let me show you exactly what I mean by the grand fallacy. 6 frogs sat on a lily pad. One decided to jump off. How many were left? If you answered 5, congratulations. Your capacity for analytical reasoning is in great shape. Unfortunately, that is not the correct answer. The correct answer is 6. That's right. All 6 frogs are still sitting on that lily pad. Why? Because one only decided to jump off. He didn't actually do any jumping. This is exactly our grand fallacy. We think that because we have imagined something, understood something, figured something out, planned something, decided something, it's a foregone conclusion that we are actually going to do something. But in most cases, we don't. Visit any health club in America in the middle of February, and you'll see what has become of everyone's New Year's resolutions to lose weight. It's barely 6 weeks into the new year, and the place is like a ghost town. Or go into your local bookstore and take a look at the different titles in the dieting section, as if lack of books on the subject were the reason the rate of obesity continues to climb. So many lily pads, so many excellent and worthy decisions, but no results. That's the grand fallacy. We think that all of our wonderful conscious functions control what we do, but they don't. For all its brilliance, the conscious mind has one huge handicap. It doesn't get things done in the long term. In fact, here's how much control our conscious functions exert over what we actually do. Somewhere between 2 and 4%. That's it. One reason we believe this grand fallacy of conscious control is that we are so acutely aware of the little bit of control that our conscious brain does exert. And make no mistake, even if that 2 to 4% is only a tiny bit, it's a critically important tiny bit. Our conscious brain, remember, is where imagination happens, where visions and dreams are born, where new paths are chosen, new risks taken, new initiatives explored. It is the conscious brain that takes control and gives new orders, and it's an exhilarating adventure when that happens. The only problem is that it just doesn't last. The conscious mind can exert a very exciting kind of control, but only for the short term, the very short term. For all its brilliance, the conscious brain has severely limited processing ability. This may come as a shock to most people, but it's not hard to see that it's true. Think about the last time you called directory assistance for a phone number. After you hung up, how long were you able to remember all 10 digits without writing them down? Can you remember them now? In fact, can you even remember the last time you called directory assistance? Now think about all those biochemical reactions going on inside you. The number, in case you forgot, is 10 quadrillion reactions per second. If you had to do that all with your conscious brain, you would not last 5 seconds. Yet, that is the part of our brain that most of us are trusting with our most precious life and business goals. That's the bad news. Here's the good news. While your conscious brain can't possibly keep track of all that, your non-conscious brain can, and it does, non-stop, 24 hours a day, every day of your life. If your conscious brain is a lot more limited than you realized, your non-conscious brain is vastly more powerful than you have ever imagined. If your conscious brain is the ship's captain, your non-conscious brain is the guy in the engine room, along with everyone else on board. It is the entire ship's crew, fulfilling every last function that makes the ship run and doing it impeccably, perfectly, every moment. The power center of the brain is non-conscious. This is where the great bulk of perceptions happen. It is where your habits reside, where your accomplishments and achievements take root. The conscious brain processes about 2,000 bits of information per second. The non-conscious brain, on the other hand, processes about 400 billion bits of information per second. Now that's real power. It is staggering to contemplate even a fraction of what your non-conscious brain achieves every second of every day of your life. And all this happens without the faintest shred of conscious awareness on your part. Yet it would not be accurate to say that it happens without you knowing it, because there is an intelligence that manages all of this complex maze of biochemical activity, and that intelligence is also you. Your non-conscious brain is also the repository of all of your habits, both physical and mental. In other words, in addition to running your basic operating system, it also runs all of your programmable software. This, too, proves to demand an absolutely staggering amount of moment-to-moment activity. If you've ever observed an infant go through the process of learning how to walk, you have a sense of just how complex an activity this is. It has taken scientists decades to develop a robot that can walk naturally without losing its balance. Yet, once we have studied this sequence, learned it, and mastered it, we do it all the time without giving it a thought. We walk, tie our shoes, speak in one or several languages, type on our computers, and drive our cars, all without thinking. What's more, habits cover a good deal more ground than just these basic routines. Have you ever had the experience of getting into your car, and the next thing you know, you're home, without any clear memory of having driven there because you were so lost in thought? If you weren't paying attention, why didn't you crash the car? And how did you end up at the right house? You did all those through force of habit, a slightly more complex form of habit than tying your shoes, but a habit nonetheless. What exactly is a habit? A habit is what you create when you do something over and over again to the point where you no longer need to think about it consciously in order to repeat the process perfectly. And this applies not only to things you do physically, but also your thoughts. When you think the same thing over and over again, it eventually becomes a habit of thought. A habit of thought over time and repetition becomes an attitude or belief and is fixed in the non-conscious mind. Beliefs are not some special category of idea sitting at a higher station of truth than our ordinary, everyday mortal thoughts. Beliefs are not necessarily the truth at all. Remember, there was a time when everyone believed the earth was flat. Beliefs are nothing more than specific neural patterns in your brain, thoughts that are so ingrained they have become automatic. We are not talking here about your faith or religious views. We're not here to challenge your faith. We're talking here about your beliefs, your habits of thought, opinion, and attitude about the world around you, and especially your beliefs about you, about your life, and your prospects for financial fulfillment. Most people view their own goals in the form of hopes or wishes. I hope I succeed in business, or I wish I could earn $1 million. Here's the rest of the unfinished thought, whether conscious or not. I bet I won't, or I bet I can't. The biggest obstacle to most people's goals has nothing to do with any external conditions or factors. It's this: they don't believe it will happen or that it can be done. If you don't believe it will happen, it is almost guaranteed that it won't. You simply cannot achieve a goal that you do not believe you can achieve, because those beliefs live in the part of the brain that is running the show, even though we typically are not aware of it. Here's the problem. Beliefs tend to be self-fulfilling. This is because habits are thousands of times stronger than desires. That is worth restating. Not twice as strong, not even 3 times as strong, but thousands of times stronger. You may have the desire to increase your income tenfold, but if your habits of thought do not expect anything like that to occur, it will be next to impossible for it to happen. You will take no lasting, productive actions toward that goal. Why not? Because it's your habits, not your desires or other conscious thoughts, that run your actions. This is one of the greatest discoveries of the past decade of neurological research. 96 to 98% of all your behaviors and perceptions are automatic. This is why we set goals but don't reach them. Setting them is a function of the conscious mind. Achieving them and reaching them is a function of the non-conscious mind. Here is the critical question. If the beliefs you presently have are not serving you, how do you change them? How do you adopt new beliefs? You could try using your willpower and simply decide to have new beliefs. And that will probably work very well for a few minutes anyway. But conscious thoughts are hard to sustain, as we've seen. If you are going to change your habits and beliefs, you have to do it where they reside, which is in the non-conscious mind, the dog that wags the tail. Retraining this non-conscious part of your personality is a 2-step process. First, using your conscious faculties, you choose the thoughts you want to have as your beliefs. Then, you systematically impress these thoughts on the non-conscious part of your brain. Choosing a thought from the universe of possibilities is like sitting down at a table in a restaurant and choosing a great selection from the menu. We can imagine that delicious meal, and we congratulate ourselves knowing we have made an excellent choice. Our stomach rumbles as we already can taste this great dish. But there's a problem. No matter how much we look forward to this wonderful food, no matter how excellent the choice we have made, our plate continues to be empty. As we tuck our napkin under our chin and hold our fork and knife ready in anticipation, oh boy, there's still no food. What's missing? We haven't actually placed the order yet. Until we relay our order to the kitchen, nothing will happen. This is what makes the difference between setting goals and achieving goals. Setting goals is a conscious exercise. Achieving goals is a spiritual and non-conscious exercise. To achieve our goals, to actually create and build our dream business, we need to become experts at using both parts of our brain. That is what most of us have never been taught to do. And that is exactly what we are going to learn over the next several chapters. We'll start by using your conscious faculties to craft a crystal clear picture of your dream business, the perfect seed. Then, using a broad repertoire of simply imprinting techniques that mimic the way you first learned the beliefs you presently hold, you're going to learn how to plant that seed in the fertile soil of your non-conscious brain.
Chapter 5. How to Change Your Mind.
Except for the fact that she is the lead singer for her high school choir, the girl on stage seems just like any other 16-year-old. As the concert proceeds, Beth keeps close watch on the choir's conductor, intently picking up his every movement and gesture. Her voice is lovely, and her keen observation of the choirmaster, combined with her innate music ability, makes for beautiful music indeed. But her musical sense is not the only thing that makes Beth special. Beth is blind. In fact, she has been blind from birth. How, one naturally wonders, is she able to so keenly observe the conductor? She is watching him with her tongue. Beth is wearing a device designed by the late Dr. Paul Bach-y-Rita, a neuroscientist at the University of Wisconsin at Madison who devoted much of his career to researching and demonstrating the proposition that all senses are created equal, and not just equal, but pretty much interchangeable. The tongue, explained Bach-y-Rita, has more tactile nerve receptors than any other part of the body except for the lips. So why not use the tongue to see? Bach-y-Rita's device starts with a video camera strapped to the user's head that feeds video information into a laptop, which then reduces the image to a 144-pixel signal that is then fed through electrodes to a grid that rests on the tongue. The tongue then reads the image as a sort of superlingual braille. Anything that can be measured can be transported to the brain, said the scientist, and if we can get it to the brain can learn how to use it. And that last phrase is what holds the miraculous part of the entire thing. The brain can learn how to use it. Because if the brain can learn to see with the tongue and read with the fingertips, what other marvels might the brain learn to accomplish? The answer turns out to be anything and everything. Neuroscience has taken a quantum physics-like leap in the past decade, and the single most astonishing and revolutionary finding that embodies that leap can be summed up in one word: neuroplasticity. Before the advent of real-time brain scans, scientists believed that the process of cell division that creates new brain cells, called neurogenesis, slows down early in life and stops altogether by the time we are into adolescence. By the time we are adults, the cognitive filters through which we see the world are quite well established and solidly in place. Our brains are hardwired, so the scientists believed. We are who we are, and how we see the world and our own place within it pretty much determines how we view any experience, except that neuroplasticity changes all that. As it turns out, the process of neurogenesis does not stop with adolescence but continues throughout the human lifespan. No matter what your age, your brain is perfectly capable of creating entirely new neural pathways. It turns out that every time you have a significantly new thought or experience, your brain is actually making new neural connections. Yes, we are all shaped by our genetic heritage and upbringing, and if we do nothing significant to alter our existing wiring, we will continue to go through our life with the same attitudes, perspectives, beliefs, and patterns of thinking we've always had. But these new findings in neuroscience tell us that we can override our own genetic code, that if we learn how to gain access to the power center of our brain, where those attitudes, beliefs, and established thought patterns are stored, we can actually rewrite our own genetic code. And we're not talking about only minor changes here. The number of potential connections your brain can make over your lifetime is about 1 followed by 6 million zeros. Not only can you change your brain dramatically, but it is designed specifically for you to be able to do exactly just that. We are structured so that we can grow our creativity, intelligence, and capacity for achievement throughout our lives. As you start learning the process for changing your mind, there are several crucial functions of the non-conscious brain that you need to become familiar with. Untended and left on their own, they can completely block the path between you and your goals. Yet once you learn how they operate, they become magic genies that can help you achieve your heart's desire. The first of these two functions is a network of nerves that stands guard at the doorway of your mind. What you may not know is that you do not see with your eyes, or your tongue for that matter. You see with your brain. Your sense organs simply convey data. Your brain is what turns that data into perception, and this is where it gets really interesting. What your conscious brain sees is not the same thing as what your non-conscious brain sees. The brain processes over 400 billion bits of information every second, yet you and I are only aware of about 2,000. So what determines the bits we see and which ones we skip over? That all-important life-shaping decision is made moment to moment, all the time, day or night, awake or asleep, by a part of your brain called the reticular activation system, otherwise known as your RAS. The RAS is a network of nerve pathways at the base of your brain that connects the spinal cord, cerebellum, and cerebrum, and acts as a filter for all the sensory input your brain draws from your external world. Anything that you see, hear, feel, or taste passes through this fine network, which then relays the signal or message to the appropriate part of your brain for processing. Your reticular formation network stands guard at the doorway of your mind, sorting through the torrent of incoming information and searching for those specific bits that best match those information patterns that already exist in your brain. Your reticular formation picks up all the sensory input from your environment and, if it's important to you, it sends a signal to your conscious brain to alert you that something important is going on. And it does this at a speed 800 times faster than your conscious brain cells operate. This is why a mother standing outside a schoolroom will hear the chaos of sound coming from 50 children, but the moment her own child cries, she'll hear that child and only that child. Why? Because she recognizes that sound, that pattern, and she has programmed herself to filter out all the rest. Here's the most important and wonderful thing about the reticular activation system. It works very much like Google, and just like Google, you can enter whatever search string you want it to look for. When you program a specific idea or goal into your RAS, no matter whether you're asleep or awake, thinking about it or not, the RAS will do its job and sift through the entire ocean of information swirling about you at all times to find precisely what you've told it to find, picking out that one bit of crucial data for your awareness, while editing out the other billions of bits of information that are irrelevant to your needs. When you create a clear, focused picture of what you want, this part of your brain kicks into high gear and doesn't stop until it finds it for you. The reticular formation is part of the answer to why I ended up living in the very same house I'd pasted onto my vision board years earlier. I had imprinted that house into my non-conscious mind, and years later, when I went real estate hunting in the area where the house happened to be, my reticular formation had its neurological radar out and picked up on that one house out of 200 million. This amazing ability to sort through an ocean of information and find the one droplet of water you're looking for can function as a blessing or a curse, depending on what you've got entered into it as your search string. This is true for two reasons. First, if your RAS is not programmed for what you really want, then no matter how diligently you pursue a goal, you'll miss all the cues in your environment and overlook all the resources, connections, and other pieces of the puzzle that might help you realize that goal. Let's say you've been earning about $50,000 a year for a while, so that's what seems normal to you. This translates into a belief. I am worth $50,000 a year. That's my normal income level. Because your non-conscious mind is holding tightly to the picture of you earning $50,000 per year, even if $1 million idea comes along, your RAS will filter it out so that you never even become aware of it. Rather than being routed to your conscious brain, that information is shuffled off into a closet in your non-conscious brain. Here's the second way your RAS can work against you. If you program it with what you don't want, then that is precisely what you will find, and you'll keep finding it. This is why so many people seem to make the same mistakes over and over again in life and business, in love, in health, or anything else. So if you want to know how you're programming your RAS with what you don't want, simply keep focusing on it. By focusing on it, you keep reinforcing it, and that becomes a habit around the very thing that you do not want. When you're focused on the 10 pounds you want to lose, on that $20,000 debt you wish you didn't have, on your worries that your new business might not make it past its first year, your own brainstem network goes diligently to work, humming and buzzing away, digging through the morass of sensory input to find those ideas, opinions, snippets of overheard conversation, and other bits and pieces of evidence, and only those bits and pieces of evidence that support precisely those things you don't want. Let's say, for example, that you're in a new relationship. And let's also say that because of all that you've witnessed around you while you were growing up, you have a belief that relationships that start out looking happy eventually turn sour and break apart. Now, while you love this person and the two of you seem very happy together, you are secretly worried that it won't last. Maybe you haven't told anyone about this. Maybe you haven't even voiced those worries out loud to yourself. But to your non-conscious, there are no secrets. That worry isn't simply gnawing at you, it's taking center stage as the search string in your RAS. Here's what happens. You could be surrounded by all the evidence in the world that your relationship is solid, secure, and as healthy as can be, with everyone around you seeing the two of you as perfect for each other. And everything in both your lives is pointing to that same sweet conclusion. But none of that evidence will make any difference because your RAS will edit it all out. If even a wisp of pessimism arises, say a cynical comment from an acquaintance who secretly envies your happiness, your well-trained reticular formation will ignore the 200 million pieces of positive evidence and rush in to deliver to your awareness that single negative perspective. As this joins with your already established belief, your worry that this relationship is doomed moves closer to becoming a conviction. And because beliefs and habits are thousands of times stronger than desires, that conviction becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you believe the relationship is doomed, then it is doomed. And the same thing happens in your financial and business life. Worrying is a prayer for what you don't want. This is why it's so critical that you learn how to consciously direct your reticular activating system, and why neuroplasticity is so life-changing. There is a process we call neural reconditioning, which we'll walk you through in detail in Chapter 7, is designed to help you write a new search string into your non-conscious neurological search engine. Through neural reconditioning, you can train your RAS to direct its amazing capacity to focus on what you do want, not what you don't want, on the solution, not the problem. Along with resetting your RAS to search out the new information you want from your environment, you will also want to recalibrate your brain so that it will accept this new information and not reject it as a threat. To do that, we need to look at the second crucial non-conscious function, sometimes called the set point. To explain how this works, let's look at a problem that we'll call Gordon's Dilemma. One day, Gordon takes his friends fishing in the brand new boat he has just purchased. After heading due west about a mile to sea, he and his friends start fishing. They fish for hours with no luck. His friends beg him to change course and head south, where they've heard the fishing is excellent. Gordon is anxious for his friends to have a great time, so he heads to the front of the boat, grabs the wheel, and brings it about a good 90 degrees port, now headed south. Then he goes back to rejoin his friends. Just as Gordon gets to the back of the boat, everybody realizes the boat is heading due west again. Mortified, he goes back up to the helm, and this time, just to make sure, he turns the steering wheel way past 90 degrees to 135 degrees, heading southeast, before returning to his friends at the back of the boat. Once again, as soon as he gets there, everybody realizes the boat is heading due west again. This time, Gordon is a little bit frustrated and embarrassed and heads to the helm yet one more time. As he does this, one of his friends joins along and says, "Hey, Gordon, have you forgotten about the automatic pilot that's going to keep steering the boat due west?" Well, Gordon doesn't know what to say. The automatic what? He didn't even know the boat had one of those. Does Gordon's dilemma sound familiar at all to you? Most of us have had experiences like this in our own lives. After the third failed relationship, or the fourth failed business effort, the seventh time losing our temper when we swore we weren't going to, we say, "Why does this keep happening to me?" It could simply be that, like Gordon, you've never given your autopilot a thought because you never knew it existed. Because it isn't just boats that have them, we have one too, and it's called the psychocybernetic mechanism. The term cybernetic refers to a control and response mechanism in organisms and some machines. A thermostat is a simple example. When you program the thermostat in your home to a specific temperature, it will control the activity of your heating and cooling system to maintain that temperature regardless of fluctuations in the external climate. The term set point is often used to describe a physiological version of that same mechanism that controls our body temperature, weight, or any one of many other types of bodily homeostasis. In the 1950s, a plastic surgeon named Maxwell Maltz made a bewildering discovery. He found that even after significant facial plastic surgery, many of his patients didn't see any changes when they looked at themselves in the mirror. He was blown away and fascinated. How could this possibly be? Dr. Maltz studied the dynamics of self-image and discovered an internal self-corrective process he dubbed the psychocybernetic mechanism. According to Maltz, any change that we make in our lives, whether in our finances, health, spiritual connectedness, relationships, or career, that takes us out of our comfort zone, sends a chemical signal to the rest of our nervous system. Our brain sends out this signal, and we feel it as doubt, fear, or anxiety, and we automatically interpret that feeling as a potential danger signal, prompting us to make whatever adjustments necessary to return us to our previous state, just like a thermostat. But what if you want to deviate from your current path? For sheer survival, the psychocybernetic mechanism is brilliant. A jolt of epinephrine triggered by a signal from the brain that will cause you to jump back off the street and onto the sidewalk without even a glimmer of a conscious thought, and quite possibly save your life in the process. However, in a world where our day-to-day survival is seldom threatened, this same life-saving mechanism can cripple our efforts to grow and change, both in our life and our business. The problem is not the mechanism itself, but our interpretation of that chemical signal as danger. The fact is, risk and the sense of stretching oneself that goes with it are part and parcel of the entrepreneurial experience. In fact, they are an integral part of any sort of genuine growth. Here's what you must understand. The psychocybernetic alert signal does not literally mean danger. It simply means, hey, you're stepping out of your normal range and moving into uncharted territory. Are you aware of this? Are you sure this is where you want to be going and what you want to be doing? The psychocybernetic mechanism is an autopilot that will always kick in and attempt to steer your ship back on whatever course it has programmed into its neural circuits. Just as with Gordon and his ill-fated attempts to change his boat's course, your willpower and conscious effort may have an impact on your course, but only for short bursts, never for the long term. That is the great flaw in all behavior modification programs. They are conscious efforts, and the conscious brain is simply not very effective at modifying our habits. To have an impact at the level of cause, we need to address these habits where they live, in our non-conscious brains. So, just how do you go about recalibrating that thermostat? Let us illustrate with a story. 2 weeks before my son Keenan started kindergarten, I took Keenan up to the kindergarten building and looked through the windows with him. I told him all sorts of stories about what a blast I had when I first went to kindergarten, how the classroom had all kinds of toys and other kids who liked doing all the same stuff that I like to do, how cool it was for me, and what a great time he was going to have in kindergarten. By the time his first day of school arrived, Keenan was completely psyched. As he and I walked up the steps together to enter the building for the first time, I could barely keep him from running in there ahead of me. It was a brand new experience, but Keenan was totally ready for it. Over the course of the 2 weeks prior to him going to kindergarten, we had recalibrated his psychocybernetic mechanism. Just next to me, I noticed another dad bringing in his son to kindergarten. Only the scene with them was very different. While Keenan rushed into the room eagerly, this boy hung onto his dad's leg for dear life. His lip was trembling, and he was clearly looking like he was about to cry. It wasn't hard to read the expression on his young face. This was way, way out of his comfort zone, and he didn't want any part of it. His cybernetic mechanism was going off like a firehouse alarm, dumping chemicals into his blood that were screaming, "Stop! Danger! Turn around! Run!" I have to admit, the boy's dad was being great. He was clearly being very kind and supportive, yet at the same time firm in his resolve that his son was going to find the courage it would take to let go and enter the classroom. He urged, explained, coached, calmed, and assured his son, but it seemed that no matter what he said or did, nothing made any difference. How come? Because at that point it was too late. Everything the dad could do was happening at the conscious level. And whenever you have a contest between the conscious and the non-conscious mind, the non-conscious mind will win out, hands down, no contest, every time. Let's take a closer look for a moment at what happened with my son. I helped him formulate new neural connections which caused him to feel comfortable with his new surroundings. He became acclimated to a new experience, in this case, the kindergarten environment, by creating that experience internally first. And the non-conscious mind cannot distinguish between an external experience in the physical world as conveyed to the brain by our senses, and that very same experience conveyed to the brain purely by our imagination. For all its awesome power, this is the critical limitation of our non-conscious mind, its magnificent blind spot. And this plays beautifully into the hands of the magnificent strength of our conscious mind. While it has only an insignificantly tiny amount of horsepower compared with the awesome power of the non-conscious, our conscious brain has an amazing capacity to create pictures through imagination. Pictures that the powerhouse of our non-conscious cannot distinguish from the real thing. When my son was imagining himself having all sorts of fun in that classroom with new friends and fabulous toys, none of that was actually happening in a physical sense. But his non-conscious didn't know that, and it didn't care to. To his non-conscious, the experience was just as real in that moment as it would be 2 weeks later when he physically stepped into that classroom. What I did with my son is exactly what you're going to do with yourself and your dream business. Create it first as a vivid, genuine experience in your non-conscious mind. This will start to recalibrate the mechanisms of your brain. Then, when you actually go to work on building that business, instead of rejecting it the way your immune system rejects a hostile virus, your non-conscious will welcome the new situation with open arms, just like my son on his first day of school. Successful entrepreneurs don't have fewer chemical alerts than everyone else. They just interpret those alerts differently. They have learned how to recognize that feeling and use it to move forward instead of reacting protectively to it. They learn to interpret it as a sign that a breakthrough is coming rather than seeing it as a threat. This capacity is no different from a muscle. The more you work it, the stronger it gets. When you start having doubts or an edgy feeling of nervousness about your goals, pay attention and take control. Ask yourself, is this a real genuine danger? Is this really something that can hurt me? Or is it part of my natural growth process as I achieve my goals? Anytime you learn something new, whether it's riding a bicycle, making more money than you've ever made before, entering a brand new relationship, or starting your first day of kindergarten, there's going to be a point of resistance, a point of fear where you will feel discomfort. Here's what that means. You're growing. As you start reprogramming your reticular activation system and recalibrating your psychocybernetic mechanism, realize what it is you are actually doing. You are overriding your genetic programming and your upbringing with all its years of ingrained habits and beliefs. You aren't simply entertaining a new thought in your imagination. No, you are fundamentally changing how your brain works by physically forging new neural pathways within the tissues of your brain. There is no more fundamental change you can possibly make in your life than this. You are changing the definition and the possibilities of you. It takes imagination, will, and repetition to have a new thought forge that new pathway in your brain. It also takes a leap of faith and courage to picture yourself building your dream business and creating a personal net worth of millions. You're cutting a new path through thickets of habitual thoughts, which can be one stubborn, overgrown forest. But once you take the leap and slice through the underbrush, you start laying down a new trail and a new foundation for your success. Neurologically, here's what's happening. Your thought is carried along a series of electrical impulses, moving from neuron to neuron by leaping across the gaps, or synapses in between. For that thought's electrical charge to leap the synaptic chasm, a certain electrical threshold must be reached and exceeded. And with that leap, something fascinating happens. You begin ever so slightly to lower that threshold. The next time you evoke the same thought, there's a tiny bit less electrical resistance to that same synaptic leap. Over time, as you repeat the thought over and over, the threshold gets lower and lower, making it easier and easier to pass along those electrical charges, easier to have the thought. You are now bushwhacking new neural pathways with the power of your repetition and thoughts. Neuroscientists have an expression, neurons that fire together, wire together. As your new thought pattern is repeated over and over, the new neural patterns in your brain literally wire themselves together, creating a brand new network of neurons. In time, your new path becomes a superhighway across which the constant traffic of your new beliefs and new identity drive effortlessly and automatically. By changing from the inside out, you have now paved the way for your dream business.
Chapter 6. Your Dream Business.
In a recent study, 5,000 successful business people were interviewed to see what traits, characteristics, or attributes they shared. Not surprisingly, they varied enormously. Successful people come in all imaginable shapes, sizes, backgrounds, histories, skill sets, and personalities. There is no single entrepreneurial type. This was as varied and colorful a group as anyone could imagine. But the research did find one common trait. All the subjects had an intense passion for what they were doing. There is a difference between being committed to your success and being interested in your success. If you're interested, you'll do what's convenient. If you are committed, you'll do whatever it takes. And doing whatever it takes is what you need to succeed in business, no matter who or where you are. It's no longer possible, if it ever was, to get by with a half-hearted approach. Yes, you might say, but let's keep this in perspective. I mean, it's not like we're trying to change the world here, right? Actually, it's exactly like that. The truth is, successful business people are driven by the idea of changing the world around them. They want to leave their imprint. Now, of course, part of that passion is financial. When you're in business, it's natural to focus on money. Money, after all, is the medium of business. It's how you measure the relative success of what you're doing. But here is something that too many business people never realize and are never taught. It's difficult to be genuinely passionate about money because money has no intrinsic character. There are two types of income. One is monetary income, and it's great to have the comfortable or even luxurious lifestyle that it can provide. But in order to be genuinely happy and fulfilled, to be truly successful, you also need a healthy flow of what we call psychic income. Psychic income is the feeling that comes from the sense that your contribution matters, that you are making a positive difference in the world. There is no better feeling than knowing your life and your business have purpose and meaning. This is the ultimate goal of a successful business. For example, here's our stated purpose at OneCoach. At OneCoach, we are changing the world by helping at least 1 million people build the businesses of their dreams, which will have a ripple effect that makes a tangible difference to hundreds of millions of people worldwide. Now that gets me out of bed in the morning. Scale and size are not the issue here. Impact is. It doesn't matter whether your business is a multinational nonprofit that feeds, clothes, and shelters hundreds of thousands of disadvantaged people, or an auto body shop that serves your neighborhood. We've seen people who are responsible for putting a little plastic piece on the end of a shoelace be passionate about what they do, because they can visualize the safely tied shoes of children, athletes, students, firefighters, hospital workers, the elderly. They can see their shoelaces having an impact on these people and the world. Successful business people truly do want to change the world. It often amazes us that anyone would consider getting into a business doing something they were not passionate about. But it happens all the time, and you've seen it too. All too often, people don't believe that they can follow their passions and still make enough money to achieve their goals and dreams. In a word, they settle. Not because they want to, but because they simply don't believe they have a choice. But they do, and so do you. Making that choice and becoming crystal clear about it is what this chapter is all about. Is it possible to grow a successful business based on a concept or industry that's not your passion? Yes, it's possible, but it's not sustainable. Let's have no illusions here. Building a hugely successful business is not easy. It takes discipline and work and involves a lot of challenges. It's not about convenience or waiting for opportunity to knock on your door. It's about meeting those challenges, persevering through your dream business's gestation, and seeing it through to the point where you start reaping the rewards. It requires you being willing to do whatever it takes. And the only way you're going to do that is if you are in love with what you're doing. So let's start by asking a fundamental question. Why? Why are you thinking about starting your own business? Or why are you in your own business right now? Why are you doing what you're doing? People talk about motivation, but motivation, at least the way we usually interpret the word, is fairly ineffective. Getting pumped up because someone else has cheered you on or whipped up your enthusiasm is all very well. But typically, it doesn't last more than a few hours or days at best. Here's what does last for months, years, a lifetime. Your motive. Big goals, in and of themselves, do not create great accomplishment. What creates great accomplishment is what lies behind the big goals, your own personal motive, the force that drives you. That motive is what we call your why. Clearly knowing why you want to achieve your goals will play a major role in you achieving them. Remember the power of the seed, the power that enables that tiny acorn to pull everything it needs from the environment? Your dream business is also formed around a seed, and your why is what lies at the core of that seed. On the days you don't feel like doing what it takes, the days when the obstacles seem bigger than the possibilities, it is that irresistible force within you that will provide everything you need. The first step in the process of growing your dream business is creating the right seed, not just a strong seed, but the perfect seed. In other words, creating a picture of the end result with as much clarity and emotional meaning as possible. Up to this point, we've been sharing information and insights. This is where we shift gears and the answer becomes a more interactive process. From this point on, we will periodically ask you to stop listening and do something. In most cases, this will mean writing down your answers. We suggest you take a blank notebook of lined paper, title it My Answers, and keep it as your personal companion volume to this book. You can use it to write out your thoughts and conclusions every time we come to a point like this one. Here's our promise. If you take action and do what we're suggesting, you'll find as much value from your own answers and your companion notebook as you've received in this entire book. We're going to turn each of these question and answer sessions over to our trusty announcer, Steve, who will take you through the process. These first questions are designed to help you define your purpose. I'll see you again when you're done.
Take a moment now to consider the following questions. You can pause the program after each one and write down your response in your notebook. Question number 1. What does success look like to me? Pause the program and write your answer. If you want, you can start by saying, to me, success means... Question 2. What is it I love to do that lies at the heart of my dream business? My dream business is a vehicle that allows me to do... Question 3. What feelings do I want to experience as a result of my dream business? Because of my dream business, I get to feel... Question 4. Complete this sentence. Because of my dream business, I arrive at the end of every day feeling...
Equally as important as defining your purpose is defining your career or business goals. What's the difference, you might ask? The simplest way to say it is this. You achieve your goals, you live purpose. In other words, your purpose is something ongoing and never-ending. It's not something you ever finish. Practically speaking, goals in business come down to numbers. Creating a set of definite concrete numbers is critical. Trying to grow your business without a concrete number as a target is like saying you'll meet a friend but neglecting to set a time or place for the meeting. How will either of you know where to go or when? Setting numerical targets is the first pivotal step in taking an idea from the abstract dimension to the realm of physical reality. So which numbers are crucial? There are all sorts of numbers that might be relevant to your business or to your position in a company. For example, you might set goals in terms of size of market, numbers of territories served, annual sales volume, growth in sales, dollar value of receivables, net income, stock value, and many more. There are literally hundreds of numbers that might be relevant goals for your business or the business you generate. For the sake of simplicity, we will focus here on 3 that are not your business's numbers, but your own personal numbers. Number 1 is your net worth. Number 2, your gross annual income. Number 3, your annual contribution. So why these 3 numbers? They are 3 critical dimensions of your financial state. Your net worth defines your present position in financial space. Your annual income defines the level at which you are presently playing the game of business, and your annual contribution defines the scale at which you are giving to causes you believe in, which is another way of saying the financial impact you are having on the world around you. Money is like water. It is a universal solvent capable of flowing anywhere, nourishing anything, and wearing down even the hardest stone. And like water, it becomes stagnant and even poisonous if it is prevented from flowing freely. The first 2 numbers measure the force and volume of your money. The third number is a measure of its flow. When projecting financial goals, here's what most people do. They choose a number that represents what they think they can earn, and add just a little more, perhaps 10%, as if that represents a hope factor or a risk factor. But hope is a terrible business strategy. When you write out your financial goals, don't write out what you think you can achieve. Write what you want. What you truly want in life is something that arises in you from the infinite ocean of intelligence that is the source of all energy and matter. If your social conditioning tells you that your desires are somehow unworthy, don't believe it. Don't be intimidated or skeptical of your true desires. Acknowledge them. Honor them. They come from the stars. Finally, there's a third crucial ingredient to goals: what those numbers mean. Remember, money has no intrinsic value, which is to say that these numbers have no meaning in and of themselves. This is where people often miss the critical connection that makes written goals an effective and powerful force. Suppose you set a goal of having $500,000 as your net worth and an annual gross income of $200,000. What does that really mean? The truth is, it means nothing. It means nothing until you give it a meaning, and you do that with a very simple question. What will that money provide? When you reach your target of an annual income, what will that provide you? It may be a new home, an education for your child, or financial security for your golden years. Let me give you an example. If you happen to be a wholesale ceramic tile salesman in Brooklyn, New York, it may mean having a dream vacation home in Italy. To illustrate this, I'm going to turn things over to Steve, the announcer again, for our first case study.
Case study: Marola Tile. Marola Tile is a Brooklyn, New York-based wholesale ceramic supplier to all 2,000 Home Depot stores and about 2,000 other retail outlets. Kevin Marola started Marola Tile in 1988 as a one-man operation. By the time John Assaraf visited Kevin's facility to do a one-day training for his sales force in 2005, Kevin had built the business to an annual sales of about $13 million. Kevin has his company's vision and purpose emblazoned right on their website. We are the leaders in the ceramic tile industry, transforming living spaces across America. Their mission, that is, their purpose, to make our customers feel like they are the most important people in the world, because to us, they are. We accomplish this by delivering exceptional service, going the extra mile, and doing whatever it takes to go above and beyond our customers' expectations. But it's one thing for the founder to set a vision for his company. What would it be like if everyone in the business operated out of their own equally compelling sense of vision? John Assaraf taught us how to focus on what we really want, says Kevin, and not just what I want or what Kono Tavellaro, my sales manager, wants, but what we all want. Kevin has always been a big believer in setting ambitious goals and committing to play full out to hit those numbers. One thing one coach did a little differently was to have each person in the company set his own goals and define his own dreams. We'd always set goals as a company, says Kono Tavellaro, but now we've started having each guy put down his own number. If we could get them to put down their own thoughts and ambitions and dreams, then it all starts becoming more real. John had everyone there write down what they wanted, both for their careers and their personal goals. Whatever it was, no matter how outrageous. You want to have your own personal jet someday? Put it down. And there were definitely some ambitious goals on those pages. We had people talking about having vacation homes in Italy, and for a tile salesman, that's pretty ambitious. But you know what? If you want it bad enough, it's doable. What one coach did that day was to make Marola Tile not just Kevin's dream company, but the dream company for everyone on his team, too. In the 2 years since working with one coach, Marola Tile has grown from $13 million to $20 million. And hang on, adds Kevin, because we're just getting started. Now it's your turn. Get out your notebook again. Take a moment and fill in a description of your goals. Imagine that it's now 1 year from today and that you are describing your dream business and your own position within it, including your financial state from that vantage point. Don't worry about making this perfect. Just let it rip. Creating goals is always a work in progress. In fact, John and Murray strongly recommend returning to this exercise regularly. Not just once a year, but once a season, once a month, even once a week. As you grow, so will your goals. So here's the exercise. Write down the date 1 year from today. Today is whatever the date is. And I need to take a moment out of my busy day to reflect on all the amazing things that have happened over the past year, and to note the amazing place at which I have arrived. Number 1, purpose. My dream business or career is making a huge difference in the world around me because through it, and here write down the changes that you can identify that your work has accomplished. Number 2, numeric targets. I now have a net worth of, write down the dollar amount. I have an annual gross income of, write it down. And I'm giving this amount to my church, charity, or some other recipient, and write down a number. Number 3, meaning. As a result of this extraordinary financial abundance, I now have and feel. Here, write down what you define as the meaning of your accomplishments and the feelings you have as a result.
A successful business is always the expression of a successful person. To get a clear picture of your business, we need to take a closer look at you. Many of us were given all sorts of messages about ourselves while growing up that left us with a very skewed sense of our true strengths and value. For example, how intelligent are you? Now hold on, wait, before you answer that question, let's talk about what intelligence means. Today, new information tells us that intelligence is not a single one-dimensional trait, but is expressed in many different ways. For example, your brain has 2 hemispheres connected by a sheath of fibers called the corpus callosum, which allows communication between the 2 hemispheres. You're probably already familiar to some extent with the distinct nature of the functions of these 2 hemispheres. If you are more left brain, you'll tend to be more analytical, more structured, and organized in your thinking. More right-brain people tend to be more creative or arts-oriented, more rhythmic and free-flowing in their thinking. IQ testing and the traditional 3 R's approach to education tend to place far more value on left-brain capacities than on those of the right brain. While we all have abilities that emanate from both hemispheres, each of us also tends to emphasize one side more than the other. Neither side of the brain is better or worse than the other, and both can be helpful when it comes to achieving success in business. The point is simply that we are all unique, and those traits and characteristics that make you unique are what make you shine. What you need to discover is which talents are special to you. There are many, many ways of measuring intelligence beyond the classical intelligence quotient. IQ, that used to be considered the be-all and end-all of intelligence. As it turns out, IQ is a fairly narrow measure of certain specific intellectual capacities. There are multiple facets of our innate human intelligence. No one type or number can hope to represent the complexity of the human mind. Some of these types are still in the process of being named and described by many contemporary researchers, and it is very likely that there are many yet that lie over the horizon. For example, someone who is strong in verbal linguistic intelligence exhibits sensitivity to sound, meaning, and the order of words. They love to talk, listen, read, and write. Writers, speakers, and linguists draw on this type of intelligence. A person who fits the profile for logical mathematical intelligence demonstrates ability in mathematics and other logic systems. They love to solve problems, reason things out, and think sequentially. Computer designers, technicians, engineers, and scientists draw on this type of intelligence. Someone with musical rhythmic intelligence has an innate grasp and appreciation of music. They love to sing, hum, tap, or move to music. Musicians, composers, songwriters, and dancers show a heightened music intelligence. Visual spatial intelligence means that a person has the ability to perceive the visual world accurately and create art. Designers, architects, and graphic artists all work from this sphere of intelligence. Someone with interpersonal intelligence perceives and understands other people's moods, feelings, desires, and motivations. They love to communicate, listen, persuade, and negotiate. People richly endowed with this kind of intelligence includes business leaders, politicians, salespeople, facilitators, and therapists. These are just a few of the identified types of intelligence. Every one of us has this reservoir of talents we can tap into, and developing a stronger awareness of our unique gifts and learnings will help us achieve our goals and achieve our life's dreams. One way to help you recognize your own strengths and capacities more objectively is to do a thorough inventory of your past business accomplishments. Here's Steve again with an exercise that will help you do this right now.
As you do this exercise, don't focus purely on your biggest achievements or only those that came with a title, award, or other external form of recognition. Think of something you did, some moment in your past when you experienced a moment of absolute triumph. The first time you rode a bike, that time you got over your shyness and asked a date to the dance, the paper for school that you struggled with but finally completed, an athletic victory, mastering a musical instrument, throwing a beautiful piece of pottery, the birth of your first child, mustering the courage to quit a job you hated. Triumphs come in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Starting back as early in your life as you can, jot down a list of all the achievements you can think of that relate in any way to business or to any of the skills you want to use in your business. Now think about the many types of intelligence we just heard about. Take an inventory of your core strengths and unique abilities. This might be your capacity for deductive reasoning, or your intuition, your capacity for kindness, or the fact that you are a straight shooter people can always count on to tell it like it is. Add this list to your list of accomplishments. When you're done with this list, rejoin John Assaraf right here.
It is very important to take yourself through this self-inventory process to identify which pieces of your business you are especially well suited to and which ones you should not take on yourself. This is crucial. Most entrepreneurs and business owners never take the time to think this through. They start out with a passion and then turn that into a full-fledged business without first completing this part of the picture. And this can be a fatal omission. For example, let's say that you're a beautician. You have a full calendar of happy clients who love your work. And now you want to open up your own shop where you can bring in a few other beauticians and build your own business into something really substantial. This sounds exciting, but if you first sit down and take a careful inventory of your core strengths and unique abilities, you may realize that there are a few crucial skills your business is going to need that are not on that list. Perhaps you have a great artistic sense, a natural feel for how to do makeup and hair so that it perfectly complements each individual client. And further, let's say you are very personable and love people. Your clients also love you and they love your work, but you may have absolutely no affinity for logical or mathematical thinking. Accounting and bookkeeping may be a painful chore to you, and the more methodical, analytical aspects of solving logistical problems and managing a growing business may feel like a foreign language you've never studied. Being a successful beautician is one thing. Being a successful beauty shop owner is another thing entirely. Going from one to the other is like going from being a surgeon to owning a hospital. You need some very different skill sets to make that work. Identifying those traits and strengths you don't have tells you where you are going to need to bring other people into your business. Now let's be clear on this. A weakness is not a negative. It's just an indication of strengths you'll need to look for in other people. Your strengths, passions, and unique abilities are your most precious asset. And the second most precious asset you have will be your associations and working relationships with people who embody all those complementary strengths, passions, interests, and abilities you do not have. One of the biggest secrets there is to being successful in business, and one of the most commonly ignored, is this: find people who play at things you have to work at. Let me repeat that. Find people who play at things you have to work at. Take the gifts you have and make those your pillars. Then find other people who have other intelligences, other gifts, and help them become your allies. Make it your goal to share your gifts with the world. Your journey will be so much more enjoyable when you focus on what you love to do, when you focus on how spectacular you really are, than on what you're not good at and what you're not here to do. Okay, let's wrap together all the elements we've looked at so far. Let's include your purpose, your numeric goals and what they provide you, your unique strengths and abilities, and how they express themselves through your dream business. Now we'll combine all this information into a statement that expresses your vision for your business. What does it look like when you have everything in place that you want to have, when your business is bringing you everything that you want it to bring you? Is it fully drawing on your greatest passions and strengths and making the right kind of contribution to the world? Again, this is not about getting this perfect. You can always refine and revise it later. Start by just observing and recording some glimpses of this picture. Just make sure that what you're seeing really excites you, stirs your soul, and sets your imagination on fire. So in order to help you a little bit more now, I've got Steve ready to help you with a few guidelines.
Number 1. Put it in the present tense. Your non-conscious brain perceives everything as now. It doesn't operate with the concept of future turning into present. It's all present. Therefore, if you tell yourself, my business is going to serve millions of people, to your non-conscious, it will always be going to. Make sure you put your statements of visualization in the present tense. My business is serving millions of people. Number 2, make it vivid and emotional. The more vivid this picture is, the more real it feels, the faster you will attract what you need to manifest it as a physical reality. Number 3, aim for the bleachers. Don't skimp on your dream. You've heard the expression, the sky's the limit. Even that is not big enough to describe the possibilities. The universe is the limit. As you start describing this picture, ask yourself these questions. Does it express my core strengths, unique abilities, and interests? Does it honor my values and fulfill my purpose? Is it the most exciting expression of me that I can imagine? Is it unique? Will people talk about it to others because of the unique and satisfying experience they've had with my business?
Once you've got some of your thoughts and ideas down on paper, work with them. Read them out loud to yourself. Do they really say exactly what you want to say? Put all these pieces together into one paragraph that you can really hang your hat on, a description and vision that thrills you. Most people, when first tackling the process of writing out goals and aspirations, don't come up with what they really want because they can't see how they would be able to get it. They've been conditioned from childhood to think you've got to know how you're going to get something or else forget it. As kids, when we got excited about something, we went to our parents and said, "Hey, I want to get this cool bike," or "I want to go on this great trip." And in most cases, the first thing our parents said back was, "Well, how are you going to do that?" Don't worry about the how right now. In fact, don't even let yourself think about it. Later on, we'll talk about the how of your business. For now, remember the law of gestation. Create the right seed and give it time to take root. If the seed is right and you plant it well, the how will always unfold. Earlier, we mentioned two of your non-conscious brain's functions. It runs all the vast complexity of processes required to keep you alive. That is, your operating system. And it also runs your programmable software, your routines, habits, and beliefs. But there is also a third major function of the non-conscious brain. It's the part of you that connects you with the field of infinite intelligence. Remember, we live in two worlds, the seen and the unseen. The brain is an electromagnetic switching station, the most complex such device known, and it connects us to and allows us to interact with both the seen and the unseen world. In the 1860s, a brilliant Russian chemist named Dmitry Mendeleev was trying to come up with a rational way to categorize the chemical elements. "I saw in a dream a table where all the elements fell into place as required," he later reported. "Awakening, I immediately wrote it down on a piece of paper. Only in one place did a correction later seem necessary. The result of this dream he had was what is now known as the periodic table of the elements." Remember the French mathematician René Descartes? On November 10, 1619, he had a dream during which he discovered the foundation of what would later become analytic geometry. Thomas Edison would purposely put himself into a light sleep in order to solve intractable problems with whatever invention he was working on at the time. These are just a few examples of discoveries that first reached their discoverer through the non-conscious brain, and only then percolated into consciousness. And it isn't only famous inventors and scientists who can do this. This quantum soup of infinite possibilities is available to everyone, including you. The truth is, your non-conscious brain has access to all knowledge. No matter what the problem, the challenge, or what need you have, it knows where to find the answers. What it doesn't know is which answers you want. It has to be told. That is the purpose of your conscious mind. Creating a clear business vision is the critical first step to your success, but it is just that, the first step. No matter how crystal clear it is, simply having a goal does not make it happen. If you truly, passionately want to create huge success on every level, 5 key elements have to be in place. We call these the 5 musts of major success. Number 1, you must find something that stirs your soul. Number 2, you must become excellent at it. Number 3, you must recondition your mind to believe you can have it and achieve it. Number 4, you must understand how to make money at it. Number 5, you must take daily action. This chapter has been all about the first 2 musts, identifying what it is that stirs your soul and making sure you have designed it so that it is something you either are excellent at doing or are willing to become excellent at doing. The next chapter is all about the third must. You must recondition your non-conscious brain to embrace and pursue your new business vision.
Chapter 7. The Neural Reconditioning Process.
Years ago, NASA designed a fascinating experiment to test the physiological and psychological impact of spatial disorientation, the kind that astronauts might experience during extended time in a weightless environment. NASA outfitted a group of astronaut candidates with convex goggles that flipped everything in their field of vision 180 degrees. This meant that the world they saw was completely upside down. The test subjects wore these glasses 24 hours a day, even while asleep. At first, the extreme stress and anxiety were obvious, as reflected in the astronauts' blood pressure and other major vital signs. After all, their entire world was upside down. But 26 days after the experiment began, something amazing happened to one astronaut. His world turned right side up again. This seemed crazy as he had not taken off the glasses for 26 days. As a matter of fact, he was still wearing them. But now he was able to see everything around him as absolutely normal. Within the next several days, all the other astronauts followed suit. What had happened? After 26 to 30 days of constant stream of strange new input, the astronaut's brain had created enough new neural connections to completely rewire their brains. So now their visual and spatial perception worked at 180 degrees opposite from the way the brain normally works. In repeated trials, other researchers are now discovering that it takes about 25 to 30 days of uninterrupted, consistent input of new information, emotion, and action for it to become fixed in the non-conscious brain. Our experience in working with thousands of business owners confirms this to be true. Imagine that you have decided you want to run a marathon. Whether or not you've ever actually run a marathon before, you probably have a pretty good idea of what it takes to get in shape for something like this. It's not something you can just decide one day and do the next, and preparing for it is not something you can accomplish over a weekend. It takes time and consistent methodical effort. You need to work out daily, breaking in your system bit by bit, toning and strengthening your muscles, training your lungs and heart, gradually acclimating your entire system to new habits of activity. This is exactly what you're going to do with your brain. We're going to show you how to recondition and tone the neural networks in your brain so that they establish new habits that match up with the new beliefs. This way, success happens naturally and organically and from the inside out. We've developed the process called neural reconditioning that will help you take those goals and dreams and turn them into neural patterns in your non-conscious brain as opposed to simply writing them down for your conscious brain and then forgetting about them. Here's an overview of the neural reconditioning process. First, you create the vision or goals that you want to achieve. We laid the foundation for this in the last chapter by developing a clear, written vision for your business. Next, we'll add to that some written declarations to create the beliefs you need to support that vision. We'll also practice playing that vision on the screen of your mind, like a mental movie. In other words, turning that written vision into a living visualization. We will also explore a technique called neural linking, creating emotional anchors based on your past experience that will add power and impact to your new beliefs. Then, you'll learn how to translate your new vision and affirmations into physical materials that you can use over and over again. Materials such as typed and laminated statements, audio recordings, bulletin board collages or vision boards, and a few others as well. Finally, you'll establish a brief daily routine for applying these materials in such a way that their content sinks into your non-conscious mind. We'll also explore a simple form of meditation as the foundation for this brief daily routine. Additionally, we'll introduce you to some simple forms of neurotechnology that you can use throughout the day to further reinforce the neural reconditioning process. One of the great things about this neural reconditioning process is that it's a very forgiving system. There's no need to stress out about doing every part of the process perfectly. In fact, there's no need to stress out about any part of the process, period. It's just like any physical exercise. The more you do, the better results you'll see. If you do it all, great. But the key is, do something, get started. The most important thing to note here is that none of this is complicated or difficult, and none of it is very time-consuming. Once you've completed your initial preparation, the actual neural reconditioning routine is something you can complete in just minutes every day. Consider it a form of exercise as opposed to exercise. The keys to its effectiveness are clarity and consistency. Make your statements clear and vivid, and take as much time as you need to refine them until you are confident they represent exactly what it is you want to achieve. And then, engage yourself in the process every day. As you maintain clarity and consistency, you will get results. It's that simple, and over time, the results will astonish you. Let's go to step 1 and create a new vision. You have to be 100% clear on what you want to achieve. There is no ambiguity involved in the way the quantum universe works, and there can be no ambiguity in the seed you create for your business. There is also no ambiguity about how the reticular activating system and psychocybernetic system work. You have to give them very clear and precise instructions so that they know exactly what they're looking for as they go about matching up what's out there with what's in here. Your non-conscious brain retains the memory of everything you have ever witnessed or experienced. What's more, it retains the memory of everything you've ever imagined. Remember, your non-conscious brain does not distinguish between experiences that are real and events that happened only in your mind. When you imagine a vivid experience, in neurological terms, it has taken place, and your brain views it as every bit as real as your hand or the chair you're sitting in. While your non-conscious brain does not distinguish between whether an event is externally real or imagined as real, what it does distinguish is how strongly it is imprinted. Memories that have carved a deeper channel in your brain, regardless of whether they are actual or imagined events, have a greater influence than those of lesser imprint. What determines the strength of the imprint? The same two factors that dictate the power of any memory: repetition and impact. That is, emotional content. Both are crucial. Repetition is simple. You don't create a habit by doing something once. You create a habit by doing that same thing over and over and over again. This is how you learn to walk, talk, and do your multiplication tables. Repetition creates habit, and this is also true for your habits of thought. This is why the real power of neural reconditioning lies not so much in exactly how you do it, but that you do it every day after day after day for weeks on end. Repetition will create habit, even if there is no great emotion involved, but without the factor of emotional impact, the habit may be fairly shallow and not have much staying power. The reason for this is that there is a strong interaction between emotion and memory. Events that occur with a powerful emotional charge attached, like the birth of a child or a serious car accident, have far more impact in the brain than the unexceptional lunch you had 6 months ago. Let's say your goal is to win a gold medal at the Olympics. Here's what you do. Create a vivid picture in your imagination of what that experience would be like. The feeling of standing up there on the podium with your national anthem playing, the crowd roaring their enthusiasm, the feeling of the blood pumping in your veins, the thrill and rush as the Olympic official reaches up and hangs the medal around your neck. Can you feel that? When you imagine all that in such vivid detail, You are evoking that very experience and exposing it to your non-conscious mind just as effectively as if you were actually standing on the podium with the whole world watching and that medal hanging around your neck. Repeat this vividly and consistently enough, and pretty soon you aren't just imagining you are an Olympic gold medalist. On a very real, visceral level, you are becoming a gold medalist. And because you are, you'll start doing what a gold medalist does, taking the actions a gold medalist takes, living the way a gold medalist lives, and attracting those circumstances that a gold medalist attracts. If this at all sounds esoteric, all you have to do is ask any Olympic gold medalist if they've ever spent any time visualizing themselves taking that top medal. You better believe they have. Every single one of them, over and over again for days, months, and years. It's a recipe for outstanding achievement that every top athlete, every award-winning musician, actor, dancer, every famous speaker, president, CEO, or super successful business person knows. When you visualize something, you are literally creating a neural network or pattern within your brain that corresponds to what it is you want to achieve. You're creating that seed that is required to start attracting those resonant resources necessary to allow that blueprint to unfold into its physical manifestation. It's as simple as this: no seed, no tree. You want a tree? Visualization is how you create the right seed. Now, of course, visual images don't come with the same ease to everyone. We are all different. For you, there may be specific sounds, tactile feelings, or even smells that can evoke the moment you want to create more powerfully than just seeing it. Or perhaps, visualizing for you might include the full spectrum of your senses. What we want to do is get you into the feeling of having your dream business be a living, thriving, active experience. Whatever that looks like, sounds like, feels like, that's the experience you want to evoke and imagine as vividly and as descriptively as you can. As an example, here are my one-year goals and vision. I am happily building OneCoach into the #1 small business franchise company and business community in the world. I am thrilled to hear and read all the incredible stories of people whose businesses, jobs, and lives have changed as a result of being part of OneCoach. People love the experience of working with us, and they tell us this every day with emails and letters that pour into our office from around the globe. We have fans and clients all over the world who recommend us to all their friends and associates. I also include what my net worth is and how much I'm earning per year from my investments, from my Remax business, and from OneCoach, and how much I'm saving per year after taxes. And then I go on with the following. Money is flowing to me in abundance, and I am joyfully giving 10% of my income to my favorite charities and another 10% to my place of worship. Life at the summit is sweet and satisfying. I am living the life of my dreams. Love, laughter, and unbridled passion fuel my life and turn my dreams into reality. I am grateful for my vibrant health and high energy, and for the health and happiness of my wife and children. My family and I grow closer and wiser every day, sharing joy and possibilities with all those we love and care for. My heart and my head are soaring with possibility and opportunity. I am blessed and grateful for my whole life and everything in it. That's step 1. Now let's go on to step 2, creating powerful affirmations. Once you have your crystal clear vision in place, you need to ensure that your everyday, moment-to-moment beliefs are in line with what you say you want to achieve. This step is critical. Why? Because if you try to realize a new vision while maintaining old beliefs that do not support that vision, you've got a classic case of mixed messages. And when the words don't match your actions, feelings, moods, and beliefs, the nonverbal, unconscious message will win out every single time. In other words, you may say, I want to quadruple my business from $250,000 a year to $1 million a year. But if your non-conscious mind is still set on a $250,000 picture, it will never happen. Again, whenever there's a conflict between conscious and non-conscious, the non-conscious will always win. Always. So let's take a look at your underlying beliefs. How do you know what your present beliefs are? This can be a very tricky thing because our beliefs tend to be so much a part of us that we often aren't even aware of them. But the answer turns out to be incredibly simple. Just look at your life. What do you see? Whatever you find, there's evidence of your beliefs. Your current life, your relationships, your health, your income, your lifestyle, where you live, where you work, where you play, what you do every day, all of it. It's an accurate reading of the picture you've been holding in your non-conscious brain. If you are broke, then your belief is, I'm broke. That's how and who I am. Or, I don't deserve to have a lot of money. If you feel like your life is okay overall, but there's never quite enough time to do exactly what you really want to do, and never quite enough money to do what you really want to do, then guess what belief you're holding? There is never quite enough. And if you're thinking, well, no, not right now, but there will be, soon, eventually, someday, then we have some bad news for you. No, there won't. To your non-conscious, there is no past and future, only the present moment, right now. And your non-conscious brain will keep you forever trapped in someday, like a fly in amber. The first step is to accept the fact that you are in the driver's seat. Your life is your creation, and the principal tool you have used to create it is your beliefs. If you want to change things, then decide what beliefs you want to have. The key to writing effective affirmations is that they must be bold, clear, positive, and stated in present tense. We've explored the problem posed by the fact that people often articulate their goals in negative terms. In other words, rather than focusing on what they want, they focus on what they don't want. I am in a fulfilling lifelong relationship, and I really don't want to end up sad and alone might seem like two ways of saying the same thing. They're not. To your non-conscious brain, they're saying the opposite. Your non-conscious doesn't know the difference between I am and I don't want. It just hears lifelong, fulfilling relationship or sad and lonely. Your conscious brain puts things in logical, linear sequences. It has to. It can't focus on more than one or two things at a time. But your non-conscious mind can focus on a million things at once. It doesn't need to think first this, then that, then eventually. While your conscious brain might read a story from beginning to end, your non-conscious brain just sucks up the entire story as one impression, like a big neurological slurp of Jell-O. You can see this with kids, especially young kids who have had less time to develop sophisticated filters and defenses and often reveal the truth of their thought processes far more innocently and openly than adults or older kids do. If you tell a child not to do something, what will he be drawn to do? Exactly what you told him not to do. Let's say you want your child to get through a meal without spilling her milk. If you say, hey, make sure you don't spill your milk, have you decreased the chances that that milk is going to spill? No. In fact, chances are good you've actually increased them. The same is true for the things we say to ourselves. In fact, it's hundreds of times more true. Why? Because you might tell your child not to spill her milk at most, once or twice a day? 3 times? But if you're giving yourself a similar warning, like, whatever you do, don't get nervous, how often will you repeat that to yourself in a single day? Easily hundreds of times. The things we say to ourselves, we say over and over dozens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of times. The one person you have by far the most influence over is you, because nobody whispers in your ear even a tiny fraction of the amount that you do to yourself. Let's go to Steve with another case study to illustrate the power of having a clear affirmation.
Case Study, Tailor-Made Marketing. When Scott Taylor came to John and Murray for coaching, he was hitting a wall of frustration. After more than a decade in business, the design company he and his wife Lori had started, Tailor-Made Marketing, was stuck. They'd grown into a full-service creative agency doing web design, press releases, search engine optimization, and sales consulting. But no matter how hard they worked, they weren't getting any closer to their goals. Scott soon realized that the biggest factor stopping their growth was his own beliefs. He knew he was good at what he did, and that he could help his clients become wealthy, but he didn't believe that he could charge the fees commensurate with that level of success. "I was helping my clients become millionaires," says Scott, "and I could barely keep up with expenses." Scott immersed himself in the neural reconditioning process and began creatively bombarding his non-conscious brain with visualizations and affirmations. One of his affirmations was geared toward the idea of participating more in the fruits of the successes he was creating for his clients. "I am working with more partners and owning much more of the projects I work on." Scott began repeating this affirmation every morning as part of his neural reconditioning routine. Here's what happened. "After only 2 weeks," says Scott, "one of my clients approached me and out of the blue asked me to join him and take a third of his business." The client had loved the rollout Scott and Lori had just done for them, and they figured giving him a share of the business would provide the incentive to keep providing them with work of that same quality. But that wasn't the end of it. 2 days later, as he was still reeling from that first offer, Scott got a call from another client. "I hope you don't think I'm being odd," said the client, "but I just want you to know that I like working with you and, well, I'm wondering if you'd like to join me as a partner and take a piece of the business." Now it's your turn. Take a few minutes and write out affirmative declarations in your notebook that represent the beliefs you want and need to have to support your powerful vision. Here are a few examples to help you get started. I live each day with passion and purpose. I respect my abilities and I always fulfill my potential. My business is now filled with prosperity and abundance. I am totally confident. I use my wealth and prosperity very wisely. I am a powerful and resourceful creator. I have all the resources I need right now to become a multi-millionaire. I am an organized, proactive, disciplined, talented, innovative, and intelligent business person, applying sound and honest business practices. I deserve happiness, abundance, and prosperity. I am inquisitive, creative, fun-loving, and adventurous. I am committed, determined, and passionate about what I do. I meditate daily and stay in constant sync with the vibration of abundance and success. I give myself permission to be powerful. I consistently attract all the right people to help me grow my business. I am a master at what I do. If any of these examples really speak to you, go ahead and put them on your list. But don't feel you need to use these. They are simply examples. The most powerful statements will likely be those you craft yourself. Nobody knows you better than you do.
Now it's time for step 3, creating emotional anchors for neural linking. If you try to remember where you were and what you were doing on September 11th, 2001 and September 11th, 2002, you'll find that your memories from one of those days are quite vivid, while they are probably all but gone from the other. What's the difference? The emotional impact associated with the events of 9/11 were significantly stronger. There is a technique called neural linking that uses that same kind of emotional association to deepen the impact of any belief or affirmation you choose. You accomplish this by linking that new belief with powerful feelings that already exist in association with some other memory. Neural linking happens to us all the time. How often have you come across a certain smell, the first cut of grass in springtime, the burning leaves in autumn, a wool sweater pulled out of a closet, a certain dish on the stove that you haven't eaten in ages, and suddenly a full-fledged memory from the distant past comes flooding back to you? This happens because memory is strongly associative by nature. Many of our strongest childhood memories, for example, are forever linked in our brains with a certain smell, like your father's pipe tobacco, sound, such as the next-door neighbor's dog barking, or tactile feeling, the drying salt water, sand, and sun on your skin at the shore in summertime. You can put that associative trait to work for you by designing specific links for yourself. Here's Steve to show you how to do that.
First, search your memory banks for a positive event in your life that was especially empowering, a moment where you felt a thrill of accomplishment, excitement, or triumph. What you are looking for is an existing neural pattern in your brain that has some stickiness, that is, some strong depth of feeling to which a thought can adhere. In your notebook, jot down a sentence or two that identifies this event, so you can return to it easily and quickly later on. Now, close your eyes and let yourself re-experience that event for a few moments. Examine what you're seeing, hearing, smelling, feeling, and experiencing. When you're finished, jot down a few of the impressions you had. These don't need to be full sentences, just words or phrases that will remind you of the feelings this experience evokes. Now, close your eyes again and let yourself re-experience that powerful memory, evoking all the sensory impressions, feelings, and emotions involved. And while you're at the height of that feeling, repeat your new affirmation either out loud or just in your mind.
Here's what happens. When an event, whether real or imagined in your mind, evokes a strong emotion, protein is released along with neurotransmitters as these neurons fire across the synaptic gap, and that causes the event to bind to that neural pathway much more strongly than if it was simply a neutral thought or memory. When you relive that powerful event and bring back that old feeling, more of that protein is released all over again. And when you attach your new affirmation to that event, you are physically bonding that thought to this existing neural pathway. I'll share an example that I use for myself. When I was younger, basketball was one of my passions, and I played it all the time. During one unforgettable game, I played the position of point guard, and I had the job of guarding a very intimidating player by the name of Dan Brodeur. Dan was 6'8", and I was only 6'3". I had a 48-point game, and throughout the game, I limited him to just 16 points. I vividly remember the exhilarating rush of emotion of being able to hold him in check while scoring for myself almost at will. It was one of the most emotional moments of my life, a feeling of being totally in the flow. This feeling was so powerful, so vivid, that I can go back there and drop into the thrill of that game at a moment's notice. So that's what I do. I go back to that moment and re-experience that feeling of being in complete control on the court, on top of the world, and then I think, I'm a brilliant and savvy business person. That is my affirmation. I attach that exhilarating feeling to this new belief that I want to instill using the emotion and the neural pathways that are already in place, thereby associating that 30-year-old feeling that is still so resonant in my mind with this new belief. That's step 3. Now let's continue to step 4, preparing your neural imprinting material. Imprinting materials are simply physical expressions of your vision and your affirmations that you can feed your non-conscious brain through your senses. Here are the most common examples of imprinting materials. Written statements. Print out your current, most complete version of your vision statement. Compile your affirmations onto a single page and print that out as well. You can have these laminated at any quick print shop. You can also 3-hole punch them and keep them in a binder. I keep mine in my car, in my home, in my briefcase, and my vacation home. Another tool is audio recordings. Make an audio recording of yourself reading your affirmations. You can burn this onto a CD or transfer it to your iPod or MP3 player. And not only use it during your neural reconditioning sessions, but also have it available to listen to it throughout the day. Another tool is subliminal media. An even more powerful way to feed selected thoughts to your non-conscious brain is through subliminal media. For example, you can create an audio track of soothing music along with a recording of your voice reading your affirmations, but at a volume just below the threshold of your conscious hearing. What makes this so powerful is that it bypasses your conscious filters and pours directly into your subconscious mind. Subliminal media can also include audio recordings, video recordings, and subliminal software, which flashes images of your choosing on your computer screen, so that you can be pouring your own visualization into your non-conscious brain while your conscious brain is busy working away at other tasks. One of the great things about subliminal media is that you can play it to yourself throughout the day without it ever distracting you. Another tool you can use are pictures and vision boards. Cut out pictures from magazines that represent the things you want to acquire, activities you want to enjoy, places you want to live, a lifestyle you want to have, anything that offers you a pictorial representation of the life you want to be living. Tack these onto a corkboard to create a panorama of your dream life. I keep my vision boards on the walls right above my desk so that the pictures and images I've chosen will bombard my senses throughout the day. This way it surrounds me with the things that I want to acquire, achieve, and accomplish. I also have a board I call my Achieved board, where I place the pictures of things I've already achieved. I do this in the spirit of appreciation and gratitude, which creates a much stronger connection to the quantum field of infinite possibilities. Vision boards or dream boards are an especially powerful tool for imprinting your aspirations on your non-conscious brain, because fully 1/4 of your entire brain's processing power is devoted to the sensory stream that comes through your eyes. I know that some of us are more visually oriented, while others are more auditory or more kinesthetic, but those are minor distinctions compared with the fact that human beings are visual creatures. This is why a picture is worth 1,000 words, and why visual images are such a powerful tool for influencing your non-conscious brain. If you want to access a digital vision board for your computer, just go to www.johnassaraf.com. We have a free sample that you can use for a few weeks just to see the power of this. One of our clients made an entire video documentary about his amazingly successful business. Working with a few friends, he assembled footage of himself walking into his office and greeting his secretary, who gave him a brief report on the millions of dollars pouring in from his various deals. And of course, all this was made up, fictional, using a borrowed space and a friend in the secretary role, but it looked fantastic. His documentary lasted a good 5 minutes and leaves you breathless. It's brilliant. And if you start to feel inauthentic or silly, stop and remind yourself that every physical reality starts out as an idea. Every billionaire began as a child with a dream. Every successful business starts out as a movie in someone's mind, a hope, a dream. That's how it all starts. Now let's move on to step number 5, and that is your neural reconditioning routine. Now that you have your tools, this is where the real work starts. Now you get to use these tools to imprint these images onto your non-conscious. You can accomplish this routine in as little as 7 minutes a day, and you can get to as much as 30 minutes a day or more if you like. The more time you give to it, the more quickly your new vision and supporting beliefs will become ingrained at the non-conscious level, and the more quickly your goals will take shape in the physical world of events and circumstances. Again, the most important thing is not how long you do it, but that you do it daily. It's best to do this at roughly the same time every day because your body is sensitive to its own circadian rhythms. This is a key to successful conditioning that every professional athlete, musician, dancer, and writer knows. A routine practice 5 days in a row at the same time every day has far greater impact on your developing abilities than a routine practice 5 days in a row at wildly different times. For me, the first thing in the morning is the best time for me. That's when I do it. The ideal time for this practice is when you are a little tired and not too focused. That half awake, half asleep state when you don't have your conscious filters fully in place is the moment when your non-conscious is most accessible. Ideal times are first thing in the morning upon rising and last thing before going to sleep at night. We also recommend adding a third time during the day. This might be during a lunch break or whenever you can break off from the action of the day to find a few minutes of quiet seclusion. If you're someone who steals a few minutes midday to catnap, then that's the perfect time to add in your midday neural reconditioning process. It's also a good idea to practice this routine in the same place every day if you can. If you travel, don't worry about it, but if you can practice it every day in the same place, that's great. Find a quiet, solitary place where you can be undisturbed for at least 10 minutes, and if you want to do more, that's great also. Turn off your phones, pagers, email alerts, or anything else that might interrupt you. We'll start with meditation. Meditation is the foundation of the neural reconditioning process, the ground upon which you will build up the structures of new beliefs, goals, and aspirations in your non-conscious brain. People often associate meditation with relaxation or stress reduction, but the principal impact of meditation is not that it relaxes you, but that it trains your brain to focus. Meditation is such an effective stress reducer precisely because it allows you to focus on relaxing, which is otherwise surprisingly difficult to do. Meditation develops the muscle of focus, just as free weights can be used to develop the pectorals, abdominals, and other muscles. Meditation trains your brain so that you are better able to focus on and broadcast the message of your new goals and vision, and also better attuned to receive the answers, the tools, and the resources you need to fulfill your vision. It accomplishes all this by developing your capacity to modulate and regulate the different frequencies of brain waves you are emitting. The 4 common levels of brain waves can be compared to the 4 gears of an automobile. Beta would be first gear. These are the fastest and shortest of the common brain waves. They're not conducive to deep learning or imprinting. This is our normal, everyday waking state. Alpha waves would be second gear. These brain waves are associated with relaxation, deep learning, relaxed focus, light trances, increased serotonin production, pre-sleep or pre-waking drowsiness, higher intuitive factors, meditation, and the beginning of access to the non-conscious mind. Theta waves are third gear. These brainwaves are associated with dreaming or REM sleep. They are also associated with the production of catecholamines, which are vital for learning and memory, increased creativity and ability to tap into universal intelligence, and increased retention of learned material. Theta waves also give you a high level of access into the quantum field. The delta brainwave is the fourth gear. These are slow, very long brainwaves associated with dreamless sleep and the release of HGH, or human growth hormone. Trained monks can access this level of the quantum field in an awakened state. They are the Olympic athletes of meditation. Most of us function in the beta range all day long. Can you imagine driving that sports car in first gear hours at a time with your pedal to the metal? Of course not. Yet that is essentially what most of us are doing to ourselves. We're burning out our systems. No wonder so many of us are falling prey to stress-related illness. And no wonder the regular practice of meditation has such a significant beneficial impact on those same illnesses. As you start to meditate, a fascinating thing happens. When you shift your car into second gear, the wheels start turning faster and your car travels faster, yet your engine slows down. How is that possible? It's in a different gear. The same is even more true in third gear and fourth. Less effort from the engine, less fuel, less wear and tear, less stress, less heart disease, less stroke, less irritability, less frustration and anger, less depression and anxiety, and you're getting more accomplished. Meditation will help you stop spinning your wheels and start achieving those things that matter to you. If meditation is new to you, here's how to get started. Find a quiet space somewhere in your home or office where you can be undisturbed for just a few minutes. You'll want to start off with just 6 or 7 minutes, and that's plenty at first. Your mind is like a mental muscle, and you want to start working out this mental muscle just as you would a bicep or a tricep. Simply sit quietly and comfortably in a chair or on the floor if you like, and hold your hands any way that's comfortable for you. The most important part about meditation is that you find a position that is totally relaxing and comfortable to you. It doesn't have to be some specific posture or anything that is unusual or uncomfortable for you. Just sit in such a way that you are relaxed, then close your eyes and focus on your breath going in and out. Take a slow, deep breath in through your nose and let it out through your mouth. Take another 2 or 3 breaths just like that, breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth. Then, just let your breath move freely in and out through your nose, focusing your attention on the base of your nostrils. Continue doing this for 6 or 7 minutes. You'll find that your mind starts to wander off and becomes engaged in this thought or that thought. When you notice this, don't judge it or criticize yourself. Just let yourself notice what is happening and gently bring your attention back to a focus on the passage of your breath. Slowly in and slowly out, and make sure that you focus on where the airflow is entering your nostrils. Continue sitting in that relaxed posture and just experience and be aware of your breath entering and leaving your body. The first few times you do this, you may feel as if you spend your entire time chasing after your mind, bringing it back to focus on your breath, only to find it dashing off again. It can feel like you're babysitting a 2-year-old child who keeps running off every chance he gets, forcing you to run after him. Don't worry, that's okay. Don't let yourself think you're failing at this. You're not. You're doing just fine, and it takes a little bit of time to take control of your own mind. You may find it continues for days like this. That's okay. Remember that what you're doing is applying the power of your frontal lobe to learn how to focus and connect you to the quantum field of infinite possibilities. You are beginning to exercise your muscle of conscious focus. It doesn't matter how well you focus on your breath. What matters is that you do the exercise. In time, you'll find that your focus comes more and more easily. Practice this every day, and it will change your life. After about 2 weeks, extend your meditation time to 15 minutes. After another 2 weeks, if you can, extend it further to 30 minutes. However, the most important thing here is that you keep the consistency of practicing this regularly every day. If you miss a day, just treat it the same way you treat your wandering focus. Okay, you missed a day. Don't castigate yourself or chalk this up as a failure. Just bring your focus back to what you're doing and resume your practice the following day. As you continue this practice regularly, you will start to notice that your entire day changes. Everything seems to slow down, and you seem to have time for everything. You start to feel a profound sense of connection with the universe around you. And most important, you start seeing the elements of your dreams, goals, and aspirations come into focus and take shape in your life. Meditation has all sorts of fringe benefits for your health and your life, but it especially shines as a powerful ground for neural reconditioning. Through meditation, you develop the ability to stay locked on your goals like a laser, and when you do, you open the possibility for the quantum field to respond, resonate, and supply all those elements you need for the fulfillment of those goals. In other words, you exercise the law of attraction. Now, to this base of general brain conditioning, let's add the steps of neural reconditioning. Immediately after you finish your few minutes of meditation, follow this with a few minutes of visualizing your business vision, just playing it through your head as a mental movie. Just like meditation, visualization begins by sitting in a relaxed position and closing your eyes, but this time you create a mental picture of the scenario you are visualizing. I see myself visiting my banker. She greets me warmly by name and comments on how well my business is doing. I'm wearing the clothes that I love and that I want. I'm driving the car that I love, eating the food I want, having the health I want, being in the relationship I want. I'm living the life that I want, and I see that playing as a movie over and over in my head. I'm already living it every single day in every way with lots of emotion. At first, this may seem awkward and unproductive. That's all right. The more you practice this, the easier it will be and the clearer the images will become. This is where clarity pays off. Always seek to picture precisely the same images day after day. When you do your homework and make your material crystal clear, you pave the way for faithful daily repetition. Soon, you'll find you can quickly and easily evoke these pictures and put them up on the screen of your mind. And by the way, even though we're using the term visualization here, don't forget to create a compelling soundtrack. Your visualization can also include vivid tastes and smells, tactile sensations, and gut feelings. In fact, the gut feeling is really the bottom line. It's the feeling you are going after, the vivid experience of being in your successful dream business, and whether you arrive at that feeling through sights, sounds, smells, or sensations of your skin doesn't matter at all. They all lead to the same destination, which is how it feels to be there. After your visualization session, take a few minutes to go through a declaration of all your affirmations. You might read these out loud from your laminated sheets, or if you have created an audio recording, you might read along as you listen. As you go through them, let yourself feel the truth of them. See a picture in your mind, or feel within yourself what it feels like to have achieved or to have exemplified each one of these statements. It's that simple. A few minutes of meditation, a few minutes of visualization, and a few minutes of affirmations. Now you're ready for step 6, using neurotechnology. Technology has given us all sorts of wonderful tools we can use to continue bombarding our non-conscious brain throughout the day with our visions and declarations of the world we want to create. Here are some of the most common forms. Audio. You can have your affirmations playing while you're jogging, working out, cleaning house, or doing something at your computer, anytime you would ordinarily listen to regular music. Subliminal audio and video. Likewise, you can play subliminal audio and video recordings to yourself throughout the day. One great advantage of subliminal audio recordings is that they play their messages directly to your non-conscious, and you don't distract your conscious focus from whatever you're engaged in at the time, so you can play these even when you're busy doing other tasks. Subliminal software. There is software available that will play your affirmations to you by flashing them invisibly on your computer screen. Your conscious mind will not be aware of these messages, but like audio subliminals, they will play directly to your non-conscious brain, so you can have them broadcasting to you while you're busy at work or on your computer focusing on other tasks. Audio support for meditation. There are also quite a few wonderful CD programs available to help put your brain into a meditative state. As you first start going through the daily process of neural reconditioning, you may feel a nagging sense of discomfort, anxiety, or doubt. When you say, "I am now earning $500,000 a year," you may hear another voice in your head that says, "No, you're not. Why are you lying?" Don't let this throw you. This is completely normal. What you're feeling is your psychocybernetic system doing what it's designed to do, alerting you to the fact that you're making a change in course. It's simply the lookout in your brain, watching where you're headed and sending you an alert message. "Captain, new goals dead ahead. We're having a $500,000 thought. We've changed course. What should we do?" The key is to feel it, sense it, and appreciate the fact that your psychocybernetic mechanism is doing its job, doing what it takes to keep you safe, but don't interpret that as a signal to stop. Interpret it as the thrill of moving into new territory. Reply to your own message, "I know, it's okay. That's exactly where we want to be headed. Full speed ahead." Let that sense of anxiety or discomfort translate into the thrill of adventure, and tell yourself exactly what I told my son in those 2 weeks before kindergarten. You're gonna have a blast. And know this also. There's a point where everything flips. You'll find that you get into a place where you start to see opportunities that line up with that $500,000 goal. And when that happens, you'll also start to see your behavior change and your choices change. New opportunities will show up in your life, new resources, and new situations. You'll start to see your business change. In fact, you'll start to see your life change. And all that happens because of one and only one thing. You've changed from the inside out.
Chapter 8. Neural Reconditioning Frequently Asked Questions.
This chapter is a sampling of questions that clients have asked us in teleconferences, workshops, and through written correspondence after going through training in the neural reconditioning process. If questions have come up for you, hopefully they will be addressed by some of our answers here. We also invite you to send us your questions at www.onecoach.com/the answer.
Does the order in which I do the different parts of this process matter?
It makes sense to meditate first, spending a few minutes putting your brain into a good, clear condition before moving into the rest of the routine. But in terms of your vision, affirmations, audio tools or visual tools, mental movies, and neural linking with past memories, or any other part of the process, there's truly no right way or best way to do this. We've shared what's worked for us. Feel free to tinker with this order to best suit your specific needs after you've tried each one of these.
30 minutes? I don't know if I can carve out a full half hour every day. That's a lot of time.
Okay, if you can't do 30 minutes, how much can you do? Or let me put it another way. How much time do you think transforming your life and business and achieving your goals is worth? 7 minutes? 15 minutes? We know you're busy. We're all stretched, and that's fine. I am less concerned with how much time you invest in doing this than I am in you doing something every single day. 30 minutes a day is ideal, but even if you invest just 7 minutes a day, you'll see phenomenal results start to happen within 30 days. If you genuinely devote those 7 minutes a day to this process day after day, consistently and fully. Move that to 15 minutes or more, and you'll see results that are nothing short of spectacular. And don't forget, once you start meditating, you'll find that your whole day feels less stressful. Somehow you seem to be moving briskly through a world that has slowed down a bit, so you feel like you have more time.
I've attended a lot of seminars and spent thousands of dollars on self-improvement training and materials, but I'm still sort of frozen in my current life. I understand what you've described here, but I can't seem to take action to make it happen for me. Do you have any suggestions?
First and foremost, look at the words you're using and the beliefs you're holding. When you say something like, "I'm frozen in my current life," you're perpetuating the very state of affairs you say you want to change. Be careful what you say to yourself in the back of your mind, because someone really important is listening. So let's get rid of "I'm frozen." No, you're not at all. You are what you say you are. You can tell yourself right now, "I'm freeing myself up to take this new approach." And remember, don't focus on what you're not doing. Don't tell yourself you're not in action. Focus on what you want to be doing, then see yourself doing that. And don't worry about the money and time you've invested in seminars and materials. That's not wasted money. Everything you've learned is inside you, stored in the unconscious brain, just waiting for you to put it into action. But the answer is not in the information. It's in the application of the information, and that's where you're going to begin starting now.
I'm in my 70s. I wish I'd known about this earlier in my life. Now I feel like it's too late to really make much of a change.
You're never too old to start right now, and the effects can be so profound it's worth doing no matter what your age or what your circumstances. Over the past 10 years that we've been sharing this approach, we've received tens of thousands of letters and emails from people all over the world telling us how it's led to more money, more health, more fulfillment, more satisfying relationships, and stronger spiritual connections than they have ever thought possible. Something else to consider for older people. The latest research suggests that by doing this work, you will actually reduce or slow down the potential for Alzheimer's and dementia. As you build these new neural connections, you are keeping your brain alive and vital.
How do I spot my limiting belief system? I have a company making $500,000 a month, but I want to double that. I want to be making $1 million a month. So I'm doing well, but not as well as I'd like. And I don't know what belief is holding me back. How do I know what I need to focus on every day?
If you want to know what the current software in your brain is doing, just take a look at your current business results. That's what we call your current mental financial capacity. Right now, what we know is that your current mental financial capacity is running at about $6 million a year for your company. If you want to increase that to $10 million or $15 million a year, we need to go into the brain to change the software, to change your belief about what is possible for you and your company to achieve. By staying with your regular meditation and the practices of the neural reconditioning process, you'll recalibrate your psychocybernetic mechanism and redirect those parts of your non-conscious brain that feel like they're holding you back. Here's the final part of it. When we talk about your conscious and non-conscious mind as it relates to achieving success, what we want to do is allow your reticular activation system to see all the opportunities for you and your company that are out there at the $10 and $15 million frequency, as opposed to what you're seeing right now, which is limited to those opportunities that resonate at about $500,000 a month. To do this, continue every day to reset your mental financial capacity. You do this by staying consistent with your neural reconditioning process. And don't forget the astronaut story. This process will take at least 30 days and maybe even longer.
When I first went through this process, I wrote out my core abilities, my one-year goals, my business vision, affirmations, everything. How important is it to revisit that, and how often?
The game never ends. You've got to keep recommitting to the process. Every time you set your goals higher, every time you push the goalposts out further or set your foot on a path to some new goal or aspiration, you have to recommit to the process of articulating that goal and then imprinting it onto your non-conscious brain. I've been doing this for over 20 years, going from goal to larger goal to larger goal. Every time I set the financial bar higher for my company, I recommit to this process, and my whole team recommits to this process. That's what it takes.
I've been applying the neural reconditioning techniques every day for about a week now, and I've noticed that I've been quite irritable. I'm wondering if this is some sort of detox or byproduct of the neural reconditioning.
You're absolutely right. Whenever you introduce a new idea or new direction, you're setting up a different vibration in the brain. and that creates a cognitive dissonance or conflict with your existing beliefs that reverberates throughout your body. You are creating new neural pathways that correspond to your new beliefs, while at the same time, you're letting your old pathways atrophy. Those old pathways, which corresponds to the non-supporting beliefs you're letting go of, have their firing thresholds lowered from years of repetition, and they are trying to fire off their habitual impulses. So you're setting up conflicting signals in your body, and it's normal to register that as a sensation of anxiety, doubt, or stress. That's what the psychocybernetic mechanism is all about. So yes, you may very well feel a detox-type reaction to this process. You're forcing your brain to move to a higher order of functioning, which shows up as you actually releasing chemicals that reflect that. And also remember, at the border of chaos is where we find maximum growth. Get excited by the sense of turmoil. It means you're on your way.
What do I do if I do all this and it still appears to not be working?
Let's go back and look at the natural laws we discussed. Natural laws always work. Even when to us they may not appear to be working, they absolutely are working. The only question is, how are they working? Are you clear about your vision? Are you being consistent in your neural reconditioning programming? Remember the law of gestation. If you want to lose 10 pounds, there are two ways to do it. You can have it surgically removed, and it will take a matter of minutes, or you can begin to exercise a little every day, watch how you're eating, and steadily move towards your ideal weight. That will take weeks or months, but you're a lot more likely to keep it off that way. In other words, it will really work. Finances are the same way. You can hope to win a lottery or go rob a bank. Both of them quick ways to get the money you want. The problem is the first is unlikely and the second is illegal. Or you can plant the vision and beliefs you need to support those financial goals. That way will take more time, but it's legal and inevitable. You have to wait for the seed to grow, and you have to water it and weed it every day. But if you do, it will come to fruition.
How do I tell the difference between uncomfortable growth, which I want, versus the discomfort of heading in the wrong direction, which I don't want?
Great question. Try asking yourself this. Am I moving toward what I want? Am I heading in the direction I want to be heading? Am I headed towards something that is genuinely fulfilling? Ask yourself, is this goal worthy of my life? Naturally, we often find ourselves heading in the wrong direction, and we have to adjust and change course. Discovering what we need to shift direction is not the same thing as falling down. Anytime we stretch ourselves, we're uncomfortable. Yes, there's a deeper part of us that loves growth and seeks fuller expression. That's our creative, spiritual side. But our smaller self loves comfort and opts for the status quo. The thing that we always need to remember is that change is the very essence of everything. There is actually no such thing as status quo. It's an illusion. We're always changing in one direction or another. So in that sense, we're always leaving our comfort zones. The question is, in what direction are we heading? Is it one we've chosen, or are we just moving by default along whatever track we happen to find ourselves?
I believe in the value of setting financial goals beyond my comfort zone. For example, I earn $10,000 a month easily and effortlessly. But what happens if that does not come true after several months? Doesn't this start creating a cognitive dissonance in my own conscious mind?
That can happen, but ask yourself this. What are you doing above and beyond your neural reconditioning to pursue that goal? If a salesperson sets a goal of earning $10,000 a month, but never picks up the phone to make sales calls, it's just never going to happen. An affirmation alone will not cause results to happen in your life unless you have the right plan to back up that affirmation and you are taking daily action in accordance with that plan. This is why the law of action is such an important complement to the law of attraction. The quantum universe is not a bell captain. It doesn't just hop to it when you snap your fingers. This is an intelligent universe. When you place your order by creating a clear picture of what you want and cast it out into the quantum sea, by conveying it to your non-conscious brain, the universe responds to that order in the most economical, effective, and intelligent ways. The specifics of that response may show up very differently from anything you could have ever conceived. But those results will never show up if you are not in action. Do you have the right plan to back up your affirmation? If you do and you are taking action, then when the time is right, new opportunities will line up to make that happen.
What do I do with all the negative thoughts that seem to creep through my mind on their own, even when I don't mean to have them?
That is a great question. Dr. Daniel Amen, medical director of the Amen Clinics and author of Change Your Brain, Change Your Life, coined this wonderful term, automatic negative thoughts, or ants, and that's exactly what it feels like sometimes. You have ants crawling around in your brain. It's a brilliant way of describing that near-obsessive neural crawl that most of us have felt at one time or another. It can really feel like those negative thoughts have a life of their own, like a little colony of creepy things taking dominion over our brains. But as much as it may feel like that, it's not like that. They are in fact your thoughts, not an alien force, and they do fall under your control and command. Those thoughts are coming from your brain, because if there is one thing your brain loves to do, it's communicate. The brain is designed to send out signals constantly. That little voice in your head is simply the neurons between your ears firing off electrical and chemical impulses across synaptic gaps. So if you're wondering how to make that chatter go away, you can stop wondering right now. Outside of meditation, it's never going to go away. What you can do is determine its content and spin, positive or negative. First, ask your brain to make you aware whenever this is happening. Often, the parade of ants has been going on for so long that we have learned to ignore it consciously. The first step is to bring this chatter back under the scrutiny of your magnifying glass so that you are consciously aware of it. Place this order with your neural kitchen. Whenever that little stream of negative thoughts comes marching over my picnic, bring it to my conscious awareness. Then, every time you become aware of the negative chatter, consciously redirect the impulse by thinking the polar opposite. When you notice yourself thinking, "This sounds interesting, but it will never work for me," let yourself have the thought, "This sounds amazing, and I can see that it will absolutely work perfectly for me." When your ants go, "I'm not sharp enough, I don't deserve success," turn that thought to, "I am so ready for this, the timing is perfect, and nobody deserves it more than I do." Although I'm saying this is simple, and it is, that doesn't mean it's easy. You may need to sit down, take some time, and go through this with pen and paper in hand. It may take days of observing your own thoughts to unravel just what those ants are saying. If your negative thoughts have been running freely around the picnics in your brain for decades, don't feel discouraged if it takes a few days or weeks to find them. It's worth the effort. Track them down and work out what those negative messages are saying. Then, take the time to work out just the wording you want for the polar opposite. Write those new statements out and then add them to your list of affirmations. The reason it's worth it to take the time and care to sit down and work out this list of positive thoughts is that this is where your conscious mind gets to shine. Use the strength of your logical frontal lobe to design those thoughts you want to have running around your brain, and then, once you've designed them, feed them to your non-conscious brain and let it exercise its strength. How do you feed it to your non-conscious brain? Repetition. It's the same way you've learned to drive a car, the same way a concert violinist takes excruciating, awkward finger movements and then turns them into unconscious routines that seem fluid and effortless. Changing the language means accepting that you're in control. Now those particular neural pathways that triggered negative thoughts will gradually stop firing, and as they do, their firing threshold will rise so that they become less and less prone to fire again. At the same time, as you repeat your new positive thoughts, their corresponding neural pathways will grow stronger. Remember, neurons that fire together, wire together. With repeated firing, you'll lower the firing threshold of these new pathways, making it easier and easier for those thoughts to repeat themselves, a self-reinforcing cycle. Now remember to be patient with yourself. Ants won't go away all at once, but they will go away. What you are doing is the equivalent of mowing down an old lawn and giving new seeds time and space to sprout. It takes a little time. Remember the law of gestation. Within you is all the brilliance, all the intelligence, and all the resourcefulness you'll need in order to build your dream business and create your ideal life. Within you is a genius yearning to express itself. All you need is to learn how to use your conscious faculties to tap into the phenomenal power of that non-conscious brain of yours.
Chapter 9. The Important Things. Murray's Story. Read by Murray Smith.
When I was young, my family was told that I had a learning disability and that I would never amount to much. After repeating a year in school and continuing to fail, I was pulled out of the Toronto public school system and sent to a school that was equipped to handle my special needs. In other words, a school for kids who couldn't make it in the regular system. The expectation was that after finishing school, I'd go to work in a factory, and that would be that. Sure enough, my first job was with a company that put me to work cleaning sewers 100 feet below the city streets. I figured that was a pretty accurate reflection of my net worth. But I didn't want to live a below-average life. I didn't even want to live an average life. I saw clearly that I wanted to create financial freedom for myself, and that this was never going to happen as long as I had a menial job. I saw something else, too. The two guys that were running that waste disposal company were no smarter than I was. I eventually left the sewers and went to work at a factory where I operated a metal press, making aluminum kettles. I worked at a number of other odd jobs, none of them very exciting, until a moment came when something inside me shifted, and I took a radically different course. I was working for Bell Canada, a $50 billion company, which at the time was the largest telephone company in the world. I was a technician, a cable puller, one of the guys who went out and installed phone systems for customers. During my years at Bell, I'd heard a lot of customers complain about the exorbitant rates that came with that monopoly. If only there were some competitive companies, they would grumble. After hearing that for a while, I started asking them, if I started my own phone company, would you do business with me? The answer always came back affirmative. When deregulation came to the Canadian telecom industry in 1979, I saw my opportunity. I didn't know anything about how to run a large business, let alone how to start one. However, I had something most of my coworkers didn't, a genuine passion for what I was doing. I knew that better phone service improved the quality of people's lives. So I greeted that opportunity with a commitment to provide outstanding work. And I knew the telephone industry. The market was hungry for a competitive service, so at the age of 24, I left Bell and started my own phone company. All the messages that I had been given for 20 years had fostered a firm belief that I would never amount to much. But I had a passion for more, and that compelling desire was too strong to be contained. I knew in my bones that it was time to build a new belief. The process I put myself through was what we now describe in our work as neuro-reconditioning. But at the time, I didn't know that's what I was doing. I just did it. The string of experiences that took me from sewer to the boardroom taught me something that would change the course of my life. Building a successful business is not rocket science. I saw plenty of academically accomplished people in business who were brilliant, who knew more stuff intellectually than I would ever know. But they were not the ones who were running these companies, and often they were not the ones living their dreams either. I knew that the path to success lay in figuring out the critical components of running a business, any business, and learning how to make those components work correctly. And I was pretty sure I could do that. It occurred to me that what people had called my disability was just a different way of looking at things. John operates very well from intuition. For me, it's practically the opposite. My brain processes information in a very compartmentalized, sequential way. I don't read a lot, or spend a lot of time in theoretical or abstract thought. I'm at my best when I'm working methodically and analytically with a concrete, tangible process right in front of me. I've always had a very no-nonsense, bottom-line view of life, and I found that I could hone this sense into a strong ability to look at a business and quickly diagnose its problems and see how to fix them. My new phone company, Alternative Communications, known as Altel, became Bell Canada's first competitor, and I stayed in that business for a few years, long enough to taste success. It was not an easy time, in addition to the fact that we were going up against the largest phone company in the world. A slew of telecom giants from the United States, Europe, and Asia also showed up to do battle on this newly competitive turf. In my company, we were more determined than we were prepared. We took plenty of hard knocks. Several years later, my marriage had fallen apart, but I had learned quite a bit about business. Now a single dad with a 17-month-old daughter, I walked away from the business and spent the next few years as an employee once again. I went to work as one of the charter employees of a new company, Telecommunications Terminal Systems, which wanted to build the first national telecom company in Canada that spanned all provinces. I helped that company accomplish this by creating a national dealer division and contributing to revenues of about $60 million. Then I stopped and looked at what was happening. Here I was again, helping someone else make money. So I decided to go into business for myself yet a second time. I created a company called New Opportunities Corporation, NUCO for short, which looked for promising new technologies to develop. One of the first companies we got involved with was a venture that was revolutionizing the digital storage of audio information. We ended up owning 2 national FM broadcast licenses in Canada and the United States, and we worked out deals with real estate companies, airports, and McDonald's. NUCO evolved into an incubator company that worked with new ventures in media, technology, engineering, importing, energy management, manufacturing. We were like an investment banking company, but in addition to financial backing, we took an active role in running each company, including its management and marketing. After running NUCO for 5 years, I took a corporate executive position with a $350 million media company that owned 26 radio stations, 30 or so magazines, and 55 newspapers. I worked with them for 2 years, building a place-based media division, and then I moved on again, forming a partnership with a group that owned a private television network. You've probably had the experience of waiting to board a plane and watching the airport's television network on monitors at your gate. We were the first company in North America to provide that kind of private television network. By this time, I had clearly established a pattern. I never stayed at any of these business ventures for longer than a few years. I wasn't really interested in carving out a career in any one industry or in running any of these companies long term. What did interest me was figuring out how to run them, taking them from wherever they were, setting them back on the track to success, and then helping them get to where they want to be. Now, I wanted to take on a challenge of building something huge from the ground up. I've always been a passionate motorcycle enthusiast. In 1994, I had bought an Indian motorcycle t-shirt and thought, too bad, this used to be a great brand. In its day, Indian Motorcycle was bigger than Harley-Davidson, but it had closed its doors in 1953. Yet the brand had been so compelling that even now, after languishing in bankruptcy for nearly half a century, it still had the power to evoke a compelling sense of quality and identity. That thought I had about Indian, when I bought that t-shirt in 1994, was stored away in my subconscious brain along with countless millions of others. When I was ready, the law of attraction brought that thought to my conscious attention. In 1997, 3 years after buying that t-shirt, I got a call from a friend, Rick Genovese, telling me he had an opportunity to buy into a company that owned the rights to the clothing company for Indian. After several weeks at looking at the deal, I described to Rick the strategy that would be required to pull this venture off successfully. He listened and thought about it and decided he wasn't interested in doing it himself. But I knew this was a project I could pour my heart and soul into. I put together a consortium and made a bid on the Indian Motorcycle name. At the time, there were a dozen other bidders for the trademark, including groups with far more clout and power than we had. Nobody believed that this little group from Canada had even a ghost of a chance. But we had a different belief, and our belief prevailed over the odds. Our bid was accepted. We now owned the Indian Motorcycle brand. Before we opened our doors, we spent a full 6 months doing nothing but evaluating and planning, going through the exact same processes we're taking you through in this book. We figured out precisely who our ideal customer was, which business models were optimal for us, and what strategies and tactics best fit our business model. I had 5 presidents reporting to me, and we had to make sure that everything we did satisfied all of our objectives and our larger vision, as well as our personal goals and values. Most of all, we had to make sure that we identified the critical components that would ensure that it all worked together. We had to make sure we didn't get lost in complexity, that we operated at all times with a clear view of the big picture, that we translated the larger vision into a clear focus, and that our focus always translated into the critical actions that would catapult Indian Motorcycle into a global brand. When we finally opened our doors, we came out with our brand blazing. We opened the first Indian Motorcycle Cafe and Lounge, a 30,000 square foot complex that included a 5-star restaurant and retail clothing store. Then we opened up 2 more Indian Motorcycle Lounges. We put our clothing line into 800 retail outlets and produced a line of 450 licensed Indian Motorcycle products. And of course, we built motorcycles. Boy, did we build motorcycles. We had a partner, Ray Sotelo, who owned a manufacturing company called California Motorcycle. Rather than starting a new manufacturing arm from scratch, we paid our partner $20 million, took California Motorcycle, and changed its name. We built a 500,000 square foot fully robotic manufacturing plant in Gilroy, California, which is the garlic capital of the world. We put our motorcycles into 250 motorcycle dealerships and opened up a parts and service division. In addition to our regular Indian branded line, we also built a few thousand custom motorcycles and established a private branded division that built about 1,000 private labeled machines. In our first year alone, we generated $75 million and had a company value of $300 million. We were the largest employer in Gilroy and went on to become the second largest U.S.-based motorcycle company in the world. The Indian Motorcycle success story drew significant media attention and was featured on CBS, NBC, CNN, Forbes magazines, hundreds of newspapers, radio stations, and magazines globally, and 2,000 websites in 7 different countries. I've taken you through the Indian Motorcycle story not to brag, but to make a point. Since starting Alltel in 1979, I've been involved with 13 successful businesses, helped engineer corporate turnarounds, and launched startups in such diverse industries as hospitality, retail, media, consumer products, technology, training, energy management, e-commerce, software, and entertainment. I've helped thousands of other business owners increase their revenues, profits, and value. Working with all these businesses has shown me that running a successful business is not that complicated, as long as you understand how to look at it. Imagine that we've blindfolded you, sat you in a chair, and put a Rubik's Cube in your hand. If you started moving these pieces randomly, twisting each section this way and that, eventually you'd get all of the colors to line up perfectly. However, we'd need to give you some bathroom breaks because it would take time. How much time? Scientists have estimated that could take up to 6 billion years. That's a long time. Now let's modify that experiment slightly. This time we'll blindfold you again, sit you in the chair, and hand you the cube. Only now we'll also bring in the room with us someone who knows the Rubik's Cube inside and out. He won't tell you what to do. He'll just comment yes or no every time you make a move. Will this shorten the time it takes you? Absolutely. This time it won't take 6 billion years. It won't even take 1 billion. How long will it take to match up these colors? Less than 2 minutes. Your business is a lot more like Rubik's Cube than you might imagine. It's not that your business is all that complicated. It's just that at every turn you're faced with choices. How do you know whether to twist the block this way or that way? Whether to put your marketing dollars into this direct mail piece or that website or this radio ad? Exactly what to say when people ask. So what does your business do? Or what to say in your ad? When an ad campaign doesn't seem to be getting the results you hope for, how do you know which feature of the ad to change? Making all these decisions could take 6 billion years, or it could take you 2 minutes. For example, in 2002, a couple of years after I left Indian Motorcycle, I took over the operations of Dave & Buster's Canada, a famous food and entertainment complex. The company's revenues were falling drastically. Their business value had plummeted from $9 million to $1 million, and they couldn't pay their bills. After I took the operation through the process that you're learning in this book, revenue stopped failing, and then started to rise again. As with Rubik's Cube, if we hadn't known exactly which way to turn at every juncture, it could have taken years to find our way, and Dave & Buster's Canada didn't have years. But we did know which way to turn, and after just 8 months we sold the company for $8 million, an 8-fold increase in value. Whether you're a small business owner or Fortune 500 executive, a plumber or a dentist, the manager of a fitness center or the owner of a daycare center, the principles of business mastery are the same. Growing your dream business, any dream business, is a systematic process that boils down to this. You need to know, out of all of the possible things you could be doing, which are the critically important few actions that you must take. And you need to be doing those few things every single day. Now we're going to take you through the day-to-day processes, step by step, that will guide you to business success.
Chapter 10. Vision, Focus, Action. Lights, camera, action! So goes the famous cry of preparation that heralds the shooting of a film scene. And there's some interesting wisdom buried in that 3-word announcement. Lights come first for a reason. On the movie set, the director first makes sure the scene is set and lit properly. Setting up the lighting is not only one of the most expensive aspects of preparing the movie set, it is also the one that takes the longest time. A film crew might spend many hours setting up a scene and getting it lit properly for only minutes of actual shooting time. Business works the same way. After buying the Indian Motorcycle name, Murray's team spent 6 months setting the stage, making sure that they had their set properly constructed and perfectly illuminated by clear planning. They didn't transact a nickel's worth of business for those 6 months. In film terms, the camera wasn't running. Before they could shoot a foot of film, they had to make sure they had just the right vision perfectly in place. Next comes focus. Once the stage is set and properly lit, the director makes sure the camera is in position, with just the right angle and lens. There might be 100 things going on in that scene, but the director knows exactly where he wants to point the camera to get the results he's looking for. In business, there may be 100 things going on at once. It may look complicated, but it's not, if you know where to focus. Before you take any action, you must know where to point the lens. Finally, it's time to roll film. The actors have all learned their lines, and they're ready to walk onto the set and do their part. But before a line is uttered or any gesture is made, the director has already seen it in his head, so the moment something is off, he knows it. It's the same in business. You have to know what actions are critical for the scene to work. Vision, focus, action. This is the business version of lights, camera, action. It's a mantra that will help you build your dream business or position you for success in any company or corporation. Vision means keeping the big picture in mind at all times. People unnecessarily complicate things. There are details, sometimes hundreds of details, in any business, and they're important, but they're only details. There are only a handful of key moving parts to this machine. That's why focus is so crucial. You need to have the right lens so you can focus on the big picture and see which handful of actions are critical to your success. We recommend that you use 3 kinds of lenses to keep the big picture always in focus. A gap analysis, a revenue plan, and a sales process map. In Chapter 6, you set specific financial goals. A gap analysis is simply a more detailed way of defining those targets and the ground you need to cover to get there. You create a gap analysis simply by charting where you are today compared to where you want to be in the future. For example, suppose your business currently has annual revenues of $100,000, and you want to increase that to $250,000 within the next year. That means your gross revenue gap is $150,000. Now you know what your revenue plan and sales process map need to accomplish. This also gives you a practical way to track your progress and compare your current results with your projected results to make sure you're on target. A gap analysis need not be solely about money. It can deal with other goals as well. Financial goals might include such items as revenues, profits, cash flow, assets, available cash, expenses, payables, receivables, debt, credit, and revenue sources. But any business also has measurable non-financial goals, such as the number of satisfied customers, the number of saleable products and services you offer, and the inventory you keep on hand. And you also have personal goals, the number of hours you work per week, the number of days you work per week, your level of stress, how much vacation time you take, and so on. To create your own gap analysis, simply choose numbers that represent the goals that are most important to you and your career or business. List where you are with each of those measurables today, and write down a number for each category that represents where you want to be at a specific time in the future. Typically, that would be a year from now, or at the close of your next fiscal year. The distance between the two sets of numbers is the gap. A revenue plan is a description of the formula that takes a business from one side of that gap to the other. A revenue plan is easy to develop. Simply list all the products and services your business provides. Then multiply each by the prices you charge. Then multiply that by how many units of each you expect to sell for the specific period you've chosen. If the results from your revenue plan match the objectives on your gap analysis, terrific. If they don't, then you need to make adjustments until they do. For example, you might raise your prices or adjust the number of units you expect to sell, or both. Once you have your revenue plan where you want it, you now have a simple roadmap for reaching your targets, a roadmap to which you'll want to return regularly. Once you have your revenue plan in place, your sales process is the key tool you're going to use in order to make it happen. Your sales process includes choosing the most appropriate channels for getting your message directly to your ideal customers, and choosing the right marketing strategies and tactics for delivering that message effectively, which we will look at in some detail later. We sketch all this out with a sales process map. A sales process map can run to several pages, or it might fit on a cocktail napkin, depending on the business's level of complexity and scope, and how much detail you go into. But it is simply a picture of a sequence of specific sales-related activities that, when performed properly, will result in a predictable and measurable sales outcome. The typical components of this sequence include steps to 1. Identify your ideal customer. 2. Generate leads. 3. Qualify prospects. 4. Present to and interact with these prospects. 5. Convert prospects into customers. 6. Service customers and follow up with them. And 7. Upsell. Charting this process causes you to think it through carefully. Like the revenue plan, the sales process acts as a blueprint that you can refer back to constantly, adjusting as you learn and as your business grows. These 3 types of planning are all simple methods for applying vision, focus, and action to your business. Each focuses on the big picture to create practical actions by asking and answering a specific question. The gap analysis answers the question, where are we going? The revenue plan answers the question, what will it take to get there? And the sales process map answers the question, how will we accomplish that? We developed these 3 steps in our work with large corporations, but we've used them with businesses of every size and scale. Your business can benefit immensely by going through this 3-step process on a regular basis, say once per quarter, to chart your course and make sure it's taking you where you want to go. At the core of all your planning lies another simple question. How do we generate revenue? This question is such a powerful way of applying vision, focus, action, and it's so central to building your business that we think of it as the strategic core of the business. In fact, we are going to devote most of the rest of this book to growing revenue. But before we do, we need to explore one more universal law. In earlier chapters, we looked at a few of the great universal laws that govern our lives. The law of attraction, the law of gestation, and the law of action. There's one more law we need to describe here, because it holds the secret of choosing the right strategies and tactics for building your dream business. The law of compensation. The law of compensation is an expression of how cause and effect operates in the marketplace. Monetary compensation doesn't happen by chance or by accident. It occurs as the natural and inevitable result of a specific set of circumstances. If you can create precisely the right circumstances, you'll automatically generate the result. The law of compensation describes those specific circumstances. Compensation occurs when enough people want what you offer. Sounds simple, doesn't it? It is simple, and like all universal laws, it is also incredibly powerful. The more you explore this law, the more you come to see the keys to success that it holds within its elegant simplicity. What you offer, your product or service, is the result of an idea you've had. That idea is the seed of the eventual compensation. When you have a clear, focused, vivid idea that translates into a commercial offering that matches up with something enough people want, and want badly enough to pay for it, then you've created compensation. In the simplest terms, your idea is the cause, and compensation is the effect. Like everything else in the universe, the success of your business starts with an idea, but simply having that idea, no matter how strong, clear, vivid, or valid it may be, is not enough. People have to want it. And for that to happen, they have to know about it. You plus your business idea does not yet equal a viable business. In fact, you plus your idea plus the full development of that idea, capital investment, research and design, a facility, plant, staff, inventory, still does not yet add up to a business. The magic point, where all these ingredients actually cross the threshold from idea to reality, where they go from being an acorn to becoming the beginnings of an oak, is the point where customers come into the equation. You plus customers who want what you're offering, that's a business. We can break the law of compensation into 3 questions. First, is there a strong desire in the marketplace for the product or service you offer? Next, is your offering outstanding? And finally, are you or your team sufficiently skilled at marketing this offering to induce people to pay for it? That last factor is especially worth noting. It's not enough to have an exceptional product offering. There's a popular myth in business that goes something like this. If you have the right product at the right time, the public will beat a path to your door. Sorry, but that's not how it works. They won't beat a path to your door. They can't if they don't know about you. And reaching them with the right message is not easy in these intensely competitive times. The buying public is so saturated with media and marketing messages that it takes a highly focused and determined effort to slice through the clutter and reach your target market with enough impact to gain their attention. If you don't accomplish that, your business won't grow. It's that simple. You have to have a great idea. Then you have to turn that idea into an outstanding product or service. And you also have to be very, very good at marketing and sales. No matter what your business is, sales and marketing is the most important function. It's lifeblood. Marketing and sales is the engine that drives every business. Whatever else you're doing, you've got to be able to get in front of people so that they can make an informed buying decision about your offering. Now, getting in front of people can mean many different things. It might involve face-to-face contact, or it might take place over the phone or through the internet. It might include reaching out to people through the vehicle of television, radio, postcards, kiosks, or any one of dozens of other vehicles. But whatever the method, if you are not in front of qualified prospective buyers more than 50% of your time, you are wasting your most precious resource, which is you. You may be asking, but what if that's not my strength? What if I'm not especially good at marketing or sales? That's a great question. If marketing and sales is not your strength, then don't waste a moment trying to make yourself better at it. Instead, get someone on your team who is better at it. Whether you do this by hiring or outsourcing, networking or bartering, masterminding or taking on partners, make this your first priority. In any business we've ever been involved in, there are 3 questions we ask ourselves every single day. How can we achieve more profits per sale? How can we achieve more sales per customer? And finally, how can we get more customers? There are numerous ways you might answer the first question. You might find ways to raise your prices or decrease your costs, or do both at the same time. You might be able to bundle separate components together and thereby create a new composite offering that can command a higher price. Or you might be able to do the reverse, creating greater profits by unbundling components and making them separate offerings. There are also many ways you might answer the second question. It took considerable cost and effort to acquire the customers you already have. Why not try to sell them more? This might mean expanding your product line or range of services. Or it could mean doing more to make your existing customers aware of other offerings you have that they may not know about. There might be a back-end sale or upselling component that you can add into your process. In the chapters that follow, we're going to focus on question number 3 and explore that most fundamental way of growing your business, attracting more customers. In fact, we are going to take that question to a whole new level, giving you the keys to skyrocketing growth and genuine financial freedom by adding one critical word to that question. How do I get more ideal customers? That's where we'll go next. Chapter 11. Your Ideal Customer. 100 years ago, a shaggy-bearded economics professor at Switzerland's University of Lausanne made an intriguing observation. Vilfredo Pareto, keenly interested in the political and social implications of economics, observed that the majority of Italy's real estate was concentrated in the hands of a minority. Specifically, 80% of the real estate was owned by 20% of the population. Over the years, reflections of Professor Pareto's observation began showing up in many different disciplines and applications, and it eventually came to be known as Pareto's Law, or the 80-20 rule. You can see the 80-20 rule operating in virtually any and every realm of human activity. Look through your emails from last week. You'll probably find that 80% of them went to 20% of the people in your address book. Look in your closet or kitchen cupboards. You'll find that you wear about the same 20% of your wardrobe and cook with about the same 20% of your cookware about 80% of the time. Applying Pareto's Law to your business tells us that the majority of your revenue, roughly 80%, is generated by a comparatively small percentage of your customers, roughly 20%. If we could identify exactly who those 20% are, we could use that law to leverage your efforts in some amazing ways. For example, what if you focused more of your time on the 20% and less time on the other 80%? What would happen? Let's take a look at the numbers. The 20%ers currently generate 80% of your business. That means they're generating 4 times as much business as the 80%ers. But hang on, it gets better. Not only are they generating 4 times as much revenue as a whole, but there are also 4 times fewer of them. That means that each of your 20%ers is generating 16 times as much revenue as an individual 80%er. Now, what if all your customers were like those 20%ers? What if you could replace your current 80%ers with a whole new crop of 20%er type customers? You'd have something like 16 times your current revenues. We can take this one step further, too. Because even though your current 20%ers are the best customers you have right now, they may not be your ideal customers. Can you imagine how powerful it would be if you identified exactly who your ideal customer was and then found simple, practical ways to fill your business with exactly that kind of customer? That's exactly what we are going to do over the next few chapters. You're no doubt familiar with the amazing power of compounding interest, which has often been called the eighth wonder of the world. There's a similar force in business, just as powerful and in many ways more important: the power of the compounding customer. Customers who love what you do for them will tell others, who will then tell still more people. There's no marketing force more powerful than positive word of mouth from a satisfied customer. This is not news to you. Everyone knows this. The question is, how do you create that positive word of mouth? Most business people strive for it by looking for ways to improve what they do, and that's certainly a good thing to do. But there's another critical place to look. Make sure you are attracting the right customer in the first place. Your ideal customer is the one who not only buys your product or service, but who buys it and uses it with passion. Your ideal customer is the one who really wants what you have to offer. The ideal customer doesn't just use your product, she loves your product. She doesn't just purchase your service, she feels that she couldn't live without it. The more ideal your customers are, the fewer returns and complaints you'll have. So, you'll generate that much more customer satisfaction. Once you start getting the right message to the right customers, they'll not only buy from you, they'll keep buying from you forever. They'll spend more money with you than the average customer ever would. They'll tell their family and friends to buy from you too. Identify your ideal customer, and you'll soon find you're working less and earning more. A lot more. Why don't more businesses take advantage of this amazing opportunity for leverage? Because they have no idea who their ideal customer is. The only way you'll attract your ideal customers to your business is if you first create a crystal clear picture of who they are. Your ideal customers may be walking past your business unnoticed right now, but if you haven't created that clear picture in your brain, your reticular activating system is filtering them out. Remember how the brain works. You only see what you're looking for. So let's find out exactly what customers you want to look for. Your ideal customer profile is vital to every facet of your business. It has an impact on product development. You want to develop product features that your ideal customers value. Customer service. You want to meet the servicing criteria your ideal customers deem the most important. And marketing and sales. You want to take your ideal customers' highest values and concerns into consideration in crafting any marketing materials and sales script. Your ideal customer profile is so central to your business that every employee in your business should be thoroughly familiar with it. In fact, lack of employee knowledge and understanding of the customer profile is a common reason for business failure. Let's start with the simple question, who is my ideal customer? Take a moment to write out your thoughts about what he or she looks like. These can be as short and simple as 1 or 2 sentences. For example, if your business is a dining and entertainment complex, you might describe your ideal customer as a man, age 25 to 45, with enough disposable income to want to take a group of his friends out for a good time at a moderate price. Now, as we go through the rest of the chapter, we'll refine and develop this picture further. Now, let's describe your current customer. Think about all the customers you've dealt with over the past few months and start to note some basic demographic information about them, such as age, gender, and income level. Are your current customers mostly men? Mostly women? A 50-50 mix, or some other combination? Is there a certain age group or range that tends to buy from you, such as 35 to 55-year-olds? Teenagers, or baby boomers, customers in their 50s and 60s. Are most of your typical customers single or married? Do you know your current customer's approximate income level? If not, do you know what zip code they live in? Zip codes tend to correlate with income ranges. This information will be enormously helpful later on when we look at how to reach your ideal customer and what to say when you do. Demographic information can play a huge role in crafting the right marketing message. Reaching a 25-year-old woman requires an entirely different message than you'd need to reach a 55-year-old man. And you would sell to a single person quite differently than you would to someone who is married. This information is so valuable that we've created a form you can use for conducting your own current customer surveys. We've made it available for free download at www.onecoach.com/theanswer/forms. We suggest you select a few of your current customers to interview, at least 3, and a dozen would be better. The more customers you survey, the more complete your information will be. And by the way, this is something you don't want to delegate to employees or others in your business. The customer survey is such a crucial piece of the strategic plan that you'll want to do this yourself. You'll note that there are 2 versions of this form, business to consumer, B2C, and business to business, B2B. This is because the questions you want to ask will differ slightly depending on whether your business sells primarily to individual customers or to other businesses. Now let's take a moment to look at a case study. Jack Ruid, an executive with OneCoach, had a vivid experience with the value of client demographics. In the mid-1980s, he was brought in to work with one of the nation's largest auto insurers. Sitting in a conference room with one of their VPs of marketing, Jack asked who their ideal client was. The VP told him it was a man of a certain age group and income bracket. It so happened that there was a printout of their customer file sitting on a shelf in that conference room, Jack recalls. I picked it up, handed it to him, and urged him to take a close look at it. He did, and a simple review of their own data revealed that the overwhelming majority of their clients were women. The VP hadn't known the answer to Jack's question. When he described the company's ideal client, he was simply guessing. The company hadn't bothered to take a look at their own marketing demographics. Now that they had, they were in a position to take immediate action, as Jack describes. We created a direct mail piece written by a woman copywriter, addressed to women, and illustrated with images of women. We did a gender selection of the prospect mailing list we were using, carving the men and the women into 2 separate lists, and we sent this new piece to the list of women. By identifying, understanding, and targeting our actual client demographic, the company's sales jumped that year by about $20 million. Demographics is valuable information, but it's limited. It tells you who your business serves, in a broad sense, and where you might find that customer. That is, it identifies your universe of potential prospects. But this is not nearly enough information to define your ideal customer, because it doesn't really describe what these customers are looking for. Let's say you own a daycare center, and the demographic information you've gathered tells you that your current customer is female, married, employed, 21 to 45 years old, has 1 to 3 children, and has a combined household income of $70,000 or above. Now, when you go looking for additional customers, you have a precise fix on the demographic profile of people you're looking for, and this information can also help you determine where you might find them, as we'll see later. But here's the problem. This demographic information tells you only what these women need. It doesn't tell you what they want. And that difference can make or break your business, because not all customers are alike. The ideal customer will be included among those people who want the service or product you provide. Out of this universe of working women who need daycare, some want inexpensive daycare that will essentially babysit their children while they're at work. Others want daycare that will offer educational classes to their kids, with certified teachers providing that instruction. To this second group, price is not an issue, but it's likely to be crucial with the first group. A third group may be more interested in daycare that provides a loving, nurturing environment with a very low staff-to-child ratio to ensure that each child receives personal attention. That's 3 distinctly different groups, and this presents you with a decision. You cannot serve them all. No business can be all things to all customers, nor should it try to be. If you want this daycare center to become your dream business, it's imperative that you decide exactly what kind of daycare center you want to run and which group of women you want to attract and serve as your customers. Once you make that critical decision, you can then throw all your resources behind that decision and create a daycare service that nobody else in your area can even hope to match. Demographic information alone will not tell you which of these three groups you're dealing with. That's why it's imperative that you also gather psychographic information about what your customers want. This is the ultimate purpose of your survey interviews. Demographics describe who is buying your product or service. Psychographics describe why. Your prospects buy what you sell because they have specific wants. Your job is to know, understand, and deliver the solutions for those wants. And since they will vary widely depending on the specific business, it's critical that you know exactly what they are. When you call your customers to set up these survey interviews, tell them you're working on a project to improve your business because you want to be the best at what you do, and ask if they'd be willing to help. Offer to give them a small gift, such as a discount or bonus, if they'll give you a few minutes of their time. If they have time right now, great. If not, make an appointment when it's convenient for them. Once you are on the phone with them, ask them a few simple questions about their experience as a customer of your business. You will probably already have much of the demographic information. The real purpose of the call is to gain insight into the psychographics, the customer's wants and subjective experience that lie behind the objective data of name, address, and age bracket. You can learn this information by asking some simple questions, such as, why did you become our customer in the first place? Why do you do business with us? What do you like most about our business? Are there any other products or services you would like to see us offer? If you could have anything you wanted from a business like ours, what would it be? What do you like least about our business? When you ask this last question, people will often tell you, oh, everything is fine. But don't give up that easily. You're placing a burden on them by asking them to solve your problem. So make it a little easier by making it specific. What is the most frustrating or inconvenient thing about doing business with my company? Or for that matter, with any other company in this business? Find out what single thing, no matter how small or trivial, bothers them the most about doing business with a business like yours. Make sure you ask open-ended questions. That is, questions that cannot be answered with a simple yes or no. Yes and no don't tell you much. You want usable information. Then take it one step further. Ask them about other types of businesses. Ask them what frustrates them most about grocery stores, dry cleaners, restaurants, movie rental stores, doctor's offices, clothing stores, and so forth. You'll often uncover an important unmet want by looking at another industry. Once you've discovered a hidden frustration, you can look for ways to make sure you've eliminated it from your business. The psychographics section of the interview form on the One Coach website provides a list of traits that reveal information about what aspects of doing business with you are most important to that customer. As you interview your customers and complete their demographic information, turn to that section and check off those traits that seem to apply to each customer. It's best to do this in pencil, because you may change your mind as you think back on your interview. After finishing your interview, review this list. Once you are satisfied you've represented this customer as well as you can, list the 5 traits that seem to matter most to that customer, ranking them from 1 to 5 in order of that customer's preference. When you've completed all your interviews, lay out all your filled-in survey forms side by side and look over the information you have, highlighting or circling items you find in common among the various samples. You're looking for patterns that reveal the typical customer that your business is presently attracting. Again, this is not necessarily the ideal customer that you want to attract. We need to start with a clear grasp of where things are right now. Then take a blank survey form and write at the top, Summary Customer Profile, and enter information that represents a composite picture or average of all the customers you've surveyed. Now take another blank form and write at the top, Ideal Customer. This time, select the top 5 psychographic characteristics that you want and expect from an ideal customer, and compare the two lists. Do they match? If not, then you've just discovered that your current customer is not your ideal customer. And now that you have a clearer picture of exactly who you're looking for, you are in a much better position to target your marketing messages to attract that ideal customer. Returning to the example of the daycare center, let's say you've recently taken over this business and inherited an existing clientele. From your work in Chapter 6, you've identified your core strengths and unique abilities, and you know your passion is to provide young children with an excellent education that will give them a head start in school. However, after conducting a half-dozen surveys with your current clients, it's clear that your daycare is currently serving women with limited income who wouldn't be able to afford any higher-end services. What you have is a daycare service that competes on price alone, which is what most daycare centers do. The top 5 traits you recorded from your customers might look like this. Provides payment in full. Doesn't question invoice accuracy. Prefers annual service contracts. Is easy to work with. Is cooperative, not overly demanding. If you wanted to build a daycare empire, a chain of centers that competed mainly on price, then this would be a pretty good description of your ideal customer. But that's not what you want. What you want is a daycare center that provides young kids a first-rate educational experience. When you listed the 5 characteristics that you want and expect from your ideal customer, it might have looked more like this. Selective about who she does business with. Wants to be kept informed as to problems, progress. Wants the latest innovations. Appreciates a job well done. Speaks highly of us, sends us referrals. These two lists are completely different. Not a single trait from the first list appears on the second. If this was your daycare center, chances are pretty good that you would be experiencing a fair amount of frustration with your business. You might not know why. Is it a marketing problem? A staffing problem? A location problem? The answer is none of the above. The real problem is that your clientele and your business vision don't match. You're not serving your ideal customer, and once you see this clearly, it can make all the difference in the world. Now, let's look at another case study. David Clark started his Alto, New Mexico-based architecture company, Mountain Sun, in 2000. When he began working with us in August of 2007, we asked him to define his ideal client. Answering this question led to a revelation for David. In a good firm, says David, about 70% of the business is repeat business. When I looked through my own client list from the past 7+ years, I found I had less than 10% repeat business. Most of David's existing clients were residential customers. Once they had built their home, they typically no longer needed his services. This meant he was constantly having to chase down new clients. John and Murray got me to ask myself what clients I wanted to attract, said David. Who could provide significant repeat business? The answer, in a word, was developers. They regularly initiated new projects, whether they were commercial or residential, subdivisions or shopping centers. David focused on creating new relationships with a handful of developer clients who were interested in an environmentally friendly approach, and it revolutionized his business. An even more interesting revelation came when David asked himself this question. Why had it taken him more than 7 years to come to what now seemed a fairly obvious realization? The answer was belief. I'd never focused on my ideal client because I was always feeling financially overwhelmed, said David. I was carrying some debt and believed that getting out from under that debt would be a long, difficult struggle. Driven by the feeling of having to chase money, I was too wrapped up in finding any client to think about looking for my ideal client. So David began creating a new set of beliefs about his talents, which included crafting a set of affirmations around his being a highly skilled and capable businessman, fully in control of a thriving business. This picture was completely foreign to me, says David, but I steeped myself in it. David put up vision boards all over his house, and he soon found himself bidding on exciting projects on an entirely new scale. But before we finish David's story, there is one more element to our survey we need to look at: identifying the decision makers. As you conduct your customer interviews, it's also important to learn exactly who plays what role in the decision-making process that leads to the purchase of your services. In most business transactions, you'll find that there are 3 distinct roles involved: a decision maker, an influencer, and the actual user of the product or service. Most businesses never take the time to think this through, and they can miss the boat as a result. For example, let's say you've determined that your ideal customer is female, married, and has 2 kids. In most households fitting that demographic profile, the wife is generally the decision maker for household expenditures. She's the one who decides to have the carpet cleaned, the house painted, the car serviced, the fence built in the backyard, and so on. Her husband is typically the influencer. He doesn't want to do any of the work, but he wants to okay the cost of the purchase. In the end, they're both users of the product or service. Suppose you own a chain of pizza shops, and your typical customer is a family of a certain income range. How do you market to this family? Before you even consider that question, let's gain a little more clarity. Who are the decision makers, the influencers, and the users here? It's easy to identify the users. Everyone in the family is a user. However, it's typically the parents who place the order. So the parents are the decision makers. But what about the kids? They may not make the decision, but they sure do influence it. In fact, the kids are not only influencers, they are often very influential influencers. If you want to sell more pizza, throw in a free dessert for the kids when you make your delivery, and the kids will continue influencing their parents to order pizza only from you. In order to market and sell effectively, you need to know who it is that you need to reach. This may include, but not be limited to, your customer, because the end user of your product or service is not always the only person involved in the buying process. For example, you may have an insurance policy targeted to men, but as you delve more deeply into your customer profile, you discover that it's the wife or girlfriend who evaluates the policy and makes the buying decision. Once you've learned this, you'll create and direct your marketing message toward the woman, even though you know she is not your end user. Now back to our case study. After deciding to target developers as his ideal client, Mountain Sun Architecture's David Clark learned the critical importance of identifying the decision maker when he bid on a fairly large project building townhouses. That project was backed by a team of investors, but I was dealing with just one guy, David says. I threw out a pretty high price, and they jumped on it. Then my contact came back and said his partners wanted to pull out a few elements of the plan and alter the fee structure a bit. I agreed and put together a contract. Weeks went by before David finally heard back. The cost was still too high, and they decided to go in a different direction. Part of the problem, I realized, was that I never dealt with all the decision makers involved, just that one guy, says David. I was determined not to make the same mistake on my next project. His opportunity came when he had a chance to bid on a project for a developer who was building 17 homes in a small subdivision. This time, David went out of his way to make sure he spoke with every single one of the project's investors and got a sense of each person's interests and concerns. I soon learned that there was one gentleman in particular who was really pulling the strings in this group, said David, and I made sure that I thoroughly and completely addressed every one of his issues. This time, Mountain Sun got the job. Now, let's put all this together and create your ideal customer profile. Reread the description you wrote of your ideal customer at the beginning of this chapter. Go back over your summary results from your customer surveys and revisit the prioritized list you created of the psychographic traits you want and expect in your ideal customer. With all this information freshly in mind, now take a few moments to create a revised picture of your ideal customer, making it as accurate, detailed, and complete as you can. Do you see what you're really doing here? You're creating another vision board. But this time, instead of building a picture of your dream business, you're building a picture of the dream customer that this business attracts. Once again, you're creating a crystal clear image using the magnifying glass of your prefrontal cortex and its amazing powers of focus, imagination, and analysis. And as you define this image and impress it upon your non-conscious brain, the law of attraction will bring it into your life and into your business. Just as with any vision, once the picture is in sharp focus, you will non-consciously marshal all the resources within you and without you to manifest that picture. Now we're going to turn this same lens of high clarity onto your business offering to make sure you match your business's performance with your ideal customer's highest expectations. Chapter 12. Innovating your business. So far, we've painted a general picture of what your ideal customer wants. Now it's time to get more specific. To know how to find your ideal customers and then create the right marketing messages and materials to reach them and attract them to your business, you need more targeted, pinpointed psychographic information. You need to identify and thoroughly explore what your customers need and what those customers want. Need and want may sound similar, but they're different as day and night. For example, let's say I need a new car to get to work every day, but I really don't have the money for it in my budget. I don't want a new car because I feel I can't afford it. On the other hand, if I want a new car, I will probably find a way to get it, regardless of whether or not I truly need it. Our wants tend to be a much more powerful driving market force than our needs, and that's where you want to focus your marketing message. We got a good start on identifying our customers' needs and wants with the basic psychographic information we gathered in Chapter 11. Now we're going to take a closer look by identifying our current customers' most urgent hot buttons. Hot buttons are the problems, frustrations, and concerns that matter most to people as they consider the possibility of doing business with you. Your customers' hot buttons are the most pressing reasons they have for becoming your customers. Because we are all individuals, you might expect that people's hot buttons would vary widely from customer to customer. It turns out that when it comes to reasons to buy a given product or service, we all tend to share the same few hot buttons for any given type of business. When you call a moving company, an airline reservation desk, or a roofing contractor, what expectations do you have? What results do you want to see above all? You want your possessions packed and moved fairly quickly without being broken. You want the reservation booked accurately, and you don't want to wait a long time while you do it. You want your roof repaired right the first time, so it doesn't leak, and you want the bill to come in close to the estimate. And that's what all the other customers want too. Sounds simple, right? It actually is, yet an amazingly large number of businesses never take the time to identify precisely what their customers' hot buttons are, what that means in terms of their specific business, and what the very best ways are to address those expectations, let alone how they can communicate all that to their ideal customers and prospects. Once again, we're dealing with clarity and focus. Your job is to identify and define the 3 to 5 hot buttons, the top needs and wants that lead customers to turn to your business. You may find the information you've gathered from the last chapter has already identified some of your business's top hot buttons for you. In the daycare example, if you decided to accommodate those customers looking for the lowest price daycare in the area, then obviously price would be one of your top hot buttons. If you decided to service the group that wants educational instruction by certified teachers, then expected results would probably remain the number one hot button. If you decided to cater to the group wanting the low teacher-to-child ratio, then customer service might be number one. So now, take a few moments to write down your business's top 3 hot buttons. When we go through this exercise with our clients or with our seminar audiences, there's one question that people often raise right off the bat. What about price? Why doesn't price rank very high on any of these lists? Business people often expect that price would be their customer's number one hot button, or at least one of the top 3. In reality, it's often one of their last considerations. Most customers are willing to pay more if you offer enough value to warrant the higher price. This brings us to a key insight. What matters is not so much price as value. Value determines price, not the other way around. So what is value? That turns out to be the million-dollar question, because value is a relative term. Relative to what? To what your customer thinks, feels, and says it is. Value, in a word, is what your customer wants. And that is such a critical discovery for your business that it's worth any effort to identify and define exactly what that is. When your marketing and advertising looks just like everyone else's marketing and advertising, then your customers can't easily determine the true value you provide. Without any real distinction, your product or service becomes just another commodity. And in the absence of information about value, potential customers will default to the lowest price as a differentiator. You absolutely must not let that happen, because if it does, it's over. If you don't find a powerful way to differentiate yourself, then the only way left to compete is price. And if your business has gotten to a place where it can compete only on price, it's time for you to get out of that business. It has become a no-win situation for you because there will always be someone willing to undercut your price. Fortunately, we have never encountered a business where that situation actually applied. In fact, if you provide more value than your competition, and you can communicate that value to your prospective customers, you may even be able to increase the price you charge for your product or service. Again, most customers will pay a higher price if they understand the superior value that your product or service offers them. Here's an example. Mary is looking for an attorney to handle her divorce. She speaks to 2 attorneys and asks them both what they would charge for their services. The reason she asks this question is simply that she doesn't know what else to ask. She has never been through a divorce. This is all new for her. She doesn't know what issues are involved or how attorneys might differ. So the only thing she can think to ask about is their rates. Remember that this is the norm in any industry and for any business. In the absence of information about value, prospects will always default to price shopping. The first attorney replies by telling her that he charges $250 an hour, and he would be happy to handle her case. When would you like to book our first meeting? He adds, as he opens his appointment book. Mary declines to book a date just yet. She wants to check the second attorney's rates first. When she reaches the second attorney, she asks the same question, but she receives a very different response. This time, the attorney replies by first asking Mary a few questions about her situation. After he has listened to her for a few minutes, he begins to tell her about his service. Well, Mary, our practice is a little different from most family practices in the area, especially concerning divorce proceedings. Our goal is always to reach the most amicable and fair settlement possible for both parties, not only for our client, but for both clients involved. In approaching it this way, he continues, we've found that over 70% of our clients have been able to achieve a cordial, ongoing relationship with their ex-spouses, and they generally move past the divorce and on with their lives more quickly. And this is not just hype. He tells Mary that he'll have his secretary send her a packet of testimonials and survey data his firm has compiled that backs up what he's telling her. This law firm presents that same information on their website, in their brochures, and other promotional materials, and in any public speaking engagements they do. Why are they so consistent in making this information available and reinforcing its message? because it speaks directly to their ideal client's hot buttons and illustrates the law firm's unique value. This positive approach, he continues, has made it easier on both our clients and their ex-spouses, but especially so for any children involved, whom we regard as, in many ways, the most important parties to consider in the whole process. The attorney goes on to explain that his firm has developed several new approaches to help achieve this goal. And in doing this, he tells her, they have found that they typically are able to finalize a divorce 25% faster than the norm. Finally, he tells her that his rates are $300 per hour. Which one do you think Mary will choose? Chances are good that she'll go with the second attorney, because he took the time to tell Mary about the special features his firm provides, and how she will benefit from them. He informed her as to his firm's value. The fact that his firm's rates are 20% higher than the other firms may be offset by shorter billing times, and even more so by the improved quality of life Mary will enjoy by pursuing this more positive approach to her case. If the second attorney had not taken the time to educate Mary but had simply told her, "My rates are $300 an hour," he would have lost this client to the first attorney. No matter what the business is, every customer comes to it with certain problems, concerns, and frustrations. If you can identify what those are, if you can discover what it is that your ideal customer truly wants, and then provide a solution that satisfies that desire, they'll buy from you each and every time. In order to discover your ideal customer's genuine desires, we are going to crawl into their heads, using the information we've gathered so far, and analyze their hot buttons. Specifically, what does each hot button actually mean to them? Once we've done that, we'll compare that information with the product or service your business offers to see whether or not your business solves those problems and fulfills those wants in a way that meets your customers' expectations. To do this, we're going to methodically examine each hot button and ask, first, what does that hot button really mean to your ideal customer? Second, does your business presently match that want with an ideal solution? If you can answer that second question with an enthusiastic and unequivocal yes, absolutely, then you deserve congratulations. But check yourself for honesty. For most of us, running our business through this exercise will reveal, if not outright flaws and deficiencies, at least areas where we could stand to improve. Remember, we're asking you if your business matches what your customer wants, not just with a solution, but with an ideal solution. These two steps alone are not enough, because simply meeting your customer's expectations will not make your business extraordinary. What you really want is to meet and exceed your customer's expectations. And to do that, we need to ask a third question. What could you do that would create an extraordinary solution to that want? This third question gives you the opportunity to brainstorm and to truly transform your business. What you're looking for are creative and imaginative ways to innovate, to improve your business offering so that it will be so exceptional, so extraordinary, that it will provide not just good solutions, but outstanding and amazing solutions. Solutions that will put your business in a class by itself. For example, let's say you own a plumbing business, and your ideal customer has a leaky pipe in her basement. The hot button that tops the list for your ideal customer is Fix It Right. That's pretty generic. What does that really mean? Once you've identified a particular hot button, it's important to spell out exactly what that hot button means to your customers in terms that are specific to your business. In other words, you're using that hot button as a way to define the specific expectations your customers have for your business. We like to express this as an I want statement, so that we stay focused on the customer's want. In this case, we can come up with 3 statements. 1. I want my broken water pipe fixed so it stops leaking. 2. I want the plumber to use quality materials so that it doesn't leak again. And 3. I want the plumber to have the proper training and expertise so that it doesn't leak again. The next step is to describe the solution your business presently offers that fulfills these wants. Since we're shifting from the customer's point of view to your business's point of view, we do this step as a we statement. First, We repair broken pipes by replacing the entire pipe, not just the fitting. Second, we use the highest grade of copper piping available on the market today. Third, we require our plumbing staff to be certified master plumbers with a minimum of 5 years' experience. So far, you've identified what your customer is looking for and how you meet that expectation. But simply meeting expectations is not going to build your dream business. Attract your dream customers and make them customers for life. Doing all that requires taking the next step. This is where we're going to apply a methodical focus to make your business extraordinary by solving your ideal customer's most urgent wants and fulfilling their idea of value in an exceptional way. Returning to our plumbing example, the first solution was, we repair broken pipes by replacing the entire pipe, not just the fitting. Now that's a good solution, but it's not extraordinary. In fact, that's probably what most plumbers do. What could you possibly do to innovate and add extraordinary value to this type of repair? What additional steps could you take that no one else in your industry is taking? Well, after you replace the entire pipe, you could do a physical inspection of all remaining plumbing features and check for corrosion. The benefit of this approach is that you may save your ideal customer future water damage, along with the cost of a future service call. If one pipe is bad, chances are good that several others are in the same state of disrepair. Your customers will appreciate such attention to detail, especially since most plumbers don't take the additional time to do such an extensive inspection. This single innovation begins to separate your plumbing business from all your competitors. It also provides you with a huge marketing advantage, because now you can market this additional service as a standard part of what you provide for all your customers. This one innovation increases the value of the service you provide. In fact, it would probably even allow you to charge more than your competition. A little additional brainstorming on the second and third I want problems and their current we solutions yields additional innovations. For the quality materials customers want, you can install polypropylene piping that carries an additional 10-year guarantee that copper piping doesn't offer. And for the customer's expectation of proper training and expertise, you could require that all your master plumbers earn 6 CEU credits in additional training annually. Are you beginning to see why this exercise, if performed carefully and thoroughly, can absolutely revolutionize your business? Now, go back to the list you made earlier in this chapter of the top 3 hot buttons for your business and work through this process yourself. For each hot button, look for at least 1 or 2 I want statements that describe exactly what your customers want from your business and the we solutions you presently offer. If you honestly can't think of what your ideal customers want, just ask them. Conduct a quick, simple survey by calling several of your best customers and asking them what problems or needs they most count on your business to solve or address for them. If you're just starting your business, choose 2 or 3 potential customers and ask them what their expectations are when they're in the market to buy what your business offers. Ask your family members, friends, or neighbors. Remember, there are no right or wrong answers here. You're simply analyzing what each hot button means from your ideal customer's point of view. What if you can't come up with any we solutions to match a particular customer want? Then you've just identified a significant deficiency in your business. You're not even meeting your customers' expectations, let alone exceeding them. If for any reason your business doesn't offer a solution to any of the I want statements you came up with, then we urge you to make this aspect of your business your first priority. It's no exaggeration to say that this last step of the process may be the most important single bit of business brainstorming you ever engage in. The ideas and innovations you generate at this point could positively revolutionize your business. Review the work we've done so far, and then start to think up brand new ways you might improve on each current solution you've identified. Take your time. Be open to any and all new ideas and possibilities. Keep a little notebook and pen handy at all times, and jot down every idea that pops into your head. no matter how wild or impractical it might sound at first. Many of these ideas may turn out not to be feasible or cost-effective, but you won't know for sure until you write them all down and then research each and every one of them. Remember, it only takes one idea, if it's the right idea, to put your business in a class by itself. And this is exactly what must happen if you want your business to become irresistibly attractive to your ideal customers. For each innovative solution you come up with and decide to pursue, identify the greatest single benefit that this innovation will give your customers. This is where the care you took in identifying your top 3 hot buttons pays off, because now you can walk through this whole process for each one of the remaining hot buttons on your list. It takes time to go through this entire process thoroughly for every hot button, but we can't even begin to describe how valuable it is. Don't skimp on this. This is where you'll create the edge of excellence that makes all the difference, and that will lead to huge increases in revenues and profits. The whole process of examining hot buttons and innovating your business isn't complete until you've filled in that last section by identifying the greatest single benefit your customer gets from the process. Why not? Because that benefit is the whole point of the exercise. It's the holy grail of business development, a compelling reason why your customer will always choose to buy from you and not from your competitor. In order to do this effectively, it's critical that you know how to distinguish among 3 things: features, advantages, and benefits. Features are the tangible components of your product or service. Advantages are the results produced by that product or service. Benefits are the emotional experiences produced by those features and advantages. People don't buy cars. They don't buy homes. They don't buy a meal at a restaurant, a piece of jewelry from a jeweler, or a membership at a fitness center. They buy how that car, home, meal, pendant, or workout routine will make them feel. People don't buy features or advantages. They buy benefits. For example, let's say you buy a car with a 400 horsepower engine. The engine is a feature, a physical component. The car accelerates from 0 to 60 miles per hour in 5.5 seconds. That acceleration is an advantage produced by the engine. But when you go that fast, that quickly, you also get an adrenaline rush, a sense of power and control that you can't put into words. That's the benefit, and that's what the customer wants. Know exactly what your ideal customer wants and exactly how you fulfill and exceed that expectation, and you've got a business that's destined for greatness. Chapter 13. Finding your business's DNA. If you've ever seen a karate demonstration, you've probably seen a person break a wooden board or even a brick with his foot or bare hand. Impressive. But with the right training, you could probably do that too, right? Yes, but now picture this. In the aftermath of tornadoes in the American Midwest, steel plates have been found that had been run through by pieces of straw. What force could possibly cause something as flimsy as a piece of straw to penetrate a sheet of steel? That's the power of focus. It's the same force we brought to bear on creating your vision for your business and the supporting beliefs you needed to support that vision. It's the same force we used to craft your picture of your ideal customer. And it's the force we're going to use now as we clarify the very essence of your business. We'll do this by creating a message that speaks specifically to your ideal customers. A message so targeted and powerful that every ideal customer who hears it will immediately ask, "How do you do that?" How can one simple message possibly be so powerful? Because of all the advantages and features your business offers, it focuses on the benefits your customers want. By highlighting these benefits, this message will make your ideal customers realize that you're not just the best business that meets their individual needs and wants, you are the only one that does. This message is known as a unique selling proposition, or USP, and it is the DNA of your business. Your USP is the most important single benefit that you offer to your buyers. the one that differentiates you completely and unequivocally from your competition. It's the reason your customers will insist on buying from you and nobody else. In this chapter, we're going to show you a few examples of outstanding USPs and walk you through the process of creating one for yourself. Creating a genuinely effective marketing program starts with developing a clear, concise message that explains exactly what your business does and how that benefits your ideal customer. That is the purpose of a unique selling proposition. Crafting a compelling, powerful USP is a vital step toward differentiating yourself in a competitive market. Your USP will become one of the major causes of your future success, not only with regard to your marketing, but in everything you do, from product development to customer retention. It's not enough to create a USP, you must also use it. Once you've invested the time and care it will take to design the perfect message, you then need to integrate it into every step and every touch point of your business cards, stationery, website, and marketing collateral, your marketing scripts, and the language your employees use when interacting with prospective customers. The majority of business owners today are making the mistake of emphasizing the features of their product or service instead of the benefits they provide to customers. Computers are advertised for their processor speed, memory, and hard drive. Televisions are listed by their features, screen size and type, plasma or LCD, HD TV or HD TV ready, projection or direct view. Soft drinks by the number of calories they contain. Who cares? It's all a waste of words, dollars, and most precious of all, the attention of potential customers. Features can certainly distinguish one product or service from another, but they are not likely to sway a prospective customer enough to make the decision to purchase, especially if the features are not clearly and readily translated into benefits. Your prospective customer will always ask himself or herself 3 questions. What does this mean to me? Why should I buy this product or service over all the others being offered? Why should I buy it from you? Your USP will answer all 3 questions before they're even asked. Your USP must accomplish 2 tasks. It must tell your customer what, why, and how your product or service fulfills their wants and needs. And it must differentiate your business from your competition. Imagine this scenario. You step into an elevator and the person standing there gives you a friendly nod. You exchange greetings. You ask him what he does, and he tells you. Then he asks, "So, what do you do?" You've got about 30 seconds to respond. What do you say? This scenario is the classic setup for what is commonly called the elevator pitch, a clear, powerful, well-thought-out statement of your business's most compelling value that you can deliver anytime, anywhere, on the spot, in 30 seconds. In fact, an elevator pitch is really just a statement of your business's USP, delivered in a natural, conversational way. There's a formula for this that works brilliantly, and it comes in 2 parts, problem and solution. The problem half starts with the words, "You know how," and then goes into a description of the problem your customers experience before they buy your product or service. The solution part comes next, starting with the phrase, "What we do is," and going on to explain how your product or service happily resolves your customer's problem. If that sounds like a lot to do in 30 seconds, it's not. Actually, it couldn't be easier. Here's an example. You know how when you call plumbers to fix a leak, they make you sit around waiting all day for them to show up? Your new friend will be nodding at this point. Of course, he knows about this problem too. We all do. You know how are magic words. They instantly put the 2 of you on the same side of the situation. 2 comrades sharing a universal experience. And most important, you've painted a vivid picture of a problem that you are now about to magically solve. What we do is, we treat our customers with courtesy and respect for their time by guaranteeing that we'll arrive within 15 minutes of our appointment time and we'll fix the problem properly and quickly so you can do the more important things in your life. In order to capture someone's attention, you have to tap into their emotions. In this case, the pain our potential customers feel when they're suffering with leaky plumbing and don't have a plumbing service as trustworthy, reliable, and attentive as yours. We tap into that pain, and then we lead them out of it, healing their suffering. All good selling engages the customer with emotion, but emotion is not all there is to it. That's why you want to mention your product or service's specific features too, and not only the benefits it provides. While benefits are what customers really want, the features will satisfy their need to justify their emotional buying decisions with logic. That first phrase, "you know how," must always connect to your customer's most compelling emotions. Think about the things that anger or frustrate them when they find themselves in the situation you're describing. What frustrates you when you go to a restaurant? It may be the long wait for a table, or the noisy kids at the next table, or the slow service, or the inconsistent quality of the food. There's plenty of room there to innovate and create a memorable USP. Tap into a strong emotion, and prospective customers will pay attention to your USP. There are times when you'll engage someone in conversation and use that elevator pitch version of your USP, but to capture the very essence of your competitive advantage, you need to reduce that explanation to a single, short, catchy phrase or slogan. The best way to do this is simply to start jotting down phrases and parts of sentences. Don't evaluate or even think about what you're writing. Just let your mind wander over the various benefits your business offers, and get your random thoughts down on paper. Many professional copywriters use a simple yet fascinating tool in situations like this. It's called a mind map, and here's how it works. Take out a sheet of paper, and in the center of the page, write down what your business does. In the example we're working with, we would write the word plumbing. Then, begin listing all the benefits your business provides your customers as those benefits randomly occur to you. For example, around the word plumbing, you might jot down fixed fast, friendly, fixed right, on time, no wait, 15-minute arrival time, and guarantee or free. Once you've completed brainstorming your mind map, go through the benefits you've recorded and pick out those that seem like they would be the most powerful from your customer's point of view. Put yourself in their place and ask, if I needed a plumber, which of these would mean the most to me? From our mind-mapped brainstorm example, we've picked out the phrases on time, no wait, and guarantee or free as offering the strongest benefits, since we absolutely hate to wait around for someone to finally show up. What about fixed fast, friendly, and fixed right? They're not bad, but if we're hiring a plumber, we pretty much assume those benefits. What's more, every other plumber makes those same claims. 15-minute arrival time means basically the same thing as no wait, but it doesn't sound quite as compelling. After sorting through them all, we end up with these three benefits: on time, no wait, and guarantee or free. Putting all these together to build a powerful and compelling USP in a single phrase, we come up with on-time plumbing repairs with a no-wait guarantee or it's free. If we heard a plumber say this, we'd want to ask them, how do you do that? And that's exactly what a USP is supposed to do. Get your prospects to engage you in learning more about your product or service. Everyone who hears your USP, in either its elevator pitch or its slogan form, should instantly ask you, how do you do that? If they don't, you have some additional work to do. Here are two case studies that further illustrate the power of a strong USP. First, RE/MAX. In the 1970s, most real estate offices paid their agents through a fixed split commission system that offered little incentive for top performers, and the industry experienced a very high turnover rate, creating lots of relatively inexperienced and unprofessional realtors. Dave and Gail Linegar wanted to change that, and they vowed to rid the industry of its amateur image by creating a national real estate sales force that would establish themselves as professionals of a higher standard. In creating their company, Remax, the Lineagers created a USP that they emblazoned on the sides of their trademark red, white, and blue hot air balloons. The USP trumpeted the essence of their mission and their unique value from the skies until virtually everyone in the country had seen it. Above the crowd. In time, Remax added another slogan: outstanding agents, outstanding results. Remax has grown every single month for more than 30 years. They've been able to achieve this remarkable result because they've remained true to their terrific USPs. Our second case study involves Suzanne Thomas's innovative approach to the fitness business she renovated. Along with identifying her ideal client base and finding innovative ways to serve that clientele, Suzanne dedicated some time to carefully defining the heart and soul of fundamental fitness and distilling that essence into a short USP. The first thing she looked at was the distinction of price versus value. In the gym industry, says Suzanne, everyone else competes on price. I decided not to do that. Instead, I wanted to offer a quality product. Suzanne had defined her ideal clientele as people with a serious commitment to improving their fitness. She also realized that her clients were especially busy people who wanted to devote the time to their fitness, but for whom discretionary time was at an absolute premium. To her ideal client, time held far more value than money. Once she had carefully identified her ideal client's top-of-list needs and wants, it didn't take her long to define Fundamental Fitness's unique selling proposition. We get you in the best shape of your life in half the time. When people ask, how do you do that? Suzanne says she and her staff are ready with the answer. When you come into our center, she says, we spend time with you, showing you exactly what to do, how to do it, and when to change it. We spend the time up front to make sure you're genuinely well educated in what you need, and then we're there to support you in accomplishing that. Here are some more examples of great USPs we've heard. When what you drive says who you are. We help people stay at 4-star hotels for Motel 6 prices. We turn your financial liabilities into assets that work for you. 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Now, it's your turn. Review the work you've done in identifying your ideal customers' hot buttons and the innovations your company provides that make you stand apart from the competition. Consider the most pressing, most compelling, most painful or frustrating problems your customers face that cause them to look to you and your business. Complete the, you know how, and what we do is, statements as concisely as possible. Fewer words will have more impact. Now, take a stab at boiling your elevator pitch down to a single, catchy, memorable slogan. Again, give yourself time to play around with as many different phrases as you can think of. Use mind mapping. Go back to your hot button exercises and think through your customers' top problems and benefits again. Put yourself in your customer's shoes and ask yourself, what is the biggest frustration, challenge, or pain that a business like this one might solve or address for me? That is, if that business were truly amazing, genuinely in a class by itself, and what would it feel like? Take some time to work up a short USP. Don't worry if it's not perfect, and don't worry if it takes a while to come up with just the right sentence or phrase. Remember, you want your USP to compel your prospects to inquire about your product or service. Keep writing it and rewriting it until it does. It could take days or weeks or even months to get it right. How do you know when you've gotten it right? When people respond by saying, how do you do that? Once you've created a powerful, compelling USP, the next step is to integrate it into everything you do and repeat it until it becomes part of the very DNA of your business. A good USP is like a beacon. It attracts customers by the droves. It drives your profits through the roof. It gets your staff on the same page. It reduces disputes and mismanagement of projects within your business by providing a specific focus. It brings huge success to areas that used to be difficult, such as marketing. It is the most powerful tool your business will ever own. Chapter 14. Reaching your ideal customer. Now that you know who your ideal customers are and what they want, and you've expressed the way your business satisfies those desires in a single powerful phrase, let's explore how to reach those ideal customers by creating the ideal marketing for your business. Marketing is all about improving the odds of communication, crafting just the right message, and finding the right channel and form of communication to convey that message to the right people. We worked with a client who was a chiropractor seeking to expand his business. He talked with other chiropractors in his area to see what they were doing to attract more clients and learned that they were sending out flyers in the mail. One colleague he talked with had rented a mailing list, printed up flyers, and sent out mailings to 5,000 names. How did it work? Our friend asked. Not that great, said the colleague. I got 2 leads. The total cost of his campaign was $600. Those were 2 expensive leads, and neither one of them ended up actually becoming a client. Before doing anything, our client asked himself, where is my ideal client? Most of his best clients came to him suffering from back pain. In many cases, this pain would keep them up late at night. The pain was not so agonizing that it would send them to the hospital, but it was bad enough that they couldn't sleep, nor could they do much else that required focus, like reading. So they would end up watching television on the couch until late at night. Our client researched the cost of advertising on the local cable TV network, found it to be quite reasonable, and ran a series of inexpensive late-night cable TV ads. He got 125 leads in just 4 days. Total cost of the campaign, $500. That's $4 per lead, and dozens of them became paying clients. That's the difference a little planning can make. Our chiropractor client understood that the first step in thinking about how to reach your ideal customer is to decide where you're most likely to find him. Another way to put this is to ask, what is the right distribution channel for your business? A distribution channel is the model or vehicle through which your customers will make their transactions with your business. The particular distribution you choose for your business will also determine where your ideal customer is most likely to hear your message. There are 7 basic distribution channels to choose from. Direct sales, sales agents, phone sales, mail order, online, retail, events. Your business may take advantage of one or more of these channels. Each will require a specific and distinct communication strategy. Think back to what you learned from creating your ideal customer profile and put yourself in your ideal customer's shoes, just as the chiropractor did. Where are they, and what are they doing when they are most likely to be experiencing that need or want that would bring them to your business? What do their days look like, or their nights? What magazines do they read? What are their media habits? With your ideal customer's everyday life in mind, walk through that list of 7 distribution channels and see which one is most likely to match up with your customer. In other words, through which channel are you most likely able to reach your prospects with your marketing message? Let's return to our example of the daycare service and see how we could use what we now know to choose the ideal distribution channel for reaching our ideal customers. Based on our earlier work, we know that the ideal customer for your daycare service is a woman from 21 to 45 years of age, married with 1 to 3 children, employed, a homeowner, with a total annual household income of $70,000 or more. Based on our hot-button research, we also know what our customer wants: safe, affordable daycare that will provide an educational component within a nurturing, loving environment. Now, where will we reach her? Let's look through the 7 major distribution channels. Our ideal customer's age range suggests that she's probably internet savvy, making the online channel a good possibility. Because she's a homeowner with young kids, chances are good that she spends the majority of her non-working hours in the home, which makes reaching her on the phone through a telemarketing service a good possibility. Also, given the nature of the service, most parents would probably want to come to visit the daycare center in person before making their decision about using our services, which puts us in the direct sales channel. What about the rest of the list? We can eliminate retail and mail order right off the bat, because daycare service is not something we can move through either of those channels. The last two channels, sales agents and events, don't seem conducive to our business either. This leaves us with three candidates: direct sales, phone sales, and online sales. Which of these channels is most likely to reach your ideal customer? The best way to answer this is to put yourself in your customer's shoes and imagine walking through her typical day. Like virtually all parents of young kids, she's probably swamped early in the morning as she hurries to dress herself and her kids, make breakfast for the family, drop the kids off at daycare, and get to her job on time. She's probably just as busy in the evening, too, not to mention completely exhausted by then. If we're going to reach her by using a call center, the only times we can reach her at home are in those early morning and evening hours. Given her hectic schedule and state of mind during those hours, how receptive is she likely to be to a telemarketing call? Scratch phone sales. What about the online channel? This sounds logical, but take another look at that day we just walked through. How much time is she spending surfing the web? Because she has so little free time, chances are good that she just gets online for the essentials, like paying bills, making some quick purchases, and possibly catching up with friends and family via email. What's more, she's probably not even looking for a new daycare provider because she already has daycare. Your daycare may offer substantial advantages over her present provider, but she doesn't know that yet. We need to reach her with a message that will inform her about the superior benefits your daycare offers. But trying to generate leads online by creating a website is probably not going to do the job. In less than 5 minutes, we've narrowed the field of distribution channels down to one: direct sales. You are now one of the few daycare owner-operators in your area, perhaps the only one, who already knows which distribution channel has the greatest chance of success for promoting and selling your service. This will allow you to spend your marketing dollars with confidence and certainty as you go about increasing your revenue and your profits. Now that you know where to reach your ideal customer, it's time to consider what marketing strategies you might use to get your message across. There are many different strategies to consider, including advertising on television, radio, or in print, affinity marketing, catalog marketing, direct marketing, frequent buyer programs, internet, outdoor media, point of purchase, POP, and point of sale, POS, promotions and cross-promotions, referrals, signage. As with the 7 distribution channels, you'll typically find that just one or two of these methods will prove to be the most effective for your situation, in terms of both cost and response. And with the information you've assembled, that decision will now be far easier to make. For this daycare operation, the marketing method that makes the most sense to us is direct marketing. This looks promising. We could purchase a highly defined list from a list broker and refine it further using our specific demographic profile information. We could target homeowners who live within a 5-mile radius of our daycare center and narrow that down further to families who have 1 or more kids and an income range of $70,000 and above. The specificity of this list will yield a small but highly targeted direct mail list that would be inexpensive to buy, so we might be able to afford a whole series of mailings. Now that you have your lead generating strategy in place, you need to develop a tactical plan for the process. When considering direct mail, we have several options. We could send a sales letter, a brochure, or a postcard. A sales letter might work if it gets opened. These days, that's a long shot. Most people easily recognize business-related sales letters and will more than likely toss our letter out unopened. What about a brochure? A brochure might work if we designed it as a self-mailer. That is, a piece that is mailed by itself rather than being placed into an envelope. Here again, though, we have a problem. A brochure is also easily recognized as promotion and discarded before anyone reads the information. Also, these different kinds of mailings will differ significantly in cost. Before we make any decision on how much to spend, we need to consider a factor that is all too often ignored. You're well aware of the fact that before you launch into any marketing campaign, you need to weigh its costs against the estimated benefits. But in order to accurately assess those benefits, you need one critical piece of information: your customer's lifetime value. Lifetime value refers to the amount of revenue and profit you can expect to receive from your ideal customer over the term of your relationship. Knowing your ideal customer's lifetime value gives you a tremendous advantage. This information drives all your lead generation and marketing decisions, allowing you to focus your marketing dollars with far greater precision, accuracy, and productivity. It allows you to know ahead of time exactly how much money you can afford to spend on efforts to acquire each customer, and results in a far more predictable cash flow. Not knowing this number leaves many businesses floundering in their marketing efforts, making hasty and ill-informed marketing decisions, some of which can prove fatal to their businesses. Launching a marketing campaign without knowing this number is like flying a plane without a flight plan. Calculating the lifetime value of your customer is simple. First, estimate your customer's lifetime revenue. That is, the amount of money he will spend with you throughout his lifetime with your business. In the United States, the average consumer moves about once every 5 years. So we typically use a figure of 5 years for the lifespan of a loyal customer, assuming that the customer will move out of our business's sphere of influence in 5 years. Given the particular nature of your business, you may have a typical customer lifetime of 10 years or 3 months. Just give it your best guess. Let's say you sell a product retailing at $100, and your customer purchases it once every 3 months, 4 times per year. Using the default lifetime of 5 years, this gives us a lifetime revenue of $2,000, 100 times 4 purchases per year times 5 years. Once you have your lifetime revenue, simply subtract all the expenses involved in generating that revenue, including your total cost of goods sold and the sales and marketing costs involved in acquiring that customer. Let's say that $100 product you sell costs you $10 to produce and deliver. Because your customer purchases a total of 20 times, 4 times per year for 5 years, your total cost of goods sold is $200. Let's also say you spend $90 in sales and marketing expenses to acquire that customer, plus another $500 over the course of the 5 years in communicating with that customer. That's a total cost of $790, 200 plus 90 plus 500. The lifetime profit for this customer would be $1,210, $2,000 lifetime revenue minus $790 in total costs. Why is this number so important? Because if you make marketing decisions without knowing the lifetime value of your customer, you're shooting in the dark. And shooting in the dark is never going to create the success you want. Take the example above. To sell that $100 product, you know it costs you $10 to produce it and another $90 to acquire that customer. When you make that first sale, you'll just break even. Is it worth it to spend that much money, or even more, on marketing to that client? Looking at these numbers alone, it doesn't look like it. After all, you're not making any profit, right? You just broke even. You might well be tempted to stop marketing, and if you did, you'd be missing out on a huge opportunity for your business. Knowing your customer's lifetime value tells you a whole different story. Even though you only broke even on that first sale, knowing your customer's lifetime value tells you that if you continue marketing and selling that product to that customer, you're ultimately going to make a profit of well over $1,000 from that one customer. Once you've decided on a marketing strategy, It's time to sharpen the focus of your message to ensure that you reach your prospect with enough impact to cause him or her to pick up the phone, walk into the store, or go to the website and get involved with your business. Here's the problem any marketer faces. Your prospects are swimming, drowning, suffocating in marketing messages. We all are. In today's media-saturated world, we're exposed to a relentless barrage of advertising messages from the moment we wake up to the time we go to bed. Because your prospects are inundated with marketing messages, they'll filter most of these messages right out of their conscious thoughts, unless one happens to hit them squarely on their hot button. And because you put the time and effort into investigating exactly who your prospects are, what their most pressing want is, and how your business fulfills it, that's exactly what your marketing message is going to do. Make a bullseye hit on your ideal customer's hot button with a highly targeted and strategically placed message, compelling the prospect to become involved with your business. To this end, hiring a professional copywriter is an investment that can be worth its weight in gold, providing you find a good one. But whether you hire a professional or write your marketing materials yourself, you'll want to have a solid grasp of what makes an effective marketing message. Effective marketing copy must grab and engage the reader's attention. Give the prospect enough compelling information so that he or she can make a cogent decision. Offer a crystal clear, low-risk, easy-to-take next step so that your prospect can take action. Note that this first step action may not necessarily be to plunk down their credit card right there and then to buy your product. It may be to pick up the phone to make an appointment to learn more, to order a free trial, or to visit a retail location. Whatever it is, you want to stimulate a concrete action step that gets your prospect actively involved with your business. Although we'll use the example of a written piece to illustrate this, exactly the same formula, grab, engage, inform, offer, can and should be used with any and every marketing communication you create for your business. Let's take a look at each one of these 4 steps in detail. First, grab. Before it can do anything else, your message first has to gain your prospect's attention, which you'll typically do with an attention-grabbing headline. The headline is by far the most important single part of any ad. If your prospects don't read the headline, then they won't read the rest of the ad no matter how well it's written. In a print piece, the headline is printed in the largest type. It's where the eye goes first. In a radio ad, the headline is the first thing the listener hears. No matter what the medium, every marketing piece starts with a headline, and that headline must grab the prospect's attention effectively and immediately. The right attention-grabbing headline also serves a crucial function that many marketers and business owners don't think about. It immediately qualifies your ideal customer and disqualifies those prospects who are not ideal. A well-written headline will grab only the attention of those prospects who genuinely need or want your product or service. And those are the only ones you want to grab, right? Now, let's say your daycare facility specializes in caring for children ages 2 to 5. Let's say you've discovered that all the other daycare services in your area have a child-to-teacher ratio of about 10 to 1. That is, there's one teacher for every 10 children. You've also learned that one of your ideal customers' hot buttons is making sure their child is getting enough personal, undivided attention and supervision. So you hit on this innovation. You could hire additional staff so that your child-to-teacher ratio would drop to 5 to 1. Now we can use that hot button and your innovation to give us the raw material for your attention-grabbing headline. Ever feel like your daycare treats your child like a number instead of a little person? So, you've grabbed your prospect's attention. Now that's the good news. The bad news is that you only have it for the next 2 seconds, and then it'll be gone again. Unless you're carefully following the cut-through-the-clutter marketing formula. Once you've grabbed your prospect's attention, you must ensure that the very next thing she reads holds and engages that attention. And that is the subheadline's job. Imagine your potential ideal customer is saying this to you as she distractedly glances at her watch. Okay, you've got my attention for the next 10 seconds. What is it you want to tell me? And please make it quick. I've got other places to be. Your subheadline needs to engage your prospect's attention by persuasively promising to provide her with vital decision-making information that will resolve a major concern or frustration of hers. In other words, your subheadline builds on the impact of the headline and fleshes it out with enough specifics to make it sufficiently intriguing that the reader will want to read further. For example, here's how to ensure your child gets personal, loving, caring, one-on-one attention at daycare. Your subheadline will be set in the second largest type in your piece, and it will be placed directly below your headline. Again, you're leaving no room for ambiguity whatsoever. Your reader's eye knows exactly where to go. Now that you've cleared some space for your message, you want to give your reader some significant, innovative information about how your business delivers on the promise of the headline and subheadline. This is the task of the lengthiest piece of text in your marketing piece, the body copy. In your body copy, make sure you emphasize the benefits they want and not simply the features you have. The biggest and most common mistake business people make is to focus on their business's features and not on its benefits. It's important to remember that every prospect is looking for the best deal, and this does not mean the lowest price. It means the most value. Prospects will pay a higher price if they understand the value of your product or service. Therefore, it's imperative that your body copy informs your prospects about your greatest value with crystal clarity. Again, this is why all that work you did in the last few chapters is so valuable. Without your ideal customer profile and your list of hot buttons and your innovations in place, you won't know the right information to provide in your marketing messages. For your daycare piece, you'd want to make sure to highlight the fact that your child-to-teacher ratio is half that of all other daycare providers in the area. You would want to do this so that you don't come across as maliciously attacking your competition. You're simply informing parents that you've come up with an innovation for your daycare service that has their needs in mind. You might even point out that they're free to inquire at other daycare providers to verify the information you've given them. And depending on how much room you have in your marketing piece, you might also highlight any other critical innovations you've made in your business. It's important to make careful choices here. While the body copy is by far the longest portion of the piece, this is still a marketing piece, not an informational pamphlet, brochure, or catalog. Resist the temptation to throw in every bit of juicy information that you can conjure up. Yes, you have successfully grabbed and held your prospect's attention, but the rest of the media-saturated world is still plucking at her sleeve, clamoring to be heard. You have a minute or two to inform her, not all day. You must always end your marketing message with a compelling offer, whether it's a postcard, a direct sales letter, a print ad, a television or radio commercial, a live presentation, or a web page. No matter the form or format, every piece needs to close with a compelling offer. Your offer has one purpose, and one purpose only: to lead your prospect to take action. This is why the offer step is often referred to as the call to action. Your compelling offer needs to be a low-risk or no-risk way to lead your prospect to take the next step in the sales process, to take action. In our daycare example, the offer might look like this. Get our free report that compares the child-teacher ratio at all 17 area daycares. When the prospect calls or goes online to request the report, you capture their contact information. If they don't buy from you immediately, you can then continue communicating to them using a series of additional compelling messages, all of which will follow the same cut-the-clutter formula, also known as a drip campaign. Throughout these last few chapters, we've been using the example of a hypothetical daycare center. Now it's time for us to come clean. There was nothing hypothetical about it. A few years ago, we worked with a client who ran a daycare center. and we went through this process with them, developing all the steps we've shown you here. By now, you're probably wondering how the daycare campaign went. Well, it went very well. In fact, this daycare center went on to absolutely dominate the market in its area. And whether your business is a local daycare center, a billion-dollar conglomerate, or anything in between, you can do the same. Chapter 15. Big Thinking. You've learned about the law of attraction, the law of gestation, and the law of action. You've learned how to create a crystal-clear vision of your dream business and how to imprint that vision and its supporting beliefs onto the powerhouse of your non-conscious brain. You've discovered how to translate that vision into practical strategies and tactics by defining your ideal customer, creating innovations to make your business remarkable, creating a powerful, unique selling proposition, and choosing the ideal criteria for creating a powerfully effective marketing campaign. You've got a series of strategic planning tools, including gap analysis, revenue plan, sales process map, and customer lifetime value. Will all of this guarantee your success? Do you now have the answer? Not entirely, because there is one crucial factor we still need to cover. It's the hardest factor to define concretely, yet it is the essential element that brings together all these other ingredients. That's what this last chapter is for. All truly successful business people have a certain special ingredient in common. They think a certain way. And because they think a certain way, they focus a certain way and act a certain way. What's that special ingredient that makes stunning success possible? Thinking big. This chapter is dedicated to looking at what that means. Big thinkers always have the big picture in view, no matter where they are in the process or what they're doing. They look at the whole business as a puzzle, and they see each of the individual pieces as well as the relationship of that piece to the bigger picture. They know at all times exactly where they are and where they want to be, and they have a clear picture of what's needed to bridge that gap. At the same time, big thinkers are flexible, and they understand that goals change as you hit different thresholds. You don't know how things are going to turn out in 25 years. You can't know. Instead, you create a reachable target to hammer away at, and once you've hit that target, you find a new one, and then another new one, and then another. Big thinkers always know where they're going, even if they don't know exactly how they're going to get there. They know that you cannot achieve what you cannot define, and they go out of their way to define exactly what success means to them. Big thinkers are unconditionally passionate about what they do. They know that money isn't success, it's simply one byproduct of success. And they know that if they are genuinely passionate about what they do, the money will come. It's very difficult to believe this when you're starting out and maybe broke or struggling, but you have to believe it nonetheless. Big thinkers think big, even when they're living in a basement apartment and scraping to put together financing for that first venture. Big thinkers experience hardship, struggle, defeat, and disappointment as much as anyone else. But because they stay in control of the pictures in their mind, they're not subject to the whims of their moods. Big thinkers know that they'll be successful only if they're willing to risk failure. They know that if they're not willing to take big risks, they won't win big prizes. Big thinkers build businesses with scope. The only ventures that interest big thinkers are those that, if successful, have sufficient impact to change their life. To a big thinker, it doesn't make sense to make big sacrifices for small victories. If the win is not big, it's not worth pursuing. Big thinkers are continuously focused. They simplify their goals, so they can succeed in a lot of little steps instead of attempting to make huge leaps. They understand that a long series of little steps will get you where you want to go. Even though they always have the big picture in mind, big thinkers don't get ahead of themselves, and they never discount the value of experience gathered in the process of pursuing a series of smaller benchmarks. Big thinkers concentrate all their efforts on those areas where they excel, and don't waste time trying to be effective in areas where they do not. Whatever abilities they do not possess themselves, they gather by hiring the very best people they can afford in those areas. Most business people think, what's the least I can spend to get help? Big thinkers take the opposite approach. They ask, what's the most we can afford to get the very best help possible? Big thinkers know that if you surround yourself with the best people possible, your success is already underway. Big thinkers focus on what their customers want, not on what they want to sell. They put themselves in their customers' shoes and do whatever it takes to serve their customers well. No matter what their product is or what field they're in, they stay in constant contact with their customers to find out what they want. Big thinkers focus on finding the highest quality customers. They know it's better to have 4 ideal customers than 40 mediocre ones, because those 4 will generate referrals and help build a business, while mediocre customers can drain a business. And they know that exceeding their customers' expectations, not just meeting them, is the foundation of their success. Big thinkers are not necessarily the smartest, most knowledgeable, or most skilled people in their field. What distinguishes big thinkers is that once a decision has been made, they have the courage to take action. Big thinkers know that it's all right to make mistakes, that mistakes are part of the learning curve and often the only way you learn. They know that the key is to learn from your mistakes, put them behind you, and keep moving forward. Big thinkers are high-energy individuals who have an unusually strong work ethic. They understand that business success requires huge personal sacrifice, and they are not afraid to throw themselves fully into something 24 hours a day, if that's what it takes to make it work. They know that investing their own effort heavily in the early days will pay high dividends, both financial and personal, in the long run. Big thinkers give no time to procrastination, and they understand that this is exactly what holds most other people back from realizing their dreams. They see that most people say, I'm going to take action once I put together the financing, or get that raise, or find the right person. Big thinkers refuse to let themselves go down that path. They know that the best time to take action is right now, when you think of it, because that's when you most want to do it. The only difference between those who are successful in business and most other people is that the successful ones take action instead of putting it off for a better time. That better time never comes. Big thinkers are tenacious. We've all heard the stories of immigrants from other shores who have come to North America with nothing in their pockets and within a decade or two become amazingly successful. They arrive here with none of the advantages of education, networks, or connections, yet they become huge successes. How do they do it? Because they recognize the opportunity for what it is. They're willing to work tenaciously. They focus on the scope of the opportunity, and they block the possibility of failure out of their mind. When you first start out building a business, there's so much to do. Production, design, legal, finance, sales, marketing, customer support, and on and on. As the business grows, it's easy to fall prey to the subversive notion that you'll still have to do it all. This is a critical error, often a fatal one. Many business people who start out well are not able to build on that success because they never master the art of delegation. This is one of the biggest secrets of millionaires and billionaires in business. Surround yourself with the best people you can find, and then get out of their way and let them do their job. Not only that, share the credit and the spotlight. Let the people you bring into the organization share in the glory. It reinforces their conviction and commitment to what they're doing. Businesses often reach a critical point where growth seems stalled, where we're hitting our heads on a financial ceiling we can't seem to get past. What is the obstacle that keeps us stuck at a certain level? This is the same question we explored back in Chapter 7, when we talked about limiting beliefs. In other words, when our business plateaus, what's keeping it stuck there is often us. When that happens, it's time to ask for help. Big thinkers know that asking for help can be a critical step in moving beyond their own limitations. They aren't afraid to ask for help when they need it. because they know that when we draw on other people's experiences, perspectives, and knowledge, we become larger ourselves. Seeking help can occur in two ways, both of them critical to your success. First, you can bring in other people to do tasks that you yourself are not as well equipped to perform. In other words, where you know you need help. But you can also enlist the services of people to help you in areas where you don't yet know you need help. The challenge here, of course, is that we're talking about getting help that you don't know you need. How do you ask for help in areas of weakness when you don't even know those areas exist? The answer? You assume those areas exist. You don't need to have your areas of critical ignorance all mapped out. Just know that whatever they are, you have them, and ask for help in finding and addressing them. A partner can fulfill this role to some extent. For example, because John and Murray are so different, they each tend to see the other's blind spots fairly quickly, and often provide the what you don't know perspective for the other. However, the limitation of a partner is that he or she is part of your business. By definition, a partner lacks the kind of objectivity you'll find in someone who's looking at your business from the outside. This is exactly the objectivity that you get from a mentor, coach, or mastermind group. People in this second category, help you don't know you need, can greatly reduce your learning curve and provide all sorts of resources to which you might never have had access otherwise. Far more important, they can help you see things you never would have seen on your own. That will almost always result in your achieving far more than you could have ever achieved otherwise. We have seen a mentor, a coach, or a mastermind group make the difference between a business floundering or flourishing, between survival and failure. In fact, we believe that having a powerful mentor, coach, and/or mastermind group that is committed to your success is second in importance only to the ability to focus your own vision and control the thoughts in your brain. Big thinkers look to mentors for advice. They understand that one key to success is to model themselves after somebody who has already done what they want to do. Once they have achieved considerable success, big thinkers are willing and eager to be mentors themselves to others. If you've ever played a team sport, you know that a coach is a person who is committed to your success, brings objectivity and outside perspective to your situation, is an expert at the game you're seeking to play, and has the willingness, the temperament, and the authority to hold you accountable to your goals, promises, and commitments. There was a time when the only people who had coaches were professional athletes. Over the past 2 decades, coaching has flourished in a wide range of applications, including the life coach and the business or executive coach. In a typical coaching relationship, you and your coach will set up and maintain a regular schedule for conferring, often once a week, and you pay for the service. Depending on your coach, you may have access throughout the week as well, through conference calls, online resources, private calls, or other channels. Many brilliant business people have used the practice of masterminding to guide them in their lives and in their business decisions. The mastermind idea reflects a common practice among people in positions of power, authority, and decision-making, as we see in a presidential cabinet or a corporate brain trust. Its popularity and success owes much to the emphasis placed on The Mastermind by Napoleon Hill in Think and Grow Rich. The principle behind the mastermind is simple. As Hill puts it, no two minds ever come together without thereby creating a third, invisible, intangible force which may be likened to a third mind. 2 brains are better than 1, and 5 or 6 are even better. A practical mastermind group might consist of as many as 8 or 9 people. The One Coach Mastermind group typically meets once a week for 90 minutes on the phone. They'll take 5 minutes in the beginning to come together, remind themselves of their purpose, report on whatever has worked for them during the week since the last call, and have the leader of the call read aloud whatever agenda they've organized. They then go around the table, giving each member 10 minutes or so to focus on his or her topics and ask the other members for suggestions, advice, or resources, and then they conclude with a 5 or 10-minute wrap-up. In choosing whom you'd like to invite to join your mastermind group, remember that you're looking for people who are all operating at a similar level of ability and commitment, yet who are also diverse. You're not looking for a bunch of yes people who all think the same way. You want people who each bring something unique to the table. People who can bring to your situation a perspective that you do not already have. There is a second type of mastermind, the historical mastermind, which you create by choosing great leaders and mentors from history and gather them into a group to which you turn for inspiration and guidance. At first glance, this might seem like nothing but a figment of the imagination, but imagination is a very powerful force. Our brains have the capacity to access the limitless resource of infinite intelligence, and creating your own historical mastermind is a very powerful and extremely effective way to do exactly that. John Assaraf's historical mastermind group includes Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr., John F. Kennedy, and Andrew Carnegie. He chose each of these individuals for a specific set of reasons. Gandhi for his capacity to bring love and compassion to every situation. King for his conviction, passion, and commitment to achieving his vision. Kennedy for his poise, joie de vivre, sense of vision, unflagging can-do attitude, and capacity for leadership. And Carnegie for his philanthropic vision, his understanding of how universal laws operate in the sphere of human activity, and especially for his willingness to inspire and be a mentor to Napoleon Hill. When John is working on creating a new event, developing a new strategy, or facing a new challenge, he takes some time to sit down in an empty boardroom, quiet his mind for a few minutes, and conjure up an image of each one of these 4 people as a way to focus his own mind and tap into the unified field of their intelligence. He begins a discussion with them by posing whatever issues he's facing as questions. How would you do this? What would you do in this situation? Then he lets himself be receptive to whatever guidance he senses. Every time he has consulted his historical mastermind group, he has never failed to gain some insight that he would not have attained simply by thinking the situation through on his own. There is one last point about how big thinkers think, and it may be the most important point of all. Big thinkers don't just want to create big businesses. They want to create a big life. People sometimes have a conception of successful business people as being obsessive, workaholic types who never stop to smell the flowers. Well, that's not true of a big thinker. A big thinker doesn't just stop occasionally to smell the flowers. If you are truly thinking big, then you're making sure you're smelling flowers every step of the way. Whatever it is that gives you joy, whatever makes your life feel full, be sure that's on your vision board. We want you to dream as big as you can and to make those dreams real. But they are your dreams to define, describe, and create. Your goals don't have to be all about fast cars and big houses. Your goals are important, but only because they are targets that help make the journey worthwhile. When we reach the end of our life, the only things we'll really have will be our experiences, our connections to other people, and our memories. They are the fabric of our life. Big thinkers have a picture of success that includes balance. Big thinkers understand that there are multiple dimensions to life, and they want to enjoy all of them. As a result, even though they grow huge fortunes, big thinkers do not rely on money for their happiness. They know how to take great joy in the simple things in life, whether it's being with their children, going for a walk with their spouse, curling up by a fire with a great book, or sitting by the ocean and making castles in the sand. Ultimately, success is really not about your business or financial goals. It's about your experience of life. The real purpose of building your dream business is to express and support the person you're in the process of becoming. And now, in conclusion, John Assaraf.
Here is what I believe about you. You are a seeker of the exceptional, in pursuit of a life of financial freedom and personal fulfillment made available through an extraordinary business. You are one of those who sees the reins of change and hold on, determined to create a life of greatness, meaning, and impact. Your path is to feel that tug of war between change and stasis, growth and preservation, new horizons and the safety of the average, and allow it to pull you into the headlong pursuit of an ever fuller expression of yourself and your vision. For our life may be temporary, but our visions are eternal. That's what your dream business is all about. We close the answer with a question. How will you spend your life? When you think about the expression, spend your life, you'll come to a sobering realization. Your life is actually something that you do spend every day, just as surely as if you were pulling out your wallet and peeling off hours like dollar bills as payments for each day's experiences and memories. Every day you are trading away the moments of your life for whatever it is you are creating and experiencing during those moments. What do you want to trade your life for? What is worth that trade? You get to choose. In fact, you have to. With every breath you take, you are already choosing what it is you're getting in exchange for the moments you spend, the people you're spending time with, the activities you're engaged in, the thoughts you're having, and the experiences you're allowing to happen. If you have chosen to spend that precious life in the pursuit of success in business, then don't let yourself settle for good. Make that business a perfect expression of your values and purpose, the perfect expression of you. Make it the business of your dreams, and then make those dreams come true. Devote yourself to the pursuit of exceptional. You now have at your disposal the most mind-boggling tools and resources ever imagined. You have the zero-point field, the quantum ocean of infinite information, intelligence, and knowledge. You have the unstoppable and invariable power of universal law, the law of attraction, law of gestation, law of action, and law of compensation. You have the most powerful electromagnetic tuning device in the universe, the human brain, with its virtually unlimited capacity to tap, process, and articulate the infinite wisdom of the quantum universe. And you now also have the tools you need to create the thoughts, beliefs, and habits of mind to use that brain to create anything you desire. You now have the key steps it takes to envision your dream business, populate it with ideal customers, articulate its essential value and unique selling proposition, and communicate that value with compelling messages through channels and media that will reach the people for whom they are ideally intended. And you have the keys to creating the ideal support community to help you every step of the way, helping you meet the needs you know you have, as well as the needs that still lie beyond the reach of your conscious brain. You now know how big thinkers think, and you have all the tools you need to give voice and expression to your own big thoughts. You now have the answer. Now go use it, and as you do, let us know how great you're doing. We'll be right there with you every step of the way.
The Answer. Grow any business, achieve financial freedom, and live an extraordinary life was read by the authors John Assaraf and Murray Smith, and I'm Steve Vicario. Recorded at the Sound Surgeon in San Diego, Matt Gagin, engineer. DV Audio in Toronto, Stephen Kosler, engineer. And Zone Recording in Cotati, California, Blair Hardman, engineer. Editing and post-production by Robin Wise at Sound Imagery, Asheville, North Carolina. The associate producer was Michael Noble. The Answer was produced, directed, and adapted for audio by Jesse Boggs. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Also from Simon & Schuster Audio, Having It All by John Assaraf. Read by the author.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.